It's day number 3 of our Chinese region winter tour. I'm going to be your host, Nat T. Joining me on the side is Sheepo, T-Gov, and Lizard. Guys, it's already day number 3. We've seen all the teams play now. And how are you guys feeling about seeing some of them playing again today?
Well, we'll get a good gauge of like Dawn Gaming's consistency, I think, from their game today. Because PSG, I mean, this team also kind of new. We don't know their full strength yet. Are they really, really good? Or is Dawn kind of bad? We'll find out.
So we're gonna figure out the power levels even better. On day 1, you don't know anything, right? Like you can
We
see
definitely all kind of came in a little bit blind for day 1. So many roster shuffles.
Exactly. So many roster shuffles. Then you have PSG LGD just destroying Dawn in a couple of 30-minute games, right? Like one of them had only 1 kill. But does that mean that PSG LGD is really strong, or does it mean that Dawn are kind of...
That's true. That's what I just said. Remember that?
He just said it in
Remember
a
I
different
said that
way.
like 2
You
seconds
said
ago.
the same thing.
The exact same
guys,
thing.
guys,
Like,
guys.
Okay, wait. We're
Now
going to let
you
T go.
finish.
Yeah, we're going to let T go.
I'm actually really scared for Dawn.
Okay.
Oh, really? Why is that?
Because I think, PSG... I'm not. But no,
Should have committed to that.
No, I'm actually
Coward.
on the flip
Committed
side,
it.
I think eHome, that's the more surprising one, right? They beat IG 2-0, and I'm kind of hyped to see if they also have that something in them to get to top 4, because if they beat Dawn in the same fashion of PSG, I can then think about, eHome's kind of in that same level of, if they're against a weaker opponent, they know how just to close out the game. So I think I'm actually looking at eHome's perspective.
You haven't been disappointed by IG for the last 2 years, my friend. That's what's from Singapore Major.
Yeah, that's
everyone
true.
that was covering the Chinese region, we're literally just looking at IG. We're thinking, yeah, this is the game. They're coming back.
This is it. They've
This
got
is
it.
it. And then they drop to Division 2. There's no way they stay in Division 2. They have to come back. No, they stay in Division 2. So I'm just happy to even see them here.
Yeah, that's true.
Like I said, it's day number 3. We can have a look at our standings so we know those past 4 series, how they've played out, who won what. Because day 1, it was a very quick day, right? We had 2 clean 2-0s. Day number 2 for us, though, it went a little bit longer. Both series go into 3 games, and it did result in eHome, LGD, Asta, and Extreme getting their debut series wins, and then Asta Aries, Dawn Gaming, IG, and Knights coming away with the unfortunate loss. And later today, we are going to be seeing Knights, and that's what I want to talk about a little bit right now, just because they did pick up that loss, but I feel that they had probably one of the closest series going all the way to that game 3, and it feeling like they were in control for most parts of all 3 games.
Yeah, and then I feel like Knights are the best of the rest in regards to kind of just the scoreboard right now. Sure, they are sitting at a loss, but going 2-1 against Asta, just being able to go toe-for-toe for so long, it was pretty commendable. And there's a lot of moments in their games where they could have potentially won it, but just that kind of discipline and just the strength of Asta just kind of came through.
Yeah. Anything else that looked good for you, Lizard, on this side of Knights, even though Asta came away with the win?
No, I completely agree with everything that T-Gov has said, and I'll just repeat it in different words.
Oh, great. I'm looking forward to it.
Like, just looking at the team, that this is a new stack, right? Like one of the biggest shuffles that has happened in the region. And yeah, Aster did have a couple, but Aster still feels more solid, and I was also quite surprised that we went all 3 games yesterday. They have been in RNG, right, some of these players before on the side of Knights, so it is to be expected that they have some synergy in them. But I have to repeat, I'm not sure if they're really strong and they're facing Aster so well, or that all of these teams are just underperforming a little bit. Like, you can see that the gameplay right now in the Chinese region is a notch below what it was a year or a couple of years back.
It feels like there's like a lot of maybe respect or like opportunities where when they're in a game where other regions potentially will be a little bit more just go for the play, just make it. We have, like, say, an item advantage or timing. The games we've seen so far where they've been dragged out a little bit longer, it's more that hesitance of maybe wait for that next rotation, maybe wait for something. It's not that kind of kill into sweep across the entire map. It's more like kill, you make that play, but you kind of you're a little bit more reserved. Like, they're still playing aggressive and in the face of their opponents, but
Do you think
they're
that the
toning it down a
hesitancy-
little bit.
Do you think it's because like they need to practice more to smoothen things out, or is it just because of discipline?
I think China's had probably the most roster shuffles.
Yeah,
Again,
I
that's
think
not a fact, but it
I was gonna
feels like they
say,
had the most change.
even on the winner interviews that we've had, right? almost all of them have consistently answered that, yeah, things have looked good, and it's whether, we knew the opponent we're coming up against, or it's like we know that there is so much more that we need to smoothen out. Like, we need more time as a team, no matter what they're changing out, whether it's been that coach or whether it's been carry swap ups. So many of them have said across the board that it's just still very much coming into their own as a team.
Other than probably like PSG. They're the one team
Okay,
so
they were
far.
the only team that were like, oh, we knew that they were a bad opponent and we were going to win. Almost word for word, that's what they said.
It's like, oh no. But like every other team, it's like, they've got that. But like PSG, they've been like the only team so far to have that from 0 to finish. Like, wow, that was a clean game. But of course, that's where the pre-show talking about the Dawn Gaming aspect of the next series against eHome, that's the whole kind of topic. Is it Dawn Gaming, or is PSG just the only team so far to have found that kind of synergy together?
Yeah. Well, we're looking at the Extreme Asta Aries game that happened yesterday. That was our final series, Sheep. Were you really worried for Extreme Gaming with how well Asta Aries were drafting?
Yeah, I think everyone expected Extreme to be a little bit more dominant, but that's kind of been a trend over the last while, right? Everyone expected them to come through in the TI qualifiers and stomp that, and they didn't even qualify for TI. Like, this team seems to have had quite a fair bit of problems, and I wouldn't say that I don't feel like they've confidently fixed that looking at the series yesterday.
Yeah, and again, that was resonated when we did have that interview with Paparazzi. He's like, 2 new cores, it's kind of difficult, there's a lot of issues that need to be resolved, but they're going to have a little bit of a break. We're not going to be seeing them today. In fact, we should have a look at our schedule so you guys know who will be coming up against each other. I know our second series is going to be Knights up against IG, so maybe we can have a bit more of a talk about that, Lizard, with IG, because we have had a chat about Knights already.
IG.
Yep.
Again, gone. Don't get too
When it's
emotional.
You were
Wait,
definitely,
you trying to make him cry?
no, he was definitely paying attention to what I was saying.
I was paying attention. It's just that IG always brings a tear to my eye. Ever since the question mark, we haven't seen IG perform well. And why didn't they perform well? They didn't because they switched up the main gear in this squad. The guy that was making all things happen, the guy that was making all the shot calling. There's something called, I don't know if you guys are aware, Kaka's curse. Whenever he leaves a team, that team starts just playing extremely poorly, and it didn't change anything for IG.
But IG today actually have a big bonus because it's
A bonus?
it's QYQX's
It's
birthday.
a holiday, yeah.
Oh, I love
Okay.
you both said 2 different things.
It's his birthday. Come on.
Sure.
So they're gonna have like maybe cake after the series or something,
Well, he's distracted because it's his birthday.
or maybe the kind of the smell and just the ambiance of the birthday parties after will be like, we got to win this game to have a happy birthday. If they lose the game, they're not going to blow out the candles. They're not going to want to do anything.
No,
So they're going to win for QIQX.
No, do you know what comfort eating is? Out of
He's not going to do it
curiosity.
mid-series. It's not like he's going to just get a fist
Yeah,
full of
we
cake.
just see it with his birthday cake blowing out the candles like mid-series. Like,
I'm just saying, if I lost a series of Dota 2 and I had a cake, I
Even
would
when it
very
was my
much
birthday or
enjoy that
not?
cake. I would very much enjoy that cake.
all right, birthday buff. We'll see if it does come to fruition, but that's going to be the second series, Knights IG. It's a fixed schedule. It's definitely going to be starting at 7 p.m. if it's a previous 2-0 in the eHome and Dawn Gaming series, which we should probably have a bit more of a chat about, considering it is our upcoming series. eHome had that great win over IG, and obviously I'm going to have to throw it back to Lizard to talk about the IG loss and the eHome win.
Okay,
There we go.
eHome definitely did win. Like, they played extremely well. I felt that Salad was making work everywhere on the map. Their position 4 was the brawler type. Meanwhile, on the side of IG, they had these 2 backline supports that really didn't work for them. Now, I'm, again, like, there is a chance that I sound like Sheep from the opening panel, but I'm not sure if it's IG just being really weak or if it's eHome actually understanding the meta really well and playing to the fullest.
I mean, okay, the other thing is IG have had probably the biggest roster swap ever.
Yeah.
And someone having to change positions as well on their roster.
It doesn't help for sure. I think the fact that you've also, you lost JT. He moved away, and it's like he was one of probably the more star players. And now you've just kind of left Emo by himself, picking up kind of the tier 2, tier 3 player kind of base. Like it's not like a roster shuffle where you go, wow, IG's returning to their form. It feels more like a roster shuffle that is you expect them to be middling in this division, this tour, and maybe by tour 3 they found something, that secret sauce, to be a real kind of contender. And that's just putting it as bluntly as possible. I'm not gonna like sugarcoat it and go, yeah, they're pretty good. No, they're when I look at these players compared to the rest of the teams, 6th at best right now. So I'm not expecting much from them. And yeah, it's more how much can they prove to us in a short amount of time, where clearly after yesterday, a lot of teams are struggling in regards to how fluid they were. So if IG just finds that kind of moment, that's when they can surprise teams, take those wins. But yeah, I think they're going to be the underdog in a lot of these series.
Yeah, and that could have been why eHome did have that advantage before. But they're going to be coming up against Dawn, who... would you want to say it again, but in different words of what you've already said twice?
No, I mean, I can talk about... They just didn't really get a chance to play Doa, which is like hard, right? If you play against these teams that have a really strong support duo, I think that makes it even harder. Like, I think eHome's a good example of that. Right, their support duo was moving faster than IG's. They were making sure like mid was secure. They were just like going to places, killing heroes, like killing the offlaner, shutting down plays, and that kind of limited IG and what they could do in the mid game. And LGD did that to Dawn, and I think that is probably the biggest focus I want to see from them going into this series, is how can we make it to the mid game? How can we get to play our game of Doa, make our draft happen? And let's be real, their drafts were a bit weird.
I was about to say that. I was like, was it kind of down to draft?
Yeah.
Though? Like, was that a hole just in the draft?
That was a part of it.
When you have a Zeus initiating for your team, something's not right.
That's a nutty slow though. When you get into the middle and you've done your...
You just jump
Yeah, but initiating?
No.
Bit of a question mark.
Just buy BKB. You can tank then. That's your initiation.
Yeah.
It's not good, please. I'm not...
It's okay. Those are the two biggest things, though. At least it's a clear, obvious. It's not like, oh, they like beat us in TI when we're playing Naga against like a left right. Like, it's not weird and having to figure out something like that. It's very simple. Your drafting needs to be better, and your laning stage can get better. That's something you can scrim and practice. You can lobby with your own team and practice your laning and stuff like that. And you can look at your replays and say, okay, when do our supports need to move to match theirs? Like, it's very straightforward, like beginning of the game type stuff. So I think they can be like most improved team of this season for sure.
Does Dawn Gaming have a coach? When I looked, I don't think they did. Do you guys know at all? Okay.
I can double check though, but I don't think so.
Well, my follow-up question from that then is, not having a coach, who in that lineup out of the 5 players do you think is doing that, sitting down and being like, okay, guys, this draft needs to change. This is what we were missing. Is there someone that stands out as having that experience and that knowledge to you guys?
I feel like all of them should have enough of it, right?
Okay.
Like, when you look at the drafts, there are just some things that need to be covered. It's like you need your initiator, you need your offlaner, in that position most likely, you need some stuns. When you looked at the draft from the first 2 games, it was very difficult to play it. Like, we are rarely so sure, besides Sheep's always very energetic when it comes to the drafts, but the rest of us, we're kind of wishy-washy, like 50% here, 50% there. We all knew that those drafts were just not good enough to take on the games. However, when it comes to the laning stage, that comes to individual skill. And I completely agree with Sheep. Like, it can be improved, but it can only be improved to a point of your own individual level.
Okay, we have a player comparison on our screen. It is going to be hard to compare these stats in the sense that Dawn Gaming only had a total of 40 minutes-ish of game time in that series up against LGD. So when you take that into consideration, are they somewhat comparable, T-Gov? Could you do that?
I think it just shows that, Zhao Yu, at least from eHome on the Death Prophet, they had push elements from both the offlaners. Maybe that's a comparison we can look at. eHome wildly more successful with pushing than Dawn was, but I don't think right now you can really perfectly compare them. I think even when you look at draft-wise, Dawn, the 2 drafts that they have the same kind of idea of eHome, having 2 or 3 layers of let's hit some towers in their lineup. Other teams maybe have none, maybe even 1 hero. So I think both teams have maybe some hero kind of layover, but yeah, it's rough for Dawn. Again, we're kind of teeing this up just to be how good are they?
Dawn is going to come in here and crush eHome.
Yeah.
I see it. The first day, it was a fluke. They didn't sleep well. They partied the night before or something like that. I don't know what happened. Played different games, but we're gonna see different. Do you know Son Goku? He played for Team Saiyan, man. Like,
I know.
He doesn't mess around.
He doesn't.
That
I feel like
last
this is
game,
our one tidbit of Dawn Gaming every time.
No, okay,
that
so
last game
New
was his
tidbit.
snake's path. Like he was running down it, and
Yeah.
now he has arrived.
Yeah.
Hyperbolic chamber training.
Yeah.
He's back.
MS also played on Team Saiyan Net.
Oh, perfect.
There you
Another
go.
Another
all
one.
right, here's another tidbit if you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Dawn Gaming are currently actually playing in another tournament right now
Yeah.
with Chinese and SEA teams, but most of them are Div 2 teams,
Mm-hmm.
and they are currently sitting around about, tied 4th in that group stage out of 10 teams. So I think
It's just learning.
so it's kind of like the fact that they're in that position in this kind of tier 2 tournament, and now they're in Division 1 China, which is one of the one of the strongest regions in the world. That's
we just
kind of
talked about how it's weaker though, so
I said one of.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
There's many.
could-
There's many regions, but the point is, I'm just saying, like, there is clearly other tournaments proving that Dawn is struggling as a team right now. So even though we've had our concerns, it's backed up by this tournament also not being that number 1 team. Because if you're Div 1 China playing in this tournament, you'd expect them just to be there, at the top. So again, a lot of things not looking good towards Dawn, and we're now here to jinx it, and hopefully they do show us everything today, and they do beat Home or something, or show us something in the series.
There is time on their side, and normally you can't say this for any other region,
They
right?
have
Because
3
every
minutes.
no, well, I was gonna say every other region is compressed into those 3 weeks, right? But the reason why we're starting the China region early is because Chinese New Year, they're going to be taking a break. I'm sure they will be celebrating and whatnot, but they have a little bit of time in terms of where they can look at things outside of the game. And right now, I think they just have to treat this first half of the tour as let's try and learn as much as we can about everyone else in the region, and also what our downfalls are, and then just really look at them over that time period. But
Sorry, it's something that has happened in the previous seasons
Yeah.
as well. And you'd think that they come back refreshed and stronger, but usually what happens is
I got the
first,
copium over here, okay?
yeah. The first couple of days after that break do not look great.
But you
Then they
are-
pick up again.
You are right though in regards to the pacing of, so for example, Dawn Gaming, they're clearly used to playing like the Division 2 starter Dota. As soon as you jump up to Div 1, the pacing is very different.
Yeah.
Like you play lanes, you die once. Normally, Division 2, that's not really going to punish you. You're going
It's
to come back.
recoverable.
Exactly. But in Division 1, it's like that one death leads to the mid rotation, the tower, the runes, everything breaks open in a split second. So I think for Dawn at least, that's what they experienced yesterday or the other day when they played. And that break, they'll play like 2 or 3 series, have that break and go, oh, okay, we can breathe now.
You right?
It's over. The speed of Division 1's over. And I think that should be that perfect time where the weaker teams will be able to, well, in theory, if they put the time and be able to improve. And maybe they won't win series still because it's so hard to
But you can
improve
come
that
back
quickly.
looking better.
Exactly. So again, like today, let's see how they're doing. And worst case, you have that little holiday to take the breather and to see what happens. But we've been really doom and gloom for Dawn. They played
have.
one game against PSG.
I was gonna say,
We-
yeah,
and
yeah,
we've
yeah, yeah, we're
and
just
we've
like,
given
oh.
them like the
all the excuses in the book,
oh,
you know?
no.
We are trying to connect to the lobby at the moment, but I did get a quick glance that Dawn Gaming have first pick. So let's have a little bit of a talk about the draft, how we've seen it play out so far in our 4 other series that we've seen. Obviously, there's been a lot of emphasis on the tree, Lena being banned, but also we're seeing Doom kind of popping up here and there and not really converting to a win.
With a
So-
high win rate, right, Sheep?
Yes, super high, like 100, but like take away the 1.
Are you enjoying the Doom games?
No, I friggin' despise it. It's this, like the Doom is so annoying because he plays like very slow at the beginning. Obviously, if you get a good creep, your lane can be very strong. But overall, he's like, I'm getting a Midas. I'm going to eat creeps. I'm farming. And then like he buys all these items and he's like top of the net worth chart. And you're like, this is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. And then like it just like all falls apart. I don't know if these people are drafting kind of weird around it, but we've seen some Doom games where the rest of the team aren't able to like connect to these Dooms. They're getting the double Dooms off, but people are just standing up. This like sniper morphling lineup was really nice against it, where they just stood their ground.
There was the Rubik and Centaur as well.
Yeah, I was going to say,
where-
there's the bait that you talked about of the getting the
Ags.
Aggies.
But even, I mean, it seems hard because even like it looks like people are figuring out Doom because like even if he didn't doom himself with the Ags and went on someone, this Rubik glyph that they were playing around,
Yep.
this save is really nice. Like I really like the ideas that the players in China are coming up with to fight against this Doom. But I think one of the biggest problems is just people are Doom in the first phase on 6-7 and letting themselves get kind of countered.
Yeah.
I feel like Doom is one of those heroes that they've screamed against and with quite a lot prior to the DPC season, and now
It's gotta be.
every single team has a way of dealing with it. It's so obvious. Even like they pick a Doom, instant Centaur Rubik. It happens just so many times.
It's normally like in those regards, like one team plays the Doom in scrims, and then all the other teams play against it and lose to it. And like, wow, we gotta learn Doom.
Yeah, and so they all like pick it up, and then it just does not have the same like impact as before.
And then you start scrimming, like the weaker teams start scrimming each other with the Doom. Like, wow, this Doom we're owning. Like the team that's actually like started Doom in the scrims, they're like, that's not how you're doing it, guys. And also, I think you mentioned the counters. It's a pretty easy hero to counter in regards to scaling and pressure on the map. So yeah, I think it might become a second phase hero.
A hero that feels isn't easily countered or at least figured out is Tree. In the Asta Knight series, we saw Asta let it through, didn't bother first ban phasing it. Knights picked it up and we were like, okay, surely they've let it through because they know how to deal with this. And they ended up losing that game. Obviously not just off the back of the Tree doing well for Knights,
This
but...
was just the tree.
All right, you said it. You said it, I didn't say it.
Completely carried. He went Meteor Hammer to take down the towers, Radiance, and he just walked through the trees and burned everything. Yeah?
Didn't Seb play some mean off-lane treant for a
Yeah,
while?
back in the day.
He did, but that was also when Ench was popular. It was an instant response to the Ench. She could never take your tower, and she was just useless standing there. But yeah, Treant right now looks very similar to that one. As he's buffed up in the lane, he also heals the towers just as well. Not just as well, but nearly. And he prevents you from pushing with Nature's Grasp. So it's not only that, though. Like, the hero gives so much potential on the mid lane, right? Like, you can dive easily.
I mean, that's the main thing. You've seen it so far, I think, paired with Ember twice, which means you, after laning phase, which you 9 times out of 10 can't lose on a Treant Protector with any safe lane carry. If your mid gets to pivot into the jungle, having that living armor, with the build especially, people going 1 point grasp, 2 point seed, and then going for more points living armor after. You used to, back in the day, not care about lead seed and just go grasp. So the fact that you're kind of rushing your living armor more and sacrificing the other spells because you're not playing the hero as I need to stay AFK in my lane. You're now playing the hero as I win my lane and then I like awkwardly walk around the map like this and just help my team. So pairing it with Embers and aggressive heroes enables like the slow pace of a tree, but covered by the Ember.
It's also just kind of like a hero that's I don't want to like flame the players, but it's like kind of idiot proof in the sense of, you know how usually like a team will set up and they'll like gank your hero and they'll try and kill them, right? Tree's armor being able to just be used globally can buy so much time to respond that like it just makes your game so much easier in every single way. You know, slow pushes, slow down ganks, slow down everything, and then on top of that, like you have players like Whitemon and Zephyr from T1 and C, not on that team anymore, but they were always playing the Treant so much, and they were even pushing it further in like his map rotations. They were one of the teams that was able to actually use it to go and rotate on mid a lot and like cut behind towers and stuff and really like just
Aggressively.
be very aggressive on the map, because a lot of people see Tree and they think, oh, sit in one lane and push it out. But
Very passive.
it can be mobile.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we have been seeing yesterday, at least. It's a tree sitting behind a tier 1 tower, healing it up, being annoying. But there was one game where Treant did lose, right, Nat? The one when they got baited by the tree. They defended the tier 1 tower on the bottom lane, and then
Keep talking, I will find
and then
it.
they lost every single team
Yeah,
fight.
it
So
was
it can be a bait as well.
Extreme versus Asta
was.
Ares
There
yesterday,
you go.
game 1.
Yeah.
Got a good memory.
I remember some games from like 5 years ago for no reason, but
What
I
is
can't remember. I ate yesterday. Yeah.
the most prominent further back game that you can remember? Did that even make sense?
It made sense.
Okay,
don't
good.
worry.
Good. I was like, how do I word
Not
this
that
question?
well, but it made
you
sense.
kind of got there.
Go on.
I remember some 2 versus 2 tournament in high school. Like
Oh, gosh.
Okay, that's ages
15
ago.
years
Yeah,
ago.
okay.
How long?
What about pro game? Pro game.
pro game?
Yeah, earliest pro game you can remember. Where you could name the whole lineup and which teams played
Like
which.
mine or some random?
Any, yeah.
Not that far back.
I had to have been born though.
Yeah, probably the Pudge hook. Like that's something that sticks out.
Okay, yeah. that's
Pudge fountain hook.
I don't think I played Dota when that was a thing in the game.
No, I don't think I did either. I think I. Wait, when did you start playing Dota? How many years ago?
2014?
No,
Yeah,
that
I
was
think it's
before.
roughly the same as me as well.
Yeah.
It's like, I think I didn't really watch TI5, but I kind of knew what was happening. But I watched TI3 highlights, and that was like, damn!
You're like, this
And
game.
Exactly, that's really sick. And then TI5 was like finishing after I watched TI3 highlights. I was like, oh, you know, I'll play this game. And then, you know, now I don't play any other game, and it's only Dota, and if I pick up any other game, I don't want to play it because it's not Dota, and now I don't get to enjoy any games because it's Dota. So yeah, thanks.
Dota?
Thanks, Dota.
Thanks, Dota. Thanks for ruining my life.
Literally ruined my gaming life because I physically can't enjoy any other game. But we'll change it for the world. So cheers.
Yeah, you know what's ruining my life? These lobby issues.
Yep.
Because we have to try and fill more and more time.
Charades?
We're not sure what's going on.
We're just having a friendly conversation.
We are.
Can I go over there and just call out who's failing? No, I'm not going to do that. Don't worry.
Oh, I thought you were going to.
I was kinda down.
I was gonna look and see like who is failing to make sure that you weren't gonna flame like anyone.
The
we
wrong
knew.
person. No, I think
Yeah.
it is. I think it is Lacosto. To be honest.
Most likely.
It was B Cup yesterday.
Everyone's
It's
asking to
always
start
the
the lobby, and
casters.
Lacoste's like, nah, sorry.
He's
gotta
actually, yeah,
prepare
pressing-
my memes. You know, yeah. It's not
It's like,
Lacoste.
I only have 8 out of 10 puns ready.
8 out
8
of
out of
10.
10. Okay, everyone is ready. They're going to try again, but we'll see.
Fingers crossed. In the meantime, though, while we're seeing if this lobby does come out, eHome,
Okay.
any fun tidbits on them? Because we were a little bit doom and gloom on Dawn, so I want to look away from that and talk a little bit more on eHome. Any similarities you see between them and who we perceive as the top, like Aster and LGD in their gameplay and playstyle?
I think I lean more just towards MKS. I know we called him the MVP of the last series, but
Yep.
just having that stability on a carry, it's really hard to find. And I think he showed in the Furion game at least, there's a lot of Furion players that just fail miserably under pressure. They TP in, they die, they feel like they have to do more. But I think he only had one death in that series, and he just always stayed with the team in regards to, I will eventually find my entry into their game. So I think just having that in a carry, with the rest of the team being confident, you mentioned Sad's aggression, like that is a scary formula. If they can just find consistency and kind of drafting angles, then they will be this strong contender. Just, I'm looking to see if MKS can repeat it, because again, the Dawn Gaming series, like this is a game where he can pop off once more.
And what about that series? Well, that game more specifically, right? They had that Nature's Prophet, but then Sheep, the Legion Commander, coming out. And you were like, oh, I did not expect to see a Legion Commander, especially on the first day of DPC.
He really likes it. He's like, what's the master tier? Master tier, yeah.
It's one of those
On
big
LT.
tiers, yeah.
And he just likes the hero. It fulfilled a role. Like it was a defensive. It was a very good defensive game for Legion with the purge. But at the same time, like their ability to start a fight constantly, she was getting the best picks possible. I think like this in part is something else you can do, right? Get the carry, duel them down, kill them. But they played really well around Vision. That's something I really liked from eHome. I thought their warding was fantastic. Just the entire series they played. Like they would do really good invasions of the enemy jungle and put down deep wards. They would just play around their wards really well and make really good smokes off the back of them. Like that was something that would impress me. Like when you talk about comparing them to the top teams, I think that was like a highlight of their gameplay that allowed them to steamroll. And then on top of that, like it synergized really well with their drafts. Like when they utilized the disruptors and got those glimpses off. It was all off the back of all of this stuff synergizing together because they were just playing well.
Yeah, and that Legion game, it was a particularly good Legion game for them, but they also had so much global potential to follow up with all the dual kills, right? And I believe the Legion was leaning into a disruptor, so he couldn't do anything. Also, there was a Bat Rider in the game that was played against the Legion, so it was one of those picks. Yeah, the hero might not be the best hero in the meta, but it's the perfect game for the Legion.
I feel like Legion, though, is a hero that people sleep on in regards to what you can do in lane, because you just exist. Like, there's a lot of offlaners that under pressure, you need to retreat from the lane if you're not playing like the tankier heroes. But Legion is that I sit in my lane, any hero behind me, you can either drag waves, get me levels, or you have a ranged hero playing. But it's like near impossible to kill unless your enemy has like the most like kill-hungry style of combo. So I think Legion is this. You sit there, you will eventually just move through the tower with a catapult wave, and the rest of your lineup will come. So that's why like the Pangolier, the Fury, and these heroes will enable a Legion to play off lane, because Legion will exist, and the other two heroes will make the map moves, will make the pressure. So I think we will see more Legion Commander, because once you start seeing like the slower carries, the more, hey, what are you gonna do? Or like these supports that like a silencer, right? It's a very meta support, like Treant Protector as well. It's like you're there, but you're slapping a Legion, you're not gonna ever take them away. So I think Legion, it was maybe a surprise, but it shouldn't be. I think this hero has a lot more
So you
merit.
see more Legion being picked.
I'm
Yeah,
hyped.
later-
You
That's
hyped
what
me
you're
up. You hyped me
saying.
up, by the way. If I don't
Thank
see
you.
more Legion Commander, I'm
When I say more, I mean like
at least
minimum
two more
games.
times. Yeah.
Like,
I knew exactly what you
it's
meant.
not going to be
yeah.
some like
If-
40 game hero. It's going to
Yeah,
be
it
like
has to be banned all the
Exactly,
time.
yeah.
I knew what you meant.
Thank you.
By
Thanks for
that, it would be
picking
like
up.
2 or 3 games.
Thank
yeah.
you. Thank you.
No, but I'm still excited for that to see if teams are able to slot it into the right games and the right times. There was another lobby crash, so Sheep, I will give you the option. We're going to take a vote. You can we can either throw to a break or we can play charades to fill in time.
We
It's
can play
fully up to you.
charades.
It's fully
Alright,
up to you.
Send me in.
Okay.
I'll do
I'm
it.
gonna drink some water then.
Yep.
Once
You
I-
actually want to do charades?
Yep.
All right, this is for you guys at home as well. She's going to take up her headset. She's going to act out a Dota hero while we wait for this lobby to connect. And then we all get to guess what it is.
Okay. I'll have to choose my hero.
You actually just load up the hero.
Yeah.
Look
Well,
at
we
the screen.
can't look
Look
because
at the
Don't
screen.
look
Look
at
at the
the
screen.
screen.
We will have
Don't
a
look.
look.
But
I'm just enjoying the.
I have to remember what heroes are in the game, otherwise I'll
You
remember
load up their
like
animations
3.
too to get the perfect. Or we good
Cool.
on that one. All right. So I
Yeah,
won't look.
okay.
I won't look.
I won't
Okay.
look either, although I'll still
I'll
get
just
it
look
wrong.
at Lizard.
And then she has to take up her headset
Alright.
and put it in my hand and put it down. Otherwise, you'll
Did you
deafen
choose?
people.
She
There you
chose.
go.
She
ca-
chose. Oh, I got it.
There we go.
All right. The poor cameraman. The poor cameraman
This,
is like.
this lighting is perfect. There we go. Go
Oh
on.
gosh, she needs space. She said. Is she gonna cartwheel?
Oh, it's Oh, can I guess it straight away?
Oh, Primal Beast.
Yeah. Are we allowed to? I had it, but like, are we
He
allowed to?
definitely had it.
I don't want Twitch chat to be like, no, my prediction. You know.
You get that point for sure.
That's
But yeah, I reckon next time we just shout it out.
That's fair. All right. Okay. Is it
Okay.
Lizard's turn now, or are we?
No,
good?
we just shout.
Is it just Sheep?
It's
Okay,
fine.
go
I
on,
think
Sheep.
Sheep just wants to keep
No,
acting.
she
it.
has the animacy.
She's
don't
definitely
worry.
the best actress out of all of us. I'm waiting for like a backflip to come out. She's skipping? Stomping? What?
Okay. Pointing at something. She's riding
Is that a horse?
Are you
a horse?
Chen?
You okay with
Hand of God? No.
I feel like we're about to get.
Centaur.
No,
I
it's
feel
too
like
gallopy.
Couple Lacoste is about to like
Yeah.
run in and tell us what it is.
Keeper of the light.
It's
You're now
definitely
swimming?
not
You're now
Coddle. It's definitely not
swimming?
Coddle. Something was bouncing. Okay, something was bouncing, and she is riding a mount.
Is it? It's not,
Oh, not riding a
you're
mount.
not riding a mount. So why are you galloping?
The hero gallops.
No, just.
Why? I gotta whisper in my ear.
What?
I have no idea.
Dude, I feel like Twitch chat is screaming at us. No. Keep going. Keep
No.
going. No. Oh, will you ever tell us? Oh, it was Leshrac. Okay.
But what was this?
It was
That
bouncing.
was the lightning.
Bouncing.
That was
Yeah,
the lightning. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I get it.
We should have known that
Nah,
one.
yeah, we should. Ah, well.
Next one.
Go on. Did you want to do it here?
She needs the space.
Sure.
Oh,
That's Pangolier.
Pangolier.
That's
Swatch.
Pangolier.
she
Yes.
did roll! It is Pango.
There we go.
Amazing. Are you doing another one?
Go on. What's this?
She's fishing.
Dawnbreaker?
Dawnbreaker, yeah.
I mean, when you break the neck with the movement, instantly, that's Dawnbreaker. Yep, lobby still not made yet.
Yeah, I was going to wait for it to do one more attempt at reconnecting, and if it
That's
doesn't,
fair.
then we'll probably throw to a break.
That's
but
fair,
you got
yeah.
until one more
No,
reconnect.
to be fair, Sheep does have another 115 heroes to go through, so it's perfectly fine. What the heck? What?
Oh, Tidehunter!
Tidehunter.
Ah,
That
okay.
was good. That was good.
I didn't
I
think
like
we were
that one.
using taunts now. That's like a whole other level.
Anything to guess the hero.
That's fair. I was like, who swims backwards in Dota? What spell is this? It's like waveform.
Next,
but
next she's going to pop an egg out.
yeah. Damn.
Damn!
Sheep. Oh, it's Darkseer. Hey!
That was good.
I was more like, was he,
Yeah,
like,
this I
was he
didn't
bench
understand.
pressing right now?
All right, you got one more because I don't think this lobby's going to go through. So I'll give you one more before we jump to a break.
Oh,
Yeah, for all your homies?
Oh,
Meepo.
okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Okay, get out of here. Okay, we are still having some lobby issues. I appreciate everyone sticking with us. We are going to jump to a break. When we come back, it's going to be straight into draft, though, whenever that does happen. So see you soon. We have been blessed with a draft. The lobby has gone through and we are a little bit underway with it. We knew that Dawn Gaming had that opening pick. When the draft does come up though, you guys will see that Mirana was picked up by them, and unsurprisingly, the tree very much banned out.
Yeah, we have two bans that are interesting on eHome. Well, two bans overall, the Tusk and the Primal Beast, I would say. The other two, Lina and the Treant. You guys don't see it. You will see it in a second.
You don't think
Tusk is standard as hell, man.
Yeah.
I think, okay, he's ban worthy, sure.
Yeah.
But we've seen a lot of teams just let him go through.
Yeah.
In regards to bans wise, I think it's only been banned out once. I think in first phase. Every other time, it's just been ignored.
Ignored or picked.
Or
right?
picked.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
a tree comes in, you don't really want to pick Tusk, or the team picks Tusk. So
And also teams were focused on banning out some nastier heroes. Brood, Enigma, these kind of guys.
I mean,
They're still in.
It seems just tailored to teams. Like the only ones I see is like 100% is just Lina and Treant, and then everything else is like depending on team.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the other thing that's pretty staple is the Death Prophet, which is picked up by eHome as well in conjunction with the Tiny 2.
yeah, I'm just a big Death Prophet enthusiast. Honestly, at this point, back in the day, you know, I mean, like half a year ago. It was this position 5 hero that could maybe go to offlane if you really want to, but now it's just like, it's just a really good mid or offlane. If it's offlane, it's Greaves, and you're buying a cloak, and then you're just playing the game that way. And if you're mid, you're then just going phase BKB. So there's 2 different playstyles, but both of them are tanky tower hitters. There's no quirkiness happening. And yeah, in regards to eHome, when you're second pick, you pick up the Tiny or the Tusk or the Primal Beast or any of these 4s with the Death Prophet. You flex it to the very end, and for Dawn at least, their draft, they started with this Mirana's first pick because they didn't want eHome to take it. eHome have already presented themselves being a strong Mirana team. So I'm like, sure, you take away Mirana, but then eHome now has like a really strong, robust lineup that doesn't care at all about Mirana. Like in lane, doesn't care about it. In the game, they're going to be grouped up. So there's not going to be this like pick-off style of play that you kind of want with a Mirana. So yeah, so far drafting-wise, I think I greatly prefer eHome's opening just because I'm a Death Prophet enthusiast.
I'm getting PTSD, man. eHome did this before. They did this before. They had the DP, the enemy had an Ember, they had a DK. It's coming. The Dragon Knight is
push.
coming.
True,
Yeah, the push.
You're seeing the push strat happening
I'm seeing
again?
it.
I mean, you see it with the bans, right? From Dawn, they're respecting some of these group-up style of heroes, be it Leshrac in mid, the Shadow Fiend in the safe lane. They are scared of eHome grouping up, and I think Sheep mentioning this DK, you're going to have to think about it, especially against these Embers. Any of that instant stun is going to be super critical.
There's nothing better than playing a Mirana into a push strat. You just stand there behind the tower, throw an arrow every
I killed the
once in a
catapult,
while.
guys. Woo!
I killed the Carti, and that's pretty much it. It's not your Rubik, it's not your tree, it's not any of these heroes that can actually defend properly. Yeah, you can pull the creeps because you have that leap, right? Like you can pull into safety, but overall it's not the best hero to play against that, and eHome might capitalize on it.
We also saw this Ember Mirana replied to in another game already by the Abaddon, and I think it could fit nicely into eHome if they want to do that, because you have Tiny potentially on your pos 4 who's going to be that playmaking support for you, so it's okay to pick something more defensive if that floats your boat.
Yeah, it's like they have Abaddon for the tankiness, or they can go for like a Disruptor that they've done before against Ember.
Yep.
Just go for even more fight. You already have Death Prophet who goes so central to engagements that a Death Prophet can just happily get these free glimpses off. So I think that's actually a pretty underrated combo of just Death Prophet Disruptor because of how well-positioned Death Prophet often
Look
is.
at the bans, though.
That's a nice little DK ban. Again, respecting
No.
they're going to push us out of the game quite quickly.
Well, that's okay, because eHome showed in game 2 that they can play multiple play styles. They're
Yeah.
good.
I do want to talk a little bit more about Dawn, the way you want to see their draft go, because that was one of the issues last time they played, that it felt that they had a strong opener and then they just went a completely different way in the second phase of the draft. So what consistency do you want to see from their next few picks?
Just normal standard picks from them, nothing crazy. I don't want to see, I don't know, some Skyrat plus Zeus plus Nature's Prophet now. I don't want to see 4 backline heroes plus an Ember having his own sideshow. I want to see a compact draft. It doesn't matter, to be honest, to me anymore. I just want to see a normal draft. Maybe a Legion that we talked about before Disruptor has been picked. It's a really good position 5 versus a Mirana. We've talked about this extensively. So maybe something that can deal with the Thunderstrike on the offlane would be decent for them. Something that doesn't care that much about the Static Storm as well, or the Glimpses.
I would like to see just fighting damage. Like, you look at eHome, you've seen them play this before. They are going to run at you with their heroes.
No.
It's okay.
The Nature's Prophet itself isn't
Okay,
bad.
itself is
Yeah,
fine.
Yeah,
There's
it's
explanation. To it, it's
yeah,
fine.
for sure.
Yeah.
It's more if it's followed up by that Skyrath.
I would like something like a Clockwork for them. Something that is just melee. It can set up for the arrow. It can play with the Ember. Like, you want to have, like, as well, because Clockwork has such far reach for catch, and then your natures can TP in. Like, make some synergy happen. Like a Nyx Assassin works the same way. I would just like something that, like, you find heroes, you connect heroes in, you're good. That's what I want. Just something, just help set up this arrow.
Some brawling
Something
position
close
4,
fights.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that can also come in the offlane, but in regards to Dawn's Furion pick, like, if it wasn't Dawn picking it, I don't think we'd have these issues, just because Furion against Death Prophet is very good. Okay,
It's fine.
you have to, okay.
Please tell us.
Please, go
give
ahead.
the respect towards the heroes that they got, right? It's like Furion is very good against Death Prophet in lane,
Yes.
and it will prevent them from playing. Also very good against Tiny. You can't do tossbacks because you're trees. And now they pick a Dazzle as well. It's we mentioned in the pre-show we want Dawn to be able to do something in lane and to convert on it. They've now just picked heroes, or at least Dazzle Furion, if they're in the same lane, that should just slaughter a Tiny Death Prophet. And we've mentioned how Death Prophet in a hard game you need to help this is a really disastrous lane if Dawn play it correctly, because these heroes are just the get out of my lane style. Of course, eHome can still flex Death Prophet to mid and find a new solution to this. But if eHome don't flex it, then of course it goes well for Dawn. But I am still a little bit scared for Dawn, at least, that they now need the correct lane setup to get their draft online. And then you just pick up a Kunkka and go super defensive, and Dawn runs into it, and it's really hard to kill. But
It's
again,
very simple now to
emphasizing
defend as
side
well.
lanes,
Like
yeah.
on one side, you'll have that Prophet with ulti pushing. The split push will not be possible from the Nature's Prophet because you have Kunkka defending all the time. Some hero such as Alchemist as well for eHome right now would round their draft up really nicely on that position 1.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to see damage from the picks on Dawn, is because now I'm looking at a team fight where Death Prophet is impossible to kill. You have a Tiny who's a pretty tanky support. You have a Kunkka who's putting run buff on your team in every fight. And I don't understand where the damage is meant to come from Dawn. They have very shaky ways of setting up arrows. Like their initiation is pretty much non-existent for like if you buy BKB on eHome, how is Dawn controlling anyone? Right? Like I just see so many holes that concern me. They're going to need a lot out of this
What
last
is the
pick.
most important, I guess, issue that they're facing that you should try and address because you can't address it all?
I think for Dawn at least, they have speed on their side. Their heroes aren't locked into anything, whilst for eHome at least, if DP has a bad lane, then they're relying on Kunkka to be the primary kind of engager. Sure, Disruptor Tiny can play together, but Dawn will be bringing every hero. Like, this is a lineup that they need 5 heroes to win these early fights. So I still think, eHome's draft is super clean, super defensive, will come online nicely. But there is a scenario where if they are outpaced, Kunkka needs to do everything for eHome, where maybe Dawn can look to try and pressure that, be it
I
with
feel like
a good
Dawn,
offlane that
I
rotates
completely
in.
agree with you if I didn't see Dawn play yesterday. Like Dawn's draft is good in a way in which
It's like a high skill.
It's a high skill. It's a little bit more difficult to execute. Meanwhile, on eHome, like that Prophet historically has been one of the easiest heroes to play with. That Prophet and Dragonite. It just gives this convergence point to the whole team. We're gonna push once I pop my ulti. Everyone needs to be there, right? Meanwhile, on Dawn, it's like there's a Dazzle, there's a Mirana,
This person
there's
needs to
an
be there, and
Ember.
this sets up, and then that, and this
What's
touch.
happening? And now they get just a frontliner that's actually allowing them to run in and out of fights, but you are playing into X marks the spot as well.
And Disruptor.
Glimpse.
And Disruptor Glimpse, which isn't that great, but they did need a frontliner of sorts. So
A little bit okay with it in terms of, like, let's say it wasn't Dawn Gaming that was playing this lineup. Do you have a little bit of faith in it, or it's like doesn't matter who's playing
If I
it?
fully ignore teams,
Yeah.
I still prefer eHome's lineup just because of if you overcome that potential speed aspect of this Ember lineup, you will
Stampede,
always be very comfortable. But, Stampede. But yes, I think even with last pick as well, so for Dawn at least, like they pick up the Centaur, you've got Kunkka, you've got the Disruptor. I like the fact that actually Lina, wait, no, I'm stupid, that was the first ban. I was reading the bans the wrong way around for a second.
Yeah, no, MK was the last ban.
I was like, did Lina get last ban? It did.
That would be crazy.
It didn't, yeah.
But for eHome, like carry-wise, they could just pick up some. Is Terrorblade still available? Yeah, some like Terrorblades, just some big hitter, illusion-style hero that skips out the waves. Dawn goes aggressive, but you play behind them. If they do want to be at your tower, you got a Kunkka there.
One great thing about the Centaur is that it's making this last big carry a little bit more difficult, I suppose, for eHome, right? Because the lane itself, Mirana plus Centaur, that can be
What are you looking at?
a little scarier.
I was checking for a Slark ban as well.
What
Like
about
they,
there isn't one.
Bloodseeker. Just another hero that like really stops the Centaur ult from having any impact.
I would really like
dude,
to
that would
see
be
them.
hype actually. You rupture into the
Glimpse.
glimpse with an X mark.
Oh
It's like,
my
ba, 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 ba,
God.
and they go for the Slark. Bang. All right, cool. Good stuff. Good stuff, eHome.
Yeah.
Nice pick.
Oh, why did you like the Slark? Why were you looking for to see if it was banned or still in the pool?
Because
Maybe no
originally, Terrorblade was skipping waves, but like they don't have stuns, so Slark now feels better. You actually have some more laning threat against Centaur because you now have Slark plus Disruptor. You're never going to push Centaur out of lane, but he gets to exist. And in the scenario that Dawn does get some perfect early game, they don't have the perfect damage to lock a hero down, kill them, and then Slark just gets shard, boom, depth shroud, you're not going to kill him. So I think just Slark just covers you from the Dawn might run us over a little bit style, and just 15 minutes into the game, Slark buys 1 shard, and we'll be able to completely disrupt that. So yeah, I like eHome's draft a lot.
Alright.
It's a 8
All
out
for
of 10.
eHome. Oh, I was going to ask that, and you did. without me.
Preemptively, I saw the
Yeah.
look. I was like, yeah, it's
8 out of 10. Lizard, very quickly, some of your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with eHome as well. I think Slark.
That's the only thought.
Slark definitely fixes some of their problems. It gives them a little bit of that late game potential. The lane itself is good. It's good versus Mirana. Like even the Grave doesn't work that amazingly against him. Overall, on Prophet, you can always hunt him down. So.
All you home.
Yeah, I like Ehome too. I like how they played before. I'm also going to be watching this Slark Centaur lane because Centaur is a hero with a surprising amount of burst damage. So.
All right, very quickly as we're heading into this, what is a win for Dawn, assuming that they can't win
Just
the game?
play a normal game of Dota.
All right, perfect. I like that. A normal game of Dota. We'll see if it's going to happen, though, as we're jumping into game one. It's B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much, Nat. As we come into this game, everybody's going for eHome. Are you going for eHome, or are we going to Caster's Curse this?
I saw 3 picks, and I'm like, yeah, this is eHome, winning the draft already. I mean, Dawn can still win this one. It's a draft that doesn't rely on any of the cooldowns, so they can play very aggressive. I think they have, like, a bit of a global potential here and there, but they got counterpicked. You have this Slark that's gonna leash you, so Centaur ulti not as good. You have a Glimpse, you have X mark the spot, so a bit difficult to play. I think Dazzle can also get close because he's playing against all of this burst damage, so might be a bit too difficult. And on eHome, I've been very impressed the way they played against IG, the way they moved around the map. I had no expectations seeing this team, you know, being formed. Something with eHome as a brand. Like this is the coolest brand, I would say, in Dota for me, because I know them for so long. And yeah, this seems like the better iteration of eHome in the best, I would even say, in the last couple of years.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, just by seeing this game one, they look pretty solid.
Even better than Shiro and Planet and that team being on eHome?
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
No,
it's just
you look stunned. It's like you took this personally.
a little bit. I mean, it was one series. I was very invested for one series.
I am. I can see the potential.
Okay. You know what? That's fair enough.
Could be slightly biased because of tiny player. His name is Salad. He's also holding 2 Observer Awards. Not sure what this is about, but I guess we'll find out.
Okay, so let's take a look. You're talking about Salad. He's got X's ward. Did you see that? Stealing a ward?
He stole a ward.
Imagine
if you can
They
steal.
dropped it mid and he picked it up. Oh, yeah.
All right, we're gonna see it.
Look. Dun 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 dun.
Oh, it was MKS who actually stole it.
Yeah. Free ward. Dude, you know how much net worth that is?
It's good. It's good. It should give you something else other than just vision.
Yeah. If you steal a ward, it should give,
like
it should
2
give double
damage.
range. It should give double vision range. It should really make you feel bad. Or indestructible. How about that?
Yeah, you can't deward it. That's great.
Yeah, if you steal the ward, it should be undewardable.
Salad gonna pull the wave. They can't really play the lane early on. It's a lot of harassment, a lot of right clicks. Nature's Prophet with the Treants. Dazzle, very annoying with the Poison Touch early on. So gotta be careful, and that's why Salad is pulling the wave back. They also forced Zhao Yu to TP out. Man, I'm big a fan of this Wraith Band meta. Wraith Band on that Prophet.
Is this the better Wraith Pact version? Wraith Band?
Not as good, but as a starting item, pretty solid.
More value. Maybe. Hopefully. I don't know. You didn't agree with that one, so I kind of got concerned really quickly. You ever just
you
have
needed confirmation.
Yeah, I needed immediate confirmation. Or my thoughts just are no confidence.
How's mid doing? Mid, 8 CS on Kunkka, 8 CS on Ember Spirit. I think slightly favored in this matchup when it comes down to harassment once you get to that level 3, level 5. But yeah, you do have water runes. Also, I think Kunkka should get more region from the water bottle. One water rune once he bottles it. Same goes for Morphling.
You think just because they are like surrounded by water all the time?
Yeah.
So we're going by like Pokemon rules.
We had that. We don't want to have that in game. There was a time where Brewmaster Fire thing. Oh, Dazzle might be in trouble.
In some trouble. Spirit Siphon, a couple of shots, but gets under the tower. A-OK. MS moving from 1 position to 5 position. Tough task.
Not what we usually see. We've seen from Team Spirit, Toronto, Tokyo, moving from position 2 to position 5, which is also something that doesn't happen. Another good toss back from Salad.
Yeah, he's looking like he should be okay, but the Crypt Swarm, and again, has that wand, able to survive. It's damage. No kills yet, no first blood, but MS needs to be very careful. Constantly getting tossed up back towards the Death Prophet. LWW. Just taking some shots there from Dacres. I have a question. You're so big on that eHome brand. You love eHome. Were you devastated when for 26 hours they were United Gaming or United Esports?
I didn't even know that happened. For 26 hours, yeah, I missed that. I was on vacation though, 26 hours.
Yeah,
was not paying attention to Dota.
Their whole registration got moved over to United Esports or Gaming or whatever it was. They have the number 4 registration number, and all of a sudden it got changed. So all the old heroic items, the ones you got dropped from in-game,
yeah,
if a triple kill or something like that happened, they all said United Esports on them instead of eHome. The brand was wiped. And then I don't know what happened, but it went back to being eHome.
Yeah, eHome just way too good.
We
also
change.
had, Misery, Ducky, maybe even 1437 back in the days. They were called E Not Home when they first went to China. I think maybe they had something to do with the eHome brand, but yeah, I'll hold that thought. Salad.
Yeah, toss up again, right onto the Death Prophet, and the body blocks are nice enough to get first blood. Salad looking to not get traded. Running for the treants. It's about 1 shot from Deb, but he pops a salve, and he should be A-OK. And he'll just get followed. But
he doesn't have
out.
mana. Maybe it would be a better choice if Tiny died there. Never mind. He does have Clarity come in and Ring of Region, so that's going to be Tranquil Boots done. Tiny, as a position 4, he consumes so much mana. You need to have constant clarities running mangoes. Salad, they're going to scout things out. They're playing behind the tier 1 tower, but the bottom
lane, Son Goku in trouble. The kinetic field gets up. Starstorm used. MKS is going to get a kill here on a Son Goku. He'll run away from the Mirana, and it's an easy little combo there to get themselves the kill. But the arrow landing on a LWW, and that should be a kill there for the side of Dawn Gaming.
Docker's getting the most out of it. Ooh, that boat misses. I don't think it would be enough anyway to get the kill.
Could have been close, but yeah. Lacking for sure. MS again. Spirit Siphon. They've got the Avalanche. One's on both heroes, so MS is going to struggle a little bit. Shadow Wave, the damage will be enough. Salad getting the kill there on MS as it's 3-1 for eHome. And you talked about it. You said eHome looking really good. Mid lane again, though. Knight getting chased by X. He'll be hit with the X as Knight tries to run and can't be safe under his own tier 1.
That's the power of Ember Spirit coming back with the TP scroll, full mana, full HP, and managing to get a kill. But yeah, eHome making all the right moves, and they should be pretty happy that MS swapped from position 1 to position 5, because you would rather have position 5 with 0-2-0 than a carry with the same score.
Yeah, but I mean, that means he's going to be dying on a position 1 like that. I don't know if he's playing Dazzle Pause 1 if he's not the 5, right? Being in these odd positions. I'm trying to bail my boy MS out. You can't,
Can't call him out like that.
Yeah,
you can see a different mentality, just judging by his items. Full Magic Wand on position 5 Dazzle.
Yeah.
Like, usually you don't see that, but he wants to have, something. Right now, level 3, really struggling. Probably going to go with the Shallow Grave for now, keeping a point. They're going to make a move, smoked, but they're underneath the ward.
I think MS just moved to position 5 because he's got all the Crimson Witness stuff for this Dazzle.
Yeah.
He wants to show off the
And he also
cosmetics.
wanted to smoke immediately. MS means must smoke. So
right.
Here they come.
I heard that somewhere.
He put up another point in Poison Touch. Smoke broke. Salad doing a good job.
Just be in there. Easiest job. Just be there.
Break the smoke.
Yeah. Rolling out. Poison Touch on to LWW, but the toss right onto this Death Prophet again. Slight comes in from X. They should have a kill here on the MS. It's an easy one-shot. Salad gonna run, but he'll end up being taken out by the Nature's Prophet. The swipe from X kills off LWW. And Zhao Yu will run away after popping this Exorcism.
They're not going to get anything out of Exo. They did manage to kill Dazzle. They try to get the same number of heroes in the top lane. They saw the smoke, but in the end, they lose the trade, losing both position 4 and 5, and only getting Dazzle out of that. Plus also losing the Exo.
So a lot of positives for Dawn Gaming in that sense.
It was a big Nature's Prophet ulti.
Yeah. Check that. Well, how much damage did he do? Oof, they both hit 1,400. Wow. Well, 1,300. I round up. Whatever's closest. But it was still a lot of damage done by both the Ember and the Nature's Prophet. Obviously, that Wrath of Nature, like you said, doing a lot of damage in that exchange. But eHome, their lanes are still going really well.
Yeah, you can see Slark at 55, CS 57 on top 3 pretty much are all eHome in terms of CS.
Smoke broken again. Sleight of Fist Searing Chains with an arrow. Avalanche hits 2, but Salad is going to die here with Siuman coming over to get the kill with Dakres. And that's that easy movement you have from the Nature's Prophet to get into these kills, get involved a little bit.
Mirana does have like 3 good heroes to play with. Most importantly, that's going to be Ember Spirit with the Searing Chains. You can always move around the map, go for a kill, like Centaur once he picks up a Blink Dagger. Even Nature's Prophet with the Sprout is a relatively good setup for an arrow.
So that was Midas picked up for the Nature's Prophet. Yeah, going Maelstrom next. You like this build?
Well, you asked me the same question yesterday or 2 days ago.
I run on repeat.
No, I mean, it depends on the game. Nature Prophet's talents are really good, so Hand of Midas does make sense. Like, once you get to level 20, level 25, it scales well. But sometimes, like, because I've seen a lot of the Hawk Nature's Prophet carry during the last TI, and he was just going in ham, most of the time skipping Hand of Midas, just going into Maelstrom or Orchid as a first item, depending on the game. Like, it really depends what you have and how the first, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 minutes of the game play out, and then you figure out, oh, the other lanes are going well, maybe we need a faster Orchid to keep double Poison Touch.
Yeah, that had some range to it. Sleight of Fist Searing Chains with the Remnant coming over. The arrow lands on a Salad. They should be able to get both. But the Torrent comes in. Knight's going to try and stop this. Zhao Yu surviving with the Exorcism. X needs to run. He's under the guise of the Moonlight Shadow, able to get a Remnant away, but pulled back via the X. X ends up dying thanks to X. It's a lot of X going on.
We had, MS also almost drops. He was down to 15 HP. Good rotation. Zhao Yu using the second Exorcism. The first one, they didn't get too much out of it. But yeah, the second one getting 2 kills. It was a godlike Poison Touch from Dazzle to set things up.
Yeah. This game is like that last game we did, hold on, Avalanche, toss, Static Storm with Kinetic Field, so you can't go back towards the tower, forcing him into a different position. Glimpse, though. Dr. steps back into the Static Storm. The Wrath of Nature comes in, doesn't get the kill on the Disruptor. As meanwhile, you've got Zhao Yu up in the top lane, trying to run from 3 heroes, but won't be able to do so, and X gets another kill.
In the mid lane, not the best execution when it comes down to combo Static Storm with the toss back. It's very easy if you are playing Kunkka or Disruptor. Pay attention. It's 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4. And that's how you do it. It's
I'm
very
shocked to use
easy.
Mississippi.
It's the best word.
Yeah.
It's scientifically proven.
It's a good state.
I just made that up, but if you add, like, yeah, the scientists agree on, like, the Oxford studies, like, guaranteed.
You read Oxford studies?
I do. In my free time when I'm not playing Dota.
About Mississippi. All right, I mean, that's fair. A lot of X's in this game, by the way. We had XXS. We had a lot of X's in that game. Now we've got X. X marks the spot. Exorcism. Arrow. Not hitting. It does not land. That was Guardian Greaves being built by the Death Prophet, by the way. So you've been liking this item.
This item is going to be in every single game. Someone eventually is going to get it either from the off lane if the suits hero well, or from position 4. Just a great item. Got buffed. The mech very cheap. It's 100 mana. I did have this conversation with the Fog the other day when mech was like 200, 250 mana. It's like, yeah, I can use mech, but I can't use my other abilities. So big buffs to mech in general, and also Wraith Pack got nerfed, so you need kind of a team fight item.
Exorcism bottom, Static Storm, and the Kinetic Field. Stampede's not going to run through that Kinetic Field, so the Exorcism doing a lot of damage. Has MS for some help, as well as Dockery's coming over with the Moonlight Shadow. But Avalanche lands on a X2. Remnant forward, he's under the Seeds of Serenity, so LWW trying to survive, but won't be able to do so. Arrow doesn't land, X gets the kill there. And 4 heroes down bottom for Dawn. And we won't find anything else, but this is another Exorcism that really doesn't do anything.
Yeah, Slark was not in that fight. He did have a TP. I'm wondering if he wants to join, if they want to defend. He does have Falcon Blade and Diffusal, so he has double blades ready to take a fight for now, just having that one permanent agility from the laning stage.
That kill on Centaur.
Right now, underneath the ward from Dawn, scouting things out.
So, still looking to fight. Ooh, Son Goku goes in and gets the stun on a Zhao Yu. Ghost Ship is not really going to do anything, but that was, I believe, Blink reveal?
On a
the
Centaur,
yeah.
yeah. Also, very interesting build on X. We don't see that on Ember Spirit anymore. Especially, like, we did see it in certain games when, like, okay, Ember's having a good time, you're playing against heroes that have a lot of HP, that you want to reduce the healing. So against this mech, against the Spirit Siphon, it's good, but I don't remember seeing it. I guess he thinks that Nature's Prophet's going to go for more of a right-click oriented build, so having that Spirit Vessel is going to help them out take these earlier fights.
MKS coming down towards bottom as the tower dies. He's also got Zhao Yu nearby. Silence lands, but Slark's not able to stay with Dakare. So now over on the side, Salad in some trouble. The Remnant back and forth. They get the kill on this Tiny. They'll look over at LWW with the Starstorm coming down, but MKS gets killed there on a Dakare. They'll bring him back with the X. They'll land the turret. The Static Storm comes through. Son Goku, though, gets out of it, gets the Stampede. One more shot needed, but it's a Crypt Swarm from Zhao Yu to take away the dominating spree of X. Another
Oh,
X.
looking at MS,
Son Goku.
he does not have a point in Shallow Grave as a position 5 Dazzle. Level 8,
Another
you need
X.
at least 1 point.
Looking like they want to go. He keeps throwing these X's, this Goat Ship, the poking, the prodding. They didn't commit, though, under the tower. Now they've got Guardian Greaves to work with. By the way, Sark is ultra farmed. He's about to have Axe.
Once he gets that Axe, he can freely go in. He's really not afraid of any of the abilities, pretty much. He can dodge everything. They don't have this instant silence. They do have a stun from a Centaur, but if you're fast enough, like, you can still get your Dark Pact off before.
But yeah, 17 minutes in, he's about to have Falcon Blade, Diffusal Blade, and Axe. Pounce leashes up Siumang, who I believe broke the leash with the Ironwood Branch, and it's not going to help him to get out, though. There's still the Kinetic Field, and they'll get the kill.
Cute little play, but he saw Disruptor coming in, and he's like, yeah, I already know I'm dead. So that Aghanim Scepter is going to be a big deal, because Slark can go for these pickoffs on the side lanes. Dazzle, still no point in Grave. He's saving up for a shard. Very close to it.
Yeah, he's got the gold. But it is Grave Watch 2023. We'll see when he gets it. I'll report in.
He just got it.
I'll keep my screen on Dazzle, see if he gets Grave. No, he doesn't have Grave yet. I'm watching. My eyes are on him. Well, he's almost level 9. You think he gets it here, level 9?
He should have gotten it way before.
What level? 2? 3?
Maybe even 4, because his lane didn't go too well. I mean, they were not fighting. Let's see what he gets.
Ooh.
Still thinking about it. It's tempting. Lower the cooldown on Shadow Wave by 1 second, or get another spell.
The Obs is pointing. Which one do you want, Obs? I see you pointing. Do you want Shadow Wave? Do you want Shallow Grave?
Now he wants
he wants the
to
Shadow
go
Wave.
all in. We get
He got the
Grave.
Grave,
in the end.
hey!
8 knots and full ahead.
Couple claps there. Finally got the Grave. We'll see how that works out, because I feel like there are definitely a couple situations where Grave would have like turned the fights.
He could have saved Ember Spirit definitely there, but maybe he was thinking, oh, there's going to be Nature's Prophet with his treants. The more units means more damage coming out from Shadow Wave.
Here we go. Avalanche comes in. Static Storm's going to be down on a 2. Kinetic Field's going to keep the Dazzle nearby. The arrow comes in. Salad's getting a little bit low. The Remnant forward, they get the kill on a Salad and LWW. Siamon gets themselves 2, and then they'll take out Dakres. It's MKS who's now on a killing spree. He's got this Axe to work with, so we'll see if they want to come over and look for more. Son Goku thinking about going in with a Blink, but with Exorcism going, it might be a little bit difficult. MKS goes over to MS, gets the kill on the Dazzle. 2 heroes dead on the side of both Dawn Gaming as well as eHome, with the Remnant back onto the high ground. X able to walk away from this one.
Yeah, we haven't seen the full potential of Slark in this one. Yeah, a lot of time being leashed by Slark, and also interesting pickup by Kunkka. BKB into Shard. I don't think I remember seeing this build. It's good to pull out Nature's Prophet. Oh.
And pounce out.
You can pull Nature's Prophet out of his Sprout if he's trying to play it defensively. You have Torrent to work with. It's a good way to disrupt the fight. It's also a good way to, like, against the Stampede. Even though they don't need it, they do have Glimpse, and they also have X-Mark. So Centaur ulti is not going to be as powerful. Shard picked up by Slark. So he's going to be able to save people with it and also have another saving for himself.
Ooh, BKB popped by the Nature's Prophet. And Son Goku, he is just starting to take some pretty good right clicks here from MKS, who will finish him off. Slowly but surely, he was getting those stacks of the Essence Shift. He's at 30 right now.
Oh, he wants to take a fight like right now.
Yeah.
Probably pinging it, guys.
Guys, get together.
Take this tower.
BKB was used by
ready to
Nature's
go.
Prophet. Let's get in this. He's searching. He wants to be starting something. Yeah. So we'll see what he does. Instead, he'll take the tier 2 tower. That works out. Outpost available now. Double damage available bottom. As MS is working with that trusty shovel. Should hit level 10 off this. X Grace coming over. Remnant and an arrow just to make sure that they can. Ooh, pounce into the arrow.
They don't have enough damage. If Centaur was there, plus a Nature's Prophet, maybe, but yeah. Straight into Roche Pit, Zhao Yu using that level 2 Exorcism. Let's see if Dawn Gaming decides to contest this one. Seems like they're not going to do it.
So, Aegis here for eHome. They are really rolling. I will say, though, the Nature's Prophet's got a lot of farm, keeping up with the Slark, who felt like he was free-farming for so long. It's Maelstrom, BKB, and Midas. Salad going down to MS. They've got 4 heroes over mid for the side of Dawn, and this should parlay into a tier 1 tower, but here comes Zhao Yu. As well as the Kunkka, so can they catch anybody out? Torrent, X on the X, Slight, Remnant forward, and alright, a little bit back and forth. Pounce ends up missing, I believe, on Son Goku, but he ends up going towards MS. And the Dark Pack, he'll get the Poison Touch off, but he'll get hit by that arrow, so he's standing still for a little while. Stampede is used on Goku on the run, but the Tidal Wave will bring him back. He goes to the Hoof Stomp, lands on 3. Still going to die here to Zhao Yu. Double kill and dominating for this Death Prophet. It's not a fight that's going well for Dawn Gaming. They really haven't had many
It's very
exchanges.
difficult for them to approach a fight. Slark is going to TP back, come back with the full HP, full mana with the X mark to spot. He does consume a lot of mana with the 2
Double
pounces, and now Slark taking control of this game. Still holding Aegis for 3.5 minutes, going into BKB next. I don't think he even needs a BKB in this game. Especially during his Aegis. Like, yeah, you could go greedy. You can get Scotty, I think, just tanking up, because there's no burst damage. They cannot take him to 100 to 0. There's not enough control.
Pounce in. Away, Poison Touch. All right, with that shard. Let's see what they do. Tidal Wave comes in. They look over at this Mirana, and now the toss up into the air as well as the Static Storm TPing into the Static Storm. They look over as the BKB is going to be popped by Siomang. Right clicks coming through. Sark pounces away. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, BKB at the right timing, and Son Goku came in with Blink as well as the Hoof Stomp. They've got the silence on the Centaur. Sleight of Fist once again bouncing around, but they pull him back. They get the kill on Son Goku. They'll look over at MS as well as X. MKS not looking like he wants to stop the Pounce Lens out of the Dazzle with the Dark Pact. They'll get the kill on MS. Now looking over at X. The right clicks are on, and X trying to get out of this one. Sprout, Remnant, Glimpse, all there. Tidal Wave toss up into the air. X ends up dying, and that's 4 heroes down on the side of Dawn Gaming with an Exorcism on the high ground, and eHome looking to push on through.
I would not be surprised if Dawn Gaming just decides to call it, because this game looks pretty over. Slark having a perfect game on top of net worth. As you said, having a complete free farm, not a single death, and with the death profit, you do have more than enough tower damage. Knight also going for AC just to be able to speed things up. Okay, the Dawn, they're gonna try one more time, maybe a little bit of a split push coming out from the Nature's Prophet. Oh man, he's building 4 staff for himself. That's not a good sign. It's one of the better items they could have gotten this game, because you are playing against like Dead Prophet, Spirit Siphon, Kunkka's combo, Slark, Tiny, so pushing people out of trouble, and he feels like he needs to be able to protect himself because Dazzle in the end did pick up a shard. Mirana's going for mech, wanted to get full Guardian Greaves, but understand, you know, value of the 4 staff, just way too good.
So Slark skipping the BKB, knowing in this game that maybe he doesn't need it.
Yeah, he doesn't need it,
But
as I said. It's just, they can't kill him. This is extremely greedy, still holding the Aegis. This is when you change your item build.
Yeah. Not in your pubs when you're trying to use BKB to survive. You still get BKB there. Torrent comes in on a 2. They've also got the Ghost Ship landing. They're going to go through with the Static Storm as well as the Tidal Wave. They should be able to get the kill on MS. Now, X, Remnant in, back into the Static Storm. They'll look over at Seomong as well as the Mirana. They take out Craze. They'll look at Seomong. He's got the BKB, but that's not enough to survive. LWW falls, but it's only the Disruptor that's going to die here for eHome. The chase is on. The Avalanche is there. The toss, the X, the kill. X is gone. They found the spot, and they get the X.
Still not calling it. They're really not punching back. You can see that they only managed to kill Disruptor in this fight, and they did decent amount of damage, but Kunkka with the boat, Guardian Greaves on Dead Prophet, it's just so much damage that you soak up, that you delay, and AC done on Kunkka. Slark still holding Aegis for 30 seconds. I like this Moon Shard. Also getting some extra bonus night vision on a hero that already has bonus night vision, so you can choose where you want to take a fight.
Avalanche toss into the Pounce Tidal Wave. MKS with another kill. Godlike. Ooh. He lands these pounces with ease. MS dead as well. So they'll go to the Exorcism. They've got the Avalanche as well as the toss. They're going to toss back Son Goku. Ghost Ship lands onto X as well as the Tidal Wave. He needs to be careful. Remnant on the stairs of the well. The Aegis expiring, but only 2 heroes alive here for Dawn Gaming. They all have buyback, but the question is how they're going to go in. The answer is they won't, and they'll just call GG. So eHome, they'll take game number 1 over Dawn Gaming, and it's with relative ease. Everything really going right for them. Maybe a couple of deaths that were unnecessary in the laning phase. But
overall, pretty convincing victory coming out from eHome. Dawn Gaming, I was not sure what to take from their first series when they were playing against PSG LGD, because, you know, PSG LGD, they lost a couple of players, but they're still very, very good, you know, as a team, as we could have seen. But yeah, now it seems like that Dawnbreaker will need to step it up. They will need to be able to play better.
Yeah, eHome looking like a force to be reckoned with. They have won again, and they're 1 game away from taking the series over Dawn Gaming. I mean, this is, like you said, it could be the best iteration of eHome we've seen in a little while. You know, the line right now, I think, is getting up to that level of Shiro and Planet and all those guys that came from Phoenix Gaming over to eHome, and now some of them with LGD at this point, with Shiro and Planet making the move over. But eHome looks really good, and, you know, there's guys like Knight, who used to go as Y-Chen. He's making a statement here in the Tier 1, and a lot of guys who are here for the first time, you know, making statements like this. So we'll see if they can take the 2-0. We're going to see how they break down game number 1 on the panel, and we'll see as they take it away.
We are going to have a chat. I heard that came through on the microphone. We are going to have a chat about this game, and I don't know if there is much more to say other than eHome. Clean game, looking fantastic.
Clean game.
They're just
Looking fantastic.
looking
E-home.
fantastic. Seriously, I don't know what else to say. I mean, it's a very straightforward game for them because their draft is so much better. I think like their itemization was just very easy to execute. It's like we'll buy the Greaves on the DP, we'll buy the BKB on the Conquer. The Slark will farm 18 million items, but they're able to group up so easily and take these skirmishes and fights off the back of like how bad this Centaur did in lane versus Slark. He was like 6k net worth versus 9k on Slark or something, and just.
They're invading the enemy jungle, they're killing the Prophet, there's just so many ways to catch all of them. Like, how do you get away? Like, you took this Centaur, he has this spell called Stampede.
Yeah.
It's really big, right? But there is a Slark stealing your runes, wards and runes, yeah. There's a Slark leashing you. There is a Kunkka X marking you. There is a Disruptor glimpsing you. And if that's not enough, there's a little bit of kinetic field here and there as well, so you can't escape.
Yeah, but
But please, tell me.
But
Tell me.
yes,
Ow.
and
Yeah,
And.
sorry. Okay, yeah. Yes, and. I'd also say it's the fact that eHome, their laning phase, they just understand how to enter it with confidence. Because this Death Prophet lane, on paper against Dazzle, Furin, should probably struggle. But the fact that they're able to get the pulls off of the Tiny, they just fully disconnect from the lane for the first 3-4 minutes. So when they actually enter the lane, they're of even CS, even levels, and they're able to take the fight to Dawn Gaming and not allow this Dazzle pick to actually have any laning kind of prowess that it was meant to have. And on top of that, I think Kunkka, he just understood when the rotations were going to come in. Multiple times he was ready for the big fight, be it top, be it mid. He was just kind of like the pillar for eHome that allowed like MKS after, Sheep and Lizard mentioned the Slark. He just popped off. He played with confidence. He'd leave a fight with 20, 30 Agi and he'd just be running around the jungle. He knows there aren't enough stuns to pressure him, so he just closes out the map a little bit each time. So yeah, I think eHome, the fact that this offlane set up so perfectly, the Kunkka just knew how to play the map. It just gave MKS and just the entire team this confidence to do what they wanted. And unfortunately for Dawn,
How much confidence did it give him?
How much?
like 11 out of 10. 11 out of 10. Like,
Is
put
that
numbers on everything.
is that one overflowing now into the second game? That's one confidence.
I mean, I hope that eHome knows how to balance their confidence and it doesn't make them too confident, because these are the type of teams where they're transitioning from the middle pack to potentially a top 4 team that confidence can be their
So you're
downfall.
saying
so
take it
hopefully not.
easy, guys. Discipline.
Win again in 20 minutes,
Okay.
but don't be too
Win
confident.
again in
Okay.
20 minutes. That's good.
But don't expect to win in 15. Just
Yeah.
win in a reasonable amount of time.
I mean, doesn't it feel so good though when your like lanes are going so well, your Slark's having the time of his life, that you're just like, we will give Dawn nothing. If you want to come and take our safe lane tower, we're going to bring heroes there and we're just going to keep fighting you, and we're not going to give you anything. And they know that as long as they just like take away that map space from Dawn Gaming and give them nothing, there's no way for them to make a way into this game.
Look, I'm gonna go back to the supports.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back to the draft.
Okay.
We said the draft is slightly improved than before, but then again we see 2 supports, Dazzle and Miranda. I don't like it.
No, I mean nothing.
I don't like it. I just want to see a normal draft from Dawn Gaming. That's all.
Okay.
When you say normal, you mean less about like normal, you mean more like just stuns to enable the synergies of all, right?
Do you mean more all-rounded?
All
Yeah,
rounded.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I think that's
Because
what you mean.
We
yeah.
have watched 3 games of theirs. So far, it feels like they're completely pivoting towards individual comfort zone.
yeah.
Instead of just getting a draft that actually synergizes very well altogether.
Yeah, because that was something that you wanted for their Pos 4, or at least one of their spots to come out, was like something to enable the team fight, the catch, and then they picked up that Dazzle, and you're like, well, this definitely wasn't it. So obviously there is still room to grow for Dawn Gaming when it comes to the drafting, but something I asked for you was like, if they don't win the game, what else could be a win for Dawn Gaming? Did you see anything for them that you're like, okay, this is great, guys, just you have that under wraps, maybe focus on it a little bit more?
First 10 minutes were alright. I mean, the Nature's Prophet was farming really well as well. Like, he was up there with Sluck for a while. It's just doesn't do anything.
I think I'll give some praise to X, the Ember.
What can you do?
I'm like,
Okay.
what can you do?
He can't do anything.
There's nothing you can do.
They just attack, kill him.
He's
He
just-
can't split push. There's that Prophet.
Yeah.
It's hard.
WCYD, very true. Of course, MKS is the MVP.
Yes.
This is the unfortunate thing in Dota. The team wins you the game, but the carry gets the MVP. This is unacceptable.
The man is
Yeah, that's right.
10-0.
Yeah, MKS, he wouldn't have gotten where he was if it wasn't for all
Exactly.
the other 4 players.
Exactly. This is.
But he still gets MVP.
Yeah, I mean, he was 10-0 and 10. He does deserve it. But you were mentioning something to look good for
Yes, yes.
Dawn. I do want to give X some credit, because Sure, he went for an unconventional build with the Vessel. It didn't really feel too great, but I think his understanding of the map, playing around his team, respecting the fact that his safe lane wasn't doing so well, he was sacrificing some mid farm just to try and do stuff on the map. He finished the game, I think, 8-4 and 8. Like the rest of his team, unfortunately, it was 8-4-4, sorry. But yeah, I think I will give Ember a little bit of praise. Maybe not the ward part, but yeah.
We glance over that one. What else to the side?
Wait. So he did the next level there. You give a ward, you deward it, extra gold, easy game.
That's true.
That's what it was.
That's where the economy.
smart.
400
And
IQ.
And
Yeah.
XP.
Because the wards are free, right? So you get them for free, you give them to the enemy, you reward them. Easy
It's
money.
just money straight back in the pocket. We'll see if there's going to be any more 400 IQ plays like that. When we do come back from our break, it'll be game number 2. eHome versus Dawn Gaming. We just had game 1 conclude in favor of eHome. Game 2 draft underway. Liz, you keep talking about how you need to see a more well-rounded draft from Dawn Gaming. Let's pretend eHome didn't have any bans at all. What would you like to see them pick up?
If there were no bans,
That's a hard question. Don't actually answer
no,
that
no.
one.
I mean,
just
I was gonna say, don't
a
actually
treant and
Lena.
I didn't think you're actually going to
Instant.
answer it, but what would be some key sort of pickups you would like to see from them that have been really lacking? Like, is it that push or the tankiness on a lineup?
Yeah, I feel like the tankiness is it's such a stupid phrase to use in
Yeah, of
Dota.
course,
Like
of
you need to
course.
be tanky. Okay, it doesn't necessarily have to be tanky. Just get a position 4 and an offlane that synergize well with the team and that fit their that they fit their position really well, right? Like on the offlane, they've had what before? This game, it was Centaur. It was a good pickup, but not for this game. Like if that Centaur was in that game where Zeus was last pick, I'd be like, okay, this is good. But here, it's just so many things that deal well against him.
Yeah. That's why, like, when they picked the Nature's Prophet, I was pretty disappointed because I would like more to see them pick up their offlaner with just like a nice rounded lane, and then it's like even if he gets countered like in lane or something, at least you have tools. Because then instead of things like Mars got banned out, right? If they had a Mars, I feel like that's such a simple like tool to use. You're just okay. What do we want to do? We want Alina got through. What the hell?
I was gonna let you finish, and then I was gonna
Whoa,
bring it up.
whoa,
but
whoa.
yeah, the bands. Lena got all the way through, and of course, Dawn with the first pick, we're like, well, we're gonna take her.
eHome are testing themselves, guys. This is BM.
This is how you fall.
No, we've had this discussion, right? You guys have said there are ways to counter Lena, whereas the tree and the tusk, maybe a little bit more difficult. They enable more lineups rather than Lena, where you kind of put in most of your eggs into the Lena basket.
I mean, Liz is mentioning the idea of Dawn wanting this well-rounded lineup and stuff. Like, the fact that Dawn always likes first pick for some reason. When they have choice, they pick first pick. And normally, when you want a rounded lineup, you go second pick. So the fact that Dawn's doing that, eHome, in a drafting sense, you can kind of force Dawn into picking certain heroes, right? So they see the adaptation, the Tusk, the tree lines, they're letting through the Lena. So I feel like this is just eHome giving themselves confidence, like, we know what hero they're going to go for, let's give them the Lena, and then you get to pick up you want to do that again?
I'm just very interested.
Thank you. But yeah, so I feel like it's fine to give away the Lena, as long as you have a strong lane against it, bang, you now have Mars Rubik. You can pick up into a spear. If you get 6 quick on Mars, you'll always kill Lena. You always have threat on her. And then
what
in the
about
game,
this
you
guy?
need more catch. Sure, like Undying, you need a lane secure, right? You need that Clockwork, that Undying, that hero, that Treant Protector, right? You need that 5 to secure the lane. It does show that Dawn is going to play the safe lane. But again, for eHome at least, like, you just think, now, what's your mid lane? It's a Storm, it's an Ember, it's a Void, it's a Puck. It's literally anyone.
Anything that gets on top of Lena and
Exactly.
prevents her from
Yeah.
running. Yeah. Okay.
Or a Night Stalker off lane. That'd be pretty cool.
I'm so happy to see this Mars, guys, because it's on eHome, and Zhao Yu, literally Mars connoisseur. This man spammed this hero. It's actually like I'm so happy to see Zhao Yu nowadays, where he's picking like so many different heroes and stuff. Because like last year, it was every single game Mars, 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 Mars.
Yeah,
What's he
I
playing
think
past? Mars,
Very
Mars.
repetitive.
My man loved Mars. Oh my god! So seeing him playing it again is pretty exciting for me. It's also like I think I talked about this in one of the other broadcast days. Like this Mars has always just been a good hero against like these range lane bullies, because you can get an early point in Bulwark. I don't know if that's what he's gonna do, because you do lose like a little bit of kill threat or whatever if you don't skill up those other spells. But you can go like a level 2 Bulwark, and you're reducing so much damage from Lena, who's just gonna be maxing her passive and trying to bully you out. So that could be an option. I hope they do a bit of wave tracking the first time.
My only little problem in that lane is that there are 2 bullies, right? Like
Yeah.
there's one from distance, that's Lina, and the other one is even scarier. It's the Undying. It's
Yeah.
possibly one of the strongest laners in the game.
For sure.
So if you're eHome right now, they can go for Bulwark, but they can also just think about, we're not playing this lane. We're skipping. We're just creep skipping constantly. We're pulling the waves, and that's the way we approach it.
Buy stick and pray.
Yeah.
But you still want to farm like outside of your tower a bit, and Lena can bully you there. So I still think the Bulwark could be good, just so you can,
of
like
course.
when you do get the safe farm, you can farm it even more safely. I don't know, he might even go like double Bracer. I've seen people doing that instead of going for the Bracer Falcon Blade.
I like the Pango ban from Dawn. just basically anything that just opens up the map. And I think you don't really see the Storm Spirits too much nowadays. Pango is like the best version of that. I think Tiny is still very strong for eHome. Basically, any mid that at level 5, doesn't even need to be 6, can just poke their head into a side lane, and that'll just completely offset. Because when you have an Undying lane, Undyings thrive on their first like 5 mangoes. After those mangoes are used, it's awkward because you don't want to invest more into mana, but you need to. And if you do and you're losing the lane or you're going even, you're then leaving the laning phase without any real items. So eHome can, if they survive long enough and their mid offsets it, you can crush an Undying lane just on time. And then Lina, it's like, sure, you farm, but you still farm the Falcon Blade, the Maelstrom, the bots, that are BKB, right? So there is always a chance where a quick blink on Mars, you'll be able to shut her down. So I think Dawn's got a really good lane, but it's not as easy as, haha, Undying will win me my Lina game, you know? There's a lot of things that Dawn need to cover now because eHome can easily respond to this opening with some map play.
I do like the fact that you have Tombstone to work with though later on in the game. Even though they jump you, Undying is one of those heroes that can protect the triangle so extremely well. If Lina is farming there, you just position yourself on one of those stairs. If they do approach, you just pop the Tombstone and that's it, you fight around it. So even if the arena comes, you should be fine on dealing with it. They're just banning out one of those outrangers against the Lina, right? Like the sniper. Is there anything else? Like Drow is still in the pool, but do you really care?
I mean, eHome could easily just go for another Slark game, to be honest.
Again, yeah.
If Dawn pick weak supports here, so okay, so eHome keeping Rubik and Snap a little bit open in regards to where they're going, at least. But Dawn, it's like, if this pick here doesn't have some type of clean stun, or the 2 pick, sorry, then eHome easily can respond with just another Slark. And it's like you buy Ags, and now Lina, she does a lot of damage, but if she ever gets pounced, BKBs, he pounces back out, they reset and play for that second fight. eHome will always be able to punish, because Dawn, their engagement is, does my Lina have BKB? Do I have Tombstone? It's very like, yes or no. There isn't like layers to their
So you
their
can
fight.
poke.
Yeah.
If you poke, you can win the fights easily,
Exactly.
right? Yeah.
Right now, Dawn are like so reliant on eHome going on them only. I want to see them just have ways to take objectives and do things. This Tiny helps for sure. Like this is how they can now like start fights, take advantage of like the vision that they want to play on. I just want like if they're sieging a tower, for example, I want something that allows them to do that. You know, do they have the team fight to take a fight if eHome come to them, or something like that. Right now, like Lina is too exposed if she just walks up and hits a tower.
And this is your offlaner now, right? Like left in the pool. Is there something left? There's like a beast nest. No, beast is
Just
banned.
go back for the Death Prophet.
Yeah.
Death Prophet is
It's
not
still
Death
available.
Prophet is still
Okay.
there.
That would work.
Tiny DP. Sounds good.
The only caveat to that is the early pressure you have. Okay, they go Death Prophet, good. It's like, you just need to respect now that if Mars Arena into Snap Out, you kill off DP, Lina's still farming, so DP is like everything in the early game. So if you kill DP, Dawn has to be a little bit more patient. So eHome, they just need to respect this Death Prophet now. So it's a great pick from Dawn. They just need to also understand that they can't just go, yeah, easy towers are full. They themselves need to poke a little bit. And we saw it. The last game, you go for Furin. Furin beats DP in lane if you get to contain the lane and there's no lane skipping. So yeah, just a nice carry pick.
Any other issues that you feel have arisen in Dawn's lineup here, or are you very happy with the direction?
Extremely happy, yeah. With the way
I
they
love to
drafted.
hear it.
I'm surprised and happy. I'm enjoying this Dawn's draft quite a bit. I'm even worried a bit more for eHome when it comes to the draft, but they just have proven in that first game that they are a class above. So
Yeah.
it should be mitigated by just the sheer skill of the individual players. When it comes to both of these teams, what do we need? We just need a playmaker on the mid lane, right? Like these frontliners, and that's it. We don't have to go way too crazy. But they have been banned out. Ember is banned out, Queen of Pain now as well.
Do you think they're both going to go for mid laners as last pick? Is there any space in which they could move the DP into mid if they don't want it to be a matchup against Nature's Prophet?
They don't have last pick for Dawn, so the only way they could do that is by picking up some like Viper style hero that can
Right.
play both lanes, but that doesn't really feel too good. So I expect it just to be the DP off lane, and their mid lane can still be like some Storm. I still think Storm. I love eHome's ban of the Batrider. It greatly punishes both Fury and the entirety of eHome. But neither team has perfect stuns per se. Like eHome has a spear, has lift, Shaw has cookie, and Dawn they have Avatos and an LSA from Lina. Other than that, like it's very cheap stuns. It's not a big team fight. So either team, if they wanted to, can just go crazy with mobility on these two picks.
I love these two bans though. One is a Quap, the other is a Void, right? Because on the other side, you talked about DP on one, but Mars is kind of flexible too, right? Like that's also an option.
eHome, something they could maybe pick here would be TA. I know the mid player likes it a lot, and it would synergize really nicely with this like minus armor they have from Snapfire. Gives them a way to just like hardcore like threaten and push this Roshan. They have like all this push already with the Nature's Prophet. It could be a hero that they could synergize to like try and overwhelm Dawn's lineup, and it is TA into Lina.
Yeah, I like that as well. One of the options for them, a different route. Is there a different mid laner? What about this Storm Spirit that you guys have been talking about?
I've never spoken of him.
So eHome has last pick, so they could also, depending on what Dawn pick, they can even go for some like Invoker style hero to be super aggressive, to play around the map. You then have Cataclysm on Mars Arena later down the line, but again, for now it's like Dawn have to pick out the gate. You know, they're the ones who have to really
so for
show
them,
their
it's
hand early.
yeah, so for them it's a little bit harder,
Yes.
and they need to have this mid laner that's kind of jack of all trades, right? Like that can do well against anything.
I guess Kunker is okay. They just go
Yeah,
DK,
Dragon.
sure.
We still
that's pretty much the Dragonite, yeah.
The DPDK.
DPDK Undying, it feels extremely nasty from Dawn. It's a completely different approach, and I've said this before. If a team feels slightly weaker than everyone else in the league, I feel that this is the kind of a lineup that they should be playing.
This is the OD mid game.
No, Slam Viper.
Slam Viper.
Be that guy.
Oh, yeah, okay, that is toxic for sure. But like, I don't know if you really defend your tower too much, but basically anyone who can just delay a little bit, you know that the rest of eHome's heroes will join. So I think you don't really want to make plays now on this mid lane too much, but you can just have someone who just exists, is annoying, a
Stable.
thorn in their side, yeah.
Any heroes spring to mind when you describe that?
I mean, I kind of still like this OD, but it's kind of, you're respecting Dawn a lot in how they play. And my fear would then be DK might take the map too quickly, but on the flip side, eHome, their side lanes are so strong that I don't think that should happen. No, there's so many options, actually. Honestly, at this point, you just tell your mid lane, "Yo, bro, what do you want to play?" And he's like, pick me this. We're one game up, you know? So we can think of cool heroes, but he might just feel it. And, they go for the Invoker that I mentioned earlier. Cool.
Right. They have a very overwhelming team fight late game. They get this like arena, Cataclysm, Kisses.
Yep.
That's pretty terrifying to play into.
I honestly like Dawn's draft like
I like
More?
it.
3 times better overall, but
Wow.
I feel like they will not be able to execute it as well. Because of that, I will still lean towards eHome's favor, but I like what Dawn have drafted for the first time so far.
Nice change between what
Yeah.
we saw in game one then
Yeah.
and the other day.
I mean, it's kind of the supports game right now for both teams. For DK, he needs supports to help push out the Invoker and just take the tower for free. And for eHome, they need to decide, do they bring supports mid to defend tower, or do they sacrifice it and just break open the rest of the map? Because their side lanes are pretty powerful, but I just think eHome execute better, and I like their fury into all core matchups, so I think eHome's going to probably take this game too.
I would agree about the skill, but I do like Dawn's draft more. I think this Dragon Knight just get his blink timing and they can just go. They have like very clear ways to take objectives and just play the map. So I think their fighting and pickoffs very straightforward.
Alrighty, I mean, this is the best hope that Dawn Gaming have to be able to take a game off of eHome. We'll see if it's going to happen. Game number 2, it's Beakup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. We'll see if Dawn can finally pull one out. They go the typical China last pick, DK, when in doubt.
Big Dragonite, and
DK.
yeah, I like what Dawn got. They have pretty strong lineup. It's very easy to execute with the Dead Prophet, Dragonite. I don't think many things can go wrong with the lineup like this. Also having Undying, they did try to counterpick a bit with this Snapfire. Other than that, you don't have a hero. Like if you take out the Snapfire, no one's gonna hit the Tombstone. Maybe Nature's Prophet can to one extent, but definitely not gonna be his job. If you show me these two drafts, I would say, this is Chinese DPC, and I would be favoring Dawn. I think this is the best shot that they drafted themselves for in this DPC so far. They only did play 3 games. They had 4 drafts, but the draft looks very solid.
You think, what would you say percentage-wise? Take away the teams, just look at the drafts. What are you thinking?
I would say this is 60-40 draft for Dawn.
Okay. almost close to the Dota probability of 52-48. And Avalanche, little LSA action. Salad in trouble. The Dragon Tail is the follow-up stun, so stuns on stuns for Sumang to get the first blood. And Dawn will still sit at 52% for now. Oh. We'll see. We'll see if that changes.
Good
Watching
start.
percentages.
Lina as a carry for people who have not seen this in action yet. This hero, not sure who pioneered this, but it's super powerful. Falcon Blade into Maelstrom. You have so much attack speed coming up from Fiery Soul, and keep the stacks going. This hero, there are very few heroes who can match Lina's farm. MKS, good body blocks.
That sets it up for Knight to get a kill. We have seen some good Nature's Prophet micro in this region so far. A couple of guys who have just, like, the body blocks are perfect with the treants. It's impressive.
It's not fair. He had 4 treants this time.
Yeah, it's still impressive to me, though. I don't know. For the viewers at home who have the same MMR as me, it's pretty impressive.
It was a good block.
Yeah. I liked it. We'll see how Knight does against X. An Invoker game. Sometimes I get a little bit worried about these Invoker games. We'll see, early kill should help out, right? See how it goes.
Most definitely. It's also Quaswex Invoker that we are looking into. It's a more risky version of an Invoker, because if you don't make the rotations, Urn got nerfed multiple times in a row. Same goes for Spirit Vessel. So your first, 2 rotations, you need to be on point. They just made a new lane for themselves here, near the neutral camp, near the Roche pit.
Well, a lot of people have been asking for a new lane, right? They just make it themselves.
Who?
Me.
Like 4th lane or what?
Yeah. Why not?
I think Dota's fine as it is.
Well, I think there could be 5 lanes.
Everyone's just playing 1 versus 1, 5 lanes.
Shard level 2 is another one of my bad ideas. Ags level 2. That's a good one.
We had that bug with Vambrace. So you got Vambrace for free. When I first saw it, I'm like, man, these guys are cheaters. How does he have it? And then the next game, we figured it out. Gentleman's agreement. No one's gonna get it, and no one got it until we started losing.
And then the Vambrace comes
and then we
out.
needed the comeback mechanic, and then we used it.
Yeah, well, it's honorable, I guess. MS? Ooh, Spear missed. Xiaoyu taking a lot of damage. MS trying to chase him and get a kill there on the Mars. I'm very interested to see how MS plays this lane. We saw him struggle a little bit with the Dazzle. Had a couple of good poison touches, but it felt like his positioning wasn't all there.
This time around, it should be better playing Undying against Mars and Rubik, and also playing in a lane where your carry did have first blood. So Lina, starting with the Blades of Attack, extra 9 damage with the attack speed that she gets is going to be super powerful. Already working towards that Falcon Blade. It's almost going to have it.
Another spear thrown there by Xiaoyu. Interesting. As Xiaoyu going to die here to MS.
Nicely done. They blew him up. He did not expect that. Soul Rip damage plus LSA.
Doing enough. You think the Mars is okay with that, though? Low mana, low health. I mean, obviously, you're giving a kill away, and that, at the end of the day, kind of stinks, but come back, full health, full mana. Maybe you can play aggressive, get one back.
They're trying to play aggressive right now.
And we'll see if they can get something done, and, well, bottom lane, Siumong takes some damage, but not a lot. MS is going to kill himself to the tier 2 tower. Get that sacrifice, get himself also back to full health, full mana. We see that a lot with Undyings. Skywrath is another hero that does that, where it's just like, all right, we got to kill. I'm low mana. Why spend the money? Just go to the tier 2 tower, come back, full health, full mana, and do it again.
And you're bringing items for your carry. Courier was used, so Falcon Blade is done. Level 4 Lina.
Bring items for your carry? What? Why would you bring items for your carry? Who would do that?
What do you mean?
Supporting?
Yeah.
That's what?
What is that? What is supporting?
No, I don't know. I don't know. They have a courier. They can do it themselves. I feel like ridiculous what you're saying. LWW Avalanche is going to hit him, and Son Goku going to get that kill, even though he tried to cookie away. So Dawn
solid start thus far.
Nature's Prophet does have huge amount of denies, 12 denies against the lane with Dragonite. Like, Dragonite doesn't really care about this harassment coming out from Treants, especially with the Breathe Fire, 2
Right.
points in Dragon Blood.
Oh, they caught him. MKS, Avalanche hits, Cookie away. Just enough space, and he'll use a TP scroll to get back. And let's see. Has a couple points to spend.
For a second, I thought he was going with the stats, but yeah, did not want to use anything. We'll TP back with the teleport.
MS taking some damage as that spear landed on the tree, but again, he's pretty tanky at the moment. Not a lot of damage coming out from this bottom lane from Salad and Zhao Yu just yet. And it seems pretty open for this Lina, and you could tell 30 and 11. Things are going smooth for Dawn.
It's a difficult lane. You're playing Mars. Mars Rubik is a strong lane, but the way this lane started, they're
Maybe
trying
they
to
can
go
get
on
the
her.
spear.
Soul
Oh.
Rip is available, but Lina also does have 15 Magic Wand charges, so you gotta be
Yeah, LSA
very
hits.
careful.
Zhao Yu walking back. MS taking some damage after the Fable came through, and he's got to be a little bit careful. Again, he's got that stick. We'll see if he uses it. LWW. And they've got the trees in front of Son Goku. The damage enough here is MKS gets the kill on a Son Goku. Well done.
They saw the Tiny's missing and immediately started to play aggressive. LWW placing down an Observer Ward. Rune is gonna spawn bottom.
Haste rune. Haste. So, a fast salad. No croutons in that.
Trying to wrap around. Lina is relatively low, but still. Soul Rip ready to be cast, and also 18 wand charges. So unless they burst her down, which I don't think it's doable, this lane going really, really well for Dawn.
For the most part, unless there's a +1, I don't think Simon dies there, right?
They need a rotation from Invoker. Or Nature's Prophet hits level 6, and then with ulti, they could potentially get a kill with a stun.
Right.
He is getting closer to level 6, needs to farm 2 more camps. Right now, just jungling, Snapfire on the top lane, trying to get some XP.
Get close to that 6. Going for the Midas again. No surprise. It's what Midas Maelstrom. Pretty standard. We'll see what happens from the Invoker mid, because it's a decent time that this Invoker's having. I do want to see him maybe rotate over. Wrath of Nature comes in as he hits that 6. Here comes MKS. There's the telekinesis and the kill on a Siumang, and that's what I was talking about. The rotation will help them get these kills, and that's exactly what happens. They rotate, they come through, they get both, and the lane opens up again here for Ehome.
I don't think you can get this any better. You killed both of them. Nature's Prophet TPs. He gets one of the last hits. You're playing with the Siege Creep, and this tower is just straight up dead. You can see MKS microing the Treant just in case someone decides to TP. It's a good trade. It's still a good trade. Let's see if they decide to bring numbers to the top lane, but Dead Prophet is there with the Exorcism. I don't think they're taking this fight. It's just gonna be tier 1 for tier 1 tower.
It looks like they'll concede both. Yeah, they see X over there. No reason to really make the rotation. Deny the Invis rune. See, Monk's come over mid, so trying to take over, and what was once a good lane for the Lina, right, is gone.
She can farm in triangle. She does have Javelin. Once she hits that Maelstrom, she can farm anywhere. This hero flash farms. But Nature's Prophet, he's keeping up and going for Hand of Midas again. I guess the reason why you go for Hand of Midas on Nature's Prophet is he's one of the better heroes in terms of stats gain per level.
Right. Wish I gained stats per level. Nothing goes up for me.
Every single time I level up, I just feel older. My back hurts.
Yeah. My durability goes down. Intelligence also down. Strength
Down.
Staying the same for now. But yeah, probably down. Son Goku looking for a high 5. Not gonna get it yet. Ward does spot this Tiny walking over, and Salad's nearby. They've got 3 heroes in the vicinity if they want to make the move with LWW over. But it's still just LWW bothering Son Goku. Like, that's it for the moment.
We still haven't seen Exorcism being used. This is going to be the next step for Dawn Game. Try to take this tier 1 tower on a mid lane. But MKS, he's getting ton of farm on bottom lane. Uncontested for now.
Always nice to get some uncontested farm. I believe as that Midas coming out. Now you look over at Son Goku. Still fighting. They bring in Zhao Yu. Cookie and the Spear in at the same time. Salad comes in. LSA lands on a bolt. Wrath of Nature bouncing around. Son Goku hit with the telekinesis and the toss on MKS. He's in a bad spot. Laguna Blade will take him out. They end up trading for Son Goku. Exorcism committed as the Crypt Swarm is all the way through to hit LWW. Zhao Yu, Salad, they'll back away, throw a Fade Bolt out. Exorcism still running, so it's a hard fight to really engage in. But a Tornado EMP to drain the mana of a couple of these heroes and maybe making them feel a little bit uncomfortable to push forward even more. So what are they going to do with this Exorcism that was used? Not really all too much.
They got the kills from it. I think they're fine. Also deciding to go on Dragonite, which is the tankiest hero, pretty much. Even though having only 2 points in Dragon Blood, you can see how much damage he can soak up. Also, the problem was that E-Home's both supports were level 4, so they don't really contribute much. For example, if they took this fight 30 seconds later, Snapfire took a book, then with the globs, with Mortimer's Kisses, they might have had enough damage. Big stacks being made in E-Home's triangle.
Ooh. Ooh. It's good supporting. Make those stacks. Comeback Avenue.
They can't farm it yet. Nature's Prophet needs his Maelstrom to be able to farm it.
So it'll be a while. So they still have to protect it, right? And they have no vision kind of covering it at the moment. We'll see if Dawn make a move at it, right? If they spot it, they might try to force their way into taking those stacks. Be a dangerous play. Tornado EMP again on X. Take away that mana.
Knight has finished Spirit Vessel, but we haven't seen a single rotation from him. He is involved in one of those kills that was before the horn, pretty much, and you need that Spirit Vessel.
Simon? Cookie to get Zhao Yu forward. Ooh.
What? Can we see that again?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Tombstone down, and they'll get the Tombstone, actually. LWW is going to lose his life, but gets gold for that Tombstone. The walls were up.
Yeah, the walls are already there. It looks like, he managed to get it.
I don't know about that one. That felt... I don't know.
Felt a bit off. I mean, the formation time. But to me, it looked like
Here we go.
it's going to hit. So Cookie... Not fully formed. Okay. You needed like 0.1 second.
I don't know. But he gets out. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Able to survive. Has that Maelstrom, Falcon Blade. Going boots of travel.
That's the standard Carolina build.
Right.
Into bots, get a BKB. Dragonite.
Son Goku.
He's ready to go in. Blink reveal.
Exorcism again. Cookie lands on a Son Goku. Now the Tornado. He's got some space. Telekinesis. Steal that Crypt Swarm. Mortimer's Kiss is coming down. X getting really low. They want to kill off this Death Prophet who used Exorcism, and that's exactly what they'll do. They'll get X. And no more Exorcism.
Good stuff from LWW. Being able to get close, use the cookie, and then hides himself inside the trees, lands good Mortimer's Kisses. They do manage to kill that Prophet in the end.
Yeah, get a cookie, give a cookie. 1K lead here for E-Home. MKS taking the stack, not the Ancients just yet. But he is closing in on that Maelstrom. So we'll see how long that'll take. Sal's going to be able to farm. He's got Fade Bolt. He has Crypt Swarm ready to go.
Looking at MS, he's
Ooh, Arena.
Ooh.
Zhao Yu, LSA, not going to land. So he's going to try and kill off MS. Not the easiest task. It's just him. Ooh. Another sentry. Okay.
very greedy position 5. Last game when he was playing Dazzle, he decided to max out the Poison Touch, get Grave on level 9. This time around, like, Tombstone is a big team fighting tool. You are playing against the Snapfire. You want to have more points in it, because Snapfire does only have 6 attacks on Low Shredder, and once you have Tombstone level 3, level 4, it goes to 7, goes to 8, so very difficult to kill, and they don't have that much attack speed. Nature's Prophet can do it, but you also have very good ways of protecting it with Avalanche, with LSA, Dragonite, with a stun, so this Tombstone should not go off, I think. But when I say not go off, they should not be able to kill it.
Right. We'll see if they ever have the chance once it gets a couple more levels in it. And a couple sentries placed down here from the Undying over mid. X taking a little bit of damage. Nothing really going on at the moment. They were putting some pressure on top, but defended, in quotes, by the Mars and Rubik. Zhao Yu. We'll look at Sun Goku. He doesn't have his blink yet. He's not even really too close to it at the moment. LWW, though, he'll be spotted. Wrath of Nature, and now the Avalanche toss into the air with the Spirit Siphon. Scatter Blast, a cookie. LWW eventually will drop as his life gets siphoned away.
Still no Spirit Vessels on Knight. Let's see if they can take him down.
Spear, Blink, Dragon Tail, Fade Bolt. MS getting a little bit low, but he'll survive and go to the ulti form. Now Zhao Yu on the run. X comes in, silence on all 3. Zhao Yu falls. Knight Salad on the run. Exorcism used again. X is going to run all the way through for Knight. Cold Snap, Blink, Dragon Tail. This is a very dead Invoker. Salad and LWW, there's not much they could do with the Avalanche, especially stopping the Mortimer's Kisses. Eventually, Sun Goku goes down to LWW, but Salad looking like he's going to be next with the Spirit Siphon from X again, getting a kill, this time out of the Rubik.
That's the fight that Dawn needed. Being able to bring the numbers, getting the multiple round of spells in a fight. Yeah, look at the numbers on Exorcism. 2.5k damage done from the Dead Prophet. It's pretty nuts. And did MS die in the end? He didn't even die.
Stayed alive. So, good Dragon Tail. I mean, MS gets low again. Avalanche comes all the way through. This 3-man silence. Nothing they can do, and the chase is just on. And
they're very limited in terms of their damage. Snapfire was dead, and they decided to take a fight. Like, their biggest damage is Snapfire plus Mars ulti.
Mars again, and he really is so close to this
40
blink.
gold away.
Dying is going to slow it down even more. Net worth-wise, things are sitting a little bit even, but you could tell Dawn are kind of feeling themselves in the moment.
Once they get to their BKB timings, they don't have any damage that goes through BKB, so eHome is going to struggle once those BKBs are up. You have Dead Prophet going for BKB, you have Lina very close to it, just 1,000 gold away, and same goes for Dragonite. So once they sync up their BKBs, I think Dawnbreaker is going to have like window of 5-10 minutes, or they're going to be the ones controlling the game.
Stealing Decay. Maybe we could get a strong Rubik. 58-42 now. So we're getting to that 60-40 that you called earlier. They're sitting in the trees, ready to go. Son Goku, 35 seconds until he has that Elder Dragon form, though. Not going to matter. Blink, Dragon Tail Arena comes down. Cookie to get away. One of his misses, and the damage. MS drops. Son Goku looking like he's going to be next. LWW with a double kill. That's why they need that Snapfire, and another 175 gold for the Snapfire, too. Taking out the Tombstone. That's a lot of gold for Snap.
This is a position 5 Snap sitting at 1,500 gold. As you said, this is the combo that they needed to execute. They have a lot of magical damage. Like, even though the spear misses, just holding them inside the arena with the EMP, it's going to be enough. Like, one Fate Bolt.
Gonna die here. Easy does it when you've got the LSA and the right-click damage. Good return kill.
Good solo kill.
Yeah.
That's extra 500 gold for Lina, going into Gleipnir next to be able to stop the Nation's Prophet from TPing out, potentially. If you miss LSA, it's also a setup for your LSA.
Speaking of the Prophet, there's a cookie, there's a Sunstrike, there's a kill. Knight gets the kill on the X with MKS making the rotation. Moving around the map, doing a good job, and both these teams finding some solid pickoffs. Avalanche comes through, and LWW is now going to die. Sun Goku, Blink, Dragon Tail, as Simon tries to steal that. The last second Dragon Slave.
This is the build on Lina. I saw people maxing out the Dragon Slave, then someone figured out, well, you know what? We don't need to max it out. Instead, we're just going to pick up stats because the cooldown doesn't go down, and it's just the mana cost, and you want to have more mana. So, pretty smart thinking. These Dota players, they're really clever.
They can be smart at times. Is that just at a pro level? 'Cause I don't feel it at all.
Yeah, only in pro games.
Okay. Just had to ask. Figured I'd try.
1K lead. You can see the top. It's pretty close. I will say, Invoker's got a good amount of farm, but it still seems like he's quiet, right?
This game feels very quiet for him.
Yeah. Can we check the damage done by Invoker this game? I don't feel like he did much, but after this potential
Fight?
gank...
Oh, Dragon Tail.
Oh,
Coming in
good
with the Blink.
spear.
Spear comes through. Sunstrike. Mortimer's Kisses. Sun Goku dies. The burn comes in from the Kisses. LWW on the run, but a Crypt Swarm finish for X to kill off the Snapfire. Tornado stopping them in their tracks, and they will run away.
Doctor's doing a good job finding where Snapfire is and stopping the Mortimer's Kisses, so not much damage is done. Yeah, let's check the hero damage.
I lied.
Invoker's got the most damage on the team.
Okay. Yeah, you don't feel it, because he has, like, AoE. If he lands one Tornado, one EMP in the middle of a fight. Okay, Spirit Vessel inside the arena, but you would expect the number to be, like, slightly higher.
I really appreciate you bailing me out of that statement. That doesn't really feel like
Because he wasn't moving around. Maybe I expected more from Quasvex and Moker to move to the side lane, get stuff done. Still, in terms of net worth, not as farmed as Nation's Prophet nor Lina, but
That's tough. That's a tough
it's difficult to ask, especially against this carry Lina build. It's pretty nuts what this hero can do.
Thanks.
Net worth even. Gleipnir finished. 4-staff next.
So most likely, what?
4-staff Hurricane Pike. Completely. 3-man
Smoke. We'll see what they do. Could use Smoke and then Exorcism into Roche, right?
Exo's online in 15 seconds.
I got some time.
They can start it.
Yeah. Why not?
Makes sense that they're not throwing the Death Prophet in there immediately. No Exo, no reason to be in there, honestly.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke, though, from the side of eHome, and that Courier going over, maybe spotting it and kind of getting a thought where they're at. And they get the Spear, they've got the God's Rebuke, and that combo still works.
Oh, Dragonite, he blinked in.
Dragonite blinks in, Gleipnir on a 3. They're going to look for the EMP, but the LSA as well as the Laguna Blade comes out from Siomanga. The BKB making it so he can go through the arena. MS ends up dropping 2 heroes down on the side of Dawn. That's both supports gone. Roche is going to stop, and, well, actually, Roche is going to hit the Tombstone. Maybe grab himself some gold.
It was good arena to stop Lina from getting in and getting the damage done, forcing her to use a BKB.
Right.
Oh, they found Son Goku.
Yeah, they land the Sunstrike, Spear connects, and there goes Sun Goku, a 3rd kill for eHome.
Dragonite still does not have a BKB. That was slightly maniac move right there. Blinking in with no BKB. If he has a BKB, he definitely lives there. They just don't have enough right-click damage to bring him down. But also, you can see the power of Lina with the Gleipnir. Setting things up for your LSA. 3 people Gleipnir into 3 two-man LSA. Ooh.
Super forward for the Invoker. And the smoke comes in. They're going to get an easy kill with this. Now they've got Exorcism. So let's see if they roll off this to Roche. No Invoker for 40 seconds, no buyback, but another smoke from eHome. Like
another arena ready in 15.
Laguna Blade stolen
It's level 3 Laguna.
Toss up, Laguna Blade used, doing a lot of damage.
They're gonna
Woo!
burst him.
Yeah, they got MSNX. Now they're gonna look over at Siamang, who pops the BKB. He's on the run. Zhao Yu trying to keep up. He's got Blink in 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Just out of the arena, but the spear, and that's gonna be enough.
And
Zhao
LWW. Yeah, he's gonna take it down. Zhao Yu. Arena
job.
did not hit, but it cut down all the trees, so he got a glimpse of Lina, and now they're gonna be the one finishing Roche. This stolen Laguna dealt so much damage, plus also Nature's Prophet ulti bounced, so they immediately, like that Prophet, you want to get multiple Spirit Siphons off in a fight, having that Yule Scepter, and man, I've been really impressed by Snapfire. LWW has been on point with his ulti.
Every single one seems to be pretty solid. There were a couple here or there that were stopped by the Tiny, which was good by the Tiny to make sure that that doesn't go off full duration. But LWW, for the most part, a lot of the fights that they won earlier in this game were on the back of the Snapfire. So keeping it up, keeping it going, and it has allowed the Prophet of MKS to get 2K ahead of the Lina. Son Goku. Oh, Avalanche comes in, lands on a 3, blinks away, and they'll take out the Tombstone. 200 gold there for MKS. Maybe they want more. Zhao Yu. Blink, spear, lands, but the rest of the team, no one following them up at the moment.
They were dewarding, but they can take the tier 2 tower on the bottom lane. MKS holding that Aegis for almost 4 minutes, and I don't feel like Dawn Gaming is going to be able to punch back. Like, they need good initiation. They need to have like fight under vision with the Tombstone. Potentially kill this tower. This is 5 Snapfire. That is more farm than Rubik, Undying, and Tiny. Wow. Having full Guardian Greaves. He did manage to get a couple of those last hits on certain heroes. On the like, he got what, 1,500 gold in that one fight.
Salad looking for an opportunity. Son Goku blinks in, but goes around the trees. Telekinesis, BKB's going to be popped by Son Goku. They've got the toss-up into the air on Salad. A lot of these heroes locked up for a second on the side of Ehome, but they've got the arena down with the BKBs being popped by Son Goku as well as Siamang. They're able to escape the arena. They get the kill on a Duck Race, and now they'll walk away. It looked like it was going to engage into a little bit more than that, but just the Tiny going down.
We saw some really good Rubik plays yesterday when Felix was playing.
Yeah.
Rubik against Tiny as well. Tiny blinks in. Again, we see these Rubik players being very fast with the reaction time. You blink in, telekinesis immediately, then focus him down. He also has stolen LSA. LSA with maxed out Arcane Supremacy plus Ether Lens. You land that with ease.
And then he's got the Arcane Rune on top of it, so right now, what's it on? 4.9 second cooldown. Math for stun duration, not something I really have at the moment. Like what, 1 point something second downtime with Arcane
You could
Rune?
just check. It's 4.9.
No, but I'm saying like the stun duration and then into another one. Like
Yes.
what's the gap? I said 4.9 earlier.
You did.
Come on.
We don't have to complicate things.
I do so
Tiny,
often.
thinking about going in.
Wraith Pact? What is this item?
It's all about Wraith bands these days. That's what I heard.
They have decent amount of physical damage coming out, and as an Undying, like I wouldn't mind if he picked up Greaves instead. Maybe even a Glimmer Cape. They have a ton of magical damage.
I'm still, on the team Wraith Band better than Wraith Pact. But maybe in like a couple days, I'll be saying whatever to both of them, as it seems like Wraith Bands are being built on everybody for a little bit. MKS farming up. Still getting top of the net worth.
Ooh, good scatter blast. Cookie as well. Avalanche comes in. Sunstrike down. They've got the kill on a Duck Race. They're over to the side with the Invoker as well. Salad over looking for a moment, but Sun Goku with the BKB Blink Dragon Tail lands out of the Snapfire. The right-click damage from X. They get the kill there on an LWW. They've taken out Knight. Siomon got the damage out there. MKS comes in. Exorcism used. LSA with the BKB. MKS still able to output the damage, but so is Siomon from a distance. They'll pop the Aegis. They've got 4 heroes here, and Zhao Yu running away. They need to help out MKS, but the LSA is on time. Here comes Salad to try and help out, but they don't have enough. They'll lose Salad. They'll lose Zhao Yu. A full team wipe for Dawn Gaming. A triple kill for the Lina, who, well, never really got touched and was able to just right-click the entire time.
This time around, she did have good front line for her. What is that? 7.5k damage coming out from Lina. These numbers are nuts. Like, if this hero is untouched and Dead Prophet was running in, soaking up some of the damage, also dealing a ton of damage with Exo, the fight, the way it started, it looked really good for eHome. Snapfire, I already praised LWW. 2-man cookie, and then look at the 2 heroes, Dead Prophet and Dragon Knight, using BKB, but even though they had vision advantage this whole time, eHome still loses the fight.
Good damage come out from Siomon, and MKS is trying to fight here. Maybe get a kill on the Death Prophet, but just Lina full damage output, and then the LSA is perfect timing. No chance for MKS, a stolen LSA throw chance from Salad, but again, it's just not enough with that many heroes there for Dawn. So the game goes back to even in terms of net worth. And Lina returns to top of the net worth.
There's a big difference between top 2.
Oh, they've got the Sentry forcing the BKB out of Knight. The rest of these heroes here needs to get out of dodge.
I feel like they need a little bit more control. Maybe Invoker needs a Hex right now. He doesn't have much, sitting at 200 gold. But once the BKB is down on Lina, like, they need to be able to jump Lina, try to force a BKB, reset, then come back into the fight.
Right. And Mars is going Refresher. We'll see how the arenas help out. How much that's going to give them in terms of control, as long as the walls form in time.
That's a good way to choose where you want to take a fight. You have double BKB, double spear. If you land that one spear on Lina, if you get a good initiation, most likely she's going to die during the BKB timing and the right click. She's super... She deals so much damage, but you know, she's relatively tanky, but there's a ton of damage coming out from eHome if they execute.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. Can they execute?
Also looking at some of the talents, LWW on Snapfire decided to go for 2 Little Shredder attacks, because you want to be able to kill the Tombstone. 8 attacks and 6 from Little Shredder, extra 2. You immediately kill it.
What's he got after this? Ghost Scepter after the Wraith Pact? So, see if he could survive these fights. Him and Tiny have kind of been struggling a little bit to survive. The supports have been the ones that they've been able to kill here from eHome, and I think the rest has been a little bit tough for them. They have to execute, like you said, a little bit better. But right now, Dawn going to be the ones who smoke up.
Radiant are scanning.
LWW does have a 4-staff. They also counter smoke.
Immediately broken, though, so he's going to cookie back. Blink, Dragon Tail, no, BKB comes out. They've got the arena, they'll have the Sunstrike, the damage coming through, but Darkrai is going to die first. They'll look over at Son Goku, pops the BKB. Warner's Kisses and a Gleipnir over to the side to get the kill on a Salad, so they'll take the Rubik. The Little Shredder not going to get the kill onto the Tombstone. 1 shot left to get it. They start to disengage. It's just 2 supports dead so far.
Quick reactions there from Mars, being able to pin him on the wall of the arena, and I like that Siomon is like very patient. Ooh.
Oh, LWW a little greedy, but pays off.
He's very patient with his BKB.
BKB, where is MKS? He is in here just trying to get some kills. He's got the Satanic to go to the Sunstrike to kill off Son Goku, but they lose Knight. So Knight falls, MS joins him in the grave. Over to the side, though, is Siomon with that Shadow Blade, or really the Silver Edge, and they just don't have the vision on him. MKS just
what
right
move.
on in.
Yeah, he decided to went in Madman mode. I like this. This game has been, you know, some of the games that we've been casting, they had a pretty slow start, but this one is action-packed. Roshan is going to respawn in a minute. They don't know that. This is the only thing that casters know better than the players.
We could type it in the chat.
Oh, he found him.
MKS spotted
Satanic. Is it
and
enough?
getting that health back. Telekinesis from the side. They land the spear. The LSA comes in and they get themselves the kill. Salad, I believe, yeah, stolen LSA. There is no way for that Lina to go and get away from this one and ends up dying. And that's with Roche coming up in 42 seconds. No buyback for the Lina either. So this sets up pretty well for the side of eHome.
This Roshan should belong to eHome. Not just Roshan. 80 seconds. They should poke the high ground, see what happens. You need to be careful about Tiny, though. Maybe they're going to respect Tiny. They're still a tier 2 tower in the mid lane, so they're going to kill this first. Maybe even poke the high ground, but got to be careful about Tiny. Let's see if Rubik is going to be fast enough to lift him this time around.
Play here. Avalanche preemptive, trying to make sure that they can't get this.
Oh!
Oh! Spear, but the walls aren't there.
It was a good setup. Pretty much what Lina does. Gleipnir into LSA. Rubik does have LSA. Gleipnir on Nature's Prophet. I don't think he needed to go for like this kind of a risky play, but you know, gotta look stylish. And this Roshan, as we said, it belongs to eHome.
Scram the shard, Zhao Yu. Double spear. So now, 5 minutes on the Aegis. They've got a 5-man smoke, and honestly, if they catch the Lina again, they could just take the high ground in the game. So you really need to watch out if you're the side of Dawn Gaming.
Salad did place a
Salad
ward.
ward into the blink. Telekinesis, spear connects, Sunstrike onto the Undying. MS gets low, MS falls. It costs the life of Sal with the BKB being popped by X. They've got the Gleipnir coming out. MKS is gone. He's in so far. He's on the high ground by himself, and he ends up dying. Now they look for the LSA. They got themselves the BKB with the spear landing on X. Meteors are down. MKS TP's out. Mortimer's Kiss is coming through from LWW, but he needs to get away with the floor staff. Knight goes in Viz, ghost walking, and trying to get out of the grasp of Dawn Gaming.
A bit too deep. We've seen this movie before so many times in professional Dota. You want to close out the game. You think you are powerful enough, but you are actually not. And now he does not have a BKB for another full minute. Let's see if Dawn Gaming decides to potentially smoke. Lanes are in okay spot. Someone needs to push out the bottom before they go. Siumang looking for someone.
Maybe Prophet.
Not going to find anyone.
They lost that Aegis immediately. We've seen this story a couple times. Avalanche toss, LSA, right clicks in, Salad ball back. He's not going to be available anymore, but they'll look over to get Dockeray as they throw the Sunstrike off the mark. They get the kill onto the Tiny, and now, I believe, Refresher looking for the arena again. They're going to land it onto Siamong, and now they've got him. Gleipnir is not going to matter. They've got the spear. They'll get the kill onto the Lina. 100 seconds, no buyback, and they are right by the tier 3. Oh, MKS going over for Son Goku. He's moving around. He's got that level 25. He's looking for these heroes to kill off the side of Dawn Gaming and take this series.
This Refresher on Mars. Oh, spear. Undying with the Sprout.
And Tornado Sunstrike. Oh, MS. Just surviving. But it looks like this tier 3 is not going to be so fortunate. Son Goku trying to help out, trying to back them off of this, but the set of racks are looking likely to fall. Blink, Dragon Tail. Son Goku, though, blink behind him from Zhao Yu, and they're going to get the spear to land onto the tree. They've got the meteor on him, and Knight gets the kill on a Son Goku, who is Son's buyback as well.
Oh, man. Lina investing into Claymore and having like a morbid mask. Like, why do you buy Claymore? It makes no sense. You not having a buyback, there you're going to be playing against Mega Creeps. 45 seconds or the game just might end.
Yeah, MS, he ends up dead. He's got buyback, but they're going to have to glyph. They're going to try and survive here. There's still 40 seconds without these heroes. It's really tough for them to hold on.
Last set of barracks. 2 versus 5. MS is going to buy back, but I don't think he can do much.
Gonna eat that Wrath of Nature. They're gonna go in with the Avalanche as well as the toss. They'll pop the Exorcism and try to run forward, but they've got the BKB pop by X as well as MKS. They get the kill on a Doc Race. He's gonna buy back immediately. Tiny now back into the fight. The Telekinesis is onto the Death Prophet with the Arena down. The Mortimer's Kiss is coming in from LWW. They'll take out MS. They'll look for the Death Prophet. They'll take them both away, and only the Tiny is alive. And it looks as though they can roll their way through the base on the side of eHome and look to finish this off, but they've got Mega Creeps and they'll back up for now. Oh, fake back? Full back?
I love the fake back into smoke. They're not going to go back yet.
Telekinesis from a distance. That lines up the spear. They've got an LSA coming out from Sumang as he'll throw the Gleipnir in. The right-click damage is going to be enough on MKS to take out the Nature's Prophet. He doesn't have buyback. This is a defense that could work out with the side of Dawn Gaming. They get themselves a second. They're taking the Mars. He also no buyback for him. Avalanche comes in from Salad. That was stolen. Son Goku's still going forward. They land the Gleipnir. They land the LSA, but the Telekinesis from Salad to try and get LWW away. A Cookie too. Ooh, okay.
Good tornado.
They've
That's
got
gonna
the
stop.
Snapfire out of harm's way, and Sumang is not able to get the kill. Son Goku survives as well as he was trying to chase. They get 2, but what can they do with these 2 kills?
Again, Alina's damage numbers, 10,000 damage coming out from this hero. And one of the reasons why I see this hero being super popular as position 1. Nature's Prophet's still leading in terms of hero damage overall.
You know, Wrath of Nature hits everybody, and
They're dead for 50 seconds, but playing against Mega Creeps, they're not going to be able to push it out. You're also playing against Mega Creeps and Nature's Prophet level 25. So he can TP. They choose to take a fight outside the base. Nature's Prophet TPs, kills your tier 4 towers, kills your throne. So very, very difficult task to ask for Dawn to come back into this game. They had a really good shot. They've been punching back the whole game for almost 30 minutes, but seems like this is a very difficult situation for them. Next Roshan might respawn in 2.5 minutes.
that's a long time to wait with Mega Creeps. So they'll have to try and buy their time, but their time is very expensive. And it may not be enough, whatever they get. But right now, eHome not really putting their foot on the gas in the moment. Sitting on their side of the map, their side of the river. Maybe waiting for an item here or there. Maybe farming up for some buyback.
Very interesting. Looking at the Invoker, 8 Spirit Vessel charges. It's a sign where you're either stomping a game or you don't know what the item does. You don't know that you can click on it.
And it's an active ability?
Yeah.
Telekinesis comes in. They've got the spear into the arena. This
He
time
gets
it
it this
lands.
time.
Yeah, making it look really easy. Getting the kill on a Son Goku. Pops the BKB. So Zhao Yu refreshes. Arena available again. BKB available again. MS. He stands his ground for the moment. And here comes the
Three-man
three-man avalanche. They've got Sumang trying to do the damage. Knight moves over to the side. They get the kill on MS. They'll take it a second, so it's going to be a 3v5. Sumang backing up, no longer having the BKB, but the arena walls come up in time. Yules up into the air, but he needs to be careful. They've got the Hex. They have the Spirit
called
Vessel.
the
MKS
GG
comes
B-Cup.
in, and GG is called. They'll take the 2-0. eHome, another clean series for them as Dawn going the opposite direction in the standings.
Dawn, this is the best draft that we've seen from them, I would say, and this is the overall best game. The way they played it, I think they had a really good shot in terms of the execution. From what I've seen, they're going to make slightly more mistakes than the other teams, and eHome, they're looking relatively crisp. You know, they're looking good in terms of execution. I like the smokes, even when they played against the IG. They love to come from the side where they kill the barracks. They use the smokes, and they have a lot of smokes in the mid/late game. Like they don't use, because the game when we see this quite often in the Chinese region where 10 minutes into the game there's like 5 kills. They don't use smokes early on as often as, I don't know, Western teams.
Yeah, there was in that IG game, I remember them. They had like 3 smokes in a row. They went like from top, smoke, into the lane, smoke again, then they cut through the triangle, and it's interesting movements coming out from eHome, and it's certainly working for them. They get a 2-0 over Dawn, and right now. They sit atop the standings in the Chinese region. And to break that down more for you is the panel. So everybody, take it away.
Well, there you had it. You guys liked Dawn Gaming's draft, but eHome did come out with the win, and they were able to deal with the leadership. It's something that a lot of people have said is not something you want to let through, right? It's been first phase so many times, but got dealt with.
I mean, we saw Y in that laning stage. That was one of the saddest things I've ever seen in my life. But they did a really good job of dealing with it, especially using this Mars, because even though he lost his lane, he still has Arena, right? So every fight, they were using the Arena to, like, he would sometimes just use it on his team just to protect them from the Lina. And they also used it to, like, stall out her BKB. If she BKB'd, Arena goes up, the BKB wears off, then they can deal with her with the lift.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the Lina would have to, we saw a couple of times she'd have to BKB to get into the fight. And it's like normally when you're Lina, you're BKBing, you have to stand your ground and be kind of this turret. But I think the main takeaway here is it is a first pick Lina. It is into a eHome who is outperforming Dawn Gaming, but she's still going 12-4-5. It just shows how strong this hero is. But yeah, back to eHome. I think just the way in which they utilized this Furin early on, you're able just to move around the map. The amount of times that MKS was syncing up with his Mars or enabling his Snapfire to get some extra CC on for an Invoker to Sunstrike, like these early plays just fully disjointed Dawn from ever getting their DK, their DP into one lane and truly breaking down the map. Sure, they did it a couple times, but not like that decisive play.
It's something that happens so often, like when you're playing into heroes that are extremely mobile and you're trying to draft this death ball kind of a draft in which you have DP, DK, you're just popping your ultis and you're committed. Well, they don't have to commit. They just run around, they play around, they make you think they might be committed, but they aren't. You go top, they go bottom.
Yeah.
They play with you, and that's what eHome did, and usually it's a sign of a team that's a slight class above.
Yeah.
You kind of touched on it there, T. Even though eHome were able to disjoint Dawn in that earlier part of this game and snowballed from there, there were still fights where it felt like it was 50-50 or Dawn was able to take them. What was enabling them to be able to take these one or two fights here and there?
For Dawn at least, it was getting that Death Prophet with the BKB into the middle of the fight, and then like the confidence of Son Goku to just unlock the engagement with like a quick stun and follow up. I just think, unfortunately for Dawn, even though a couple of those fights went well, when you have Salad playing this Rubik, I think we've seen a couple Rubiks now across different teams in China, and like they're insanely good. Like Salad in this game, he was playing on the fringe of every fight. Even if Son Goku was trying to jump on top of him, he was like disengaging with a lift. He was then stealing LSA, throwing that into the other side of the fight. Like he was always playing on the fringe, but unlocking all of this damage. And I think the fact that China has demonstrated how strong Rubik is, they're the first region to play. The other regions haven't played yet. I'm pretty sure Rubik's going to be on the fresh, like top of the mind of all these other teams now, because yeah, if you can play like Salad, if you can play some of these other players, it's just way too good.
Other people out there that can play like Salad, or do you find him as probably one of the more impressive players on that eHome roster?
I mean, in regards to just this roster, I think he's shown that he's extremely aggressive, and I think it's like Salad and MKS are the two players I look for. But yeah, if you're referring to like Rubik players, I think if you play if you play Pos 4, it's like I play Earth Spirit, I play Shaker maybe, and then there's always Rubik. Like Rubik's in the repertoire of pretty much every 4 player. Just how good are you? Are you the GH? Are you the Jin-Q, etc.?
FY.
Thanks. I was trying to leave you some room to
Save
me. Yeah.
Just some room to save, because in Chinese region, Rubik has been extremely popular for ages now, right? And as a position 4, if he is in the meta, it will be picked in this region.
Yeah, what about the DP? She ended up going mid. Was that something you guys thought? Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm just trying to word it in a way where it's like, we had that swap up. Do you think it played to that advantage as well for Dawn? Or do you think, they definitely should have kept her off?
There was no problem putting the DP mid. The problem was in the Iron build. My man rushed Arcane Boots for reasons I could not fathom. I've seen some people go mid and do this Arcane Boot Vanguard stuff for the Bloodstone on other heroes, but for DP, he went Arcane Boots into Yules. You have no stats, you can't CS. Like the Invoker is just out CSing him completely. Your laning just isn't benefited by it at all, and as a result, he's just like falling behind and then struggling to keep up in the game.
Is it one of those situations in which you go one route and then you change your mind because Eterlance is also kind of popular on DP. Is
But is
that
there
the
ever a
reason?
reason to go boots first?
I mean, it felt like just go for a boots, don't get ganked. You go mana boots yours to respect the invoker, but like I feel like it's such an isolated item build where you're thinking about the lane that you kind of forget about what the team needs after.
Right,
And I think there was a
yeah.
large window in the game where if this was a phase boots BKB DP, that's going to be a much bigger timing where you're going to a Roshan with confidence. You're not going to Roshan kind of going, oh, I need to yours dodge something. You know, it's like I think there's played a bit more defensive in DP when you flex DP to mid, you're putting it with this is a good DP game, you're going to own the game for us and we'll play behind you. So I think unfortunately for the Death Prophet, didn't have the most aggressive of mindsets, which is fair. Some mid players, when they're on heroes that they don't play as much, might not have that read on it, but unfortunately for Death Prophet, wasn't the best game. Did eventually get the BKB later on, go Shivas, like bought all the good items. It's just the first couple items in Dota, it's like if your first item or two are wrong, you're going to feel the ramifications for the entire game.
Yeah, and it was there, unfortunately, for Dawn. They just weren't able to do too much more in the game. But on the side of eHome, MKS, we talked about him, he's stable. Was that the same sort of MKS that you saw in this game, or maybe not as impactful as we've seen him before?
3 times as many deaths as the
Oh
last time he
gosh,
played Prophet.
bench him.
So that's
You'd be
huge.
surprised. People have been benched for less. So.
Look, I say it as a joke, but that's kind of true. And anything that stood out about how he was playing or for items?
No, I think it was pretty solid. The positioning and everything, the item builds were on point. I would go back to the Invoker when it comes to making plays and the itemization. I think that was a bit more important. Just recognizing that vessel was necessarily early on. You're playing into a lot of these bulky boys, and then later on getting that hex to help them out with a little bit of catch. Nature's Prophet, this hero has been played as a position 1 for what, 2 years now, a year and a half, something like that. And like everyone knows what to build on him. The item build isn't really, it doesn't differ from one game to another a lot.
It's pretty stock standard.
Yeah, it's a hero that you don't really change up too much, but it's more how good are you at reading the map. And I think this game, MKS, he struggled a little bit more in this game with some of his TPs. I think the previous series, he was like immaculate, like insane. And today, because he's going up against a little bit more of a objectively hungry lineup, that's where the weaknesses come through. So I think overall, even though you died 3 times, MKS, like again, you're 11, 3, and 15. Like we're like nitpicking the smallest things here,
Of
but
course.
it's like, yeah, today was a little bit shakier in regards to some of these TPs, some of these placements, and I think eHome, they'll look back at this game too, and they'll go, probably shouldn't have needed the last 42 minutes. I think some of their mid-game choices weren't as clean as previous games, so I think eHome is kind of proving to us that they're a very good team, but they're still a middle pack team. I think this series for me, I needed to see eHome like completely demolish Dawn to kind of replicate PSG.
So
I think,
not 20 minutes, but like 13.
yeah, like this should be like a 30-minute game. I think with how like eHome can set this one up. So I think again for eHome, they'll be looking back at this game going, sure, we won the series, but it wasn't us winning it perfectly. Like they did give away a lot of opportunities for Dawn to try and win this game. So again, like eHome, they're trying to chase top 4, they're trying to get to a major, they're trying to rebuild kind of the eHome brand that is in China. So I think they are going to be a little bit more kind of harsh on themselves for the second game because it wasn't as kind of beautiful as that first game.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for anyone that's watching all the other teams that there are certain areas that you can capitalize on eHome. Dawn, though, I don't want to talk about their next series when it's going to be doom and gloom. So right now I'm going to ask you, what were some good takeaways that you were like, it's almost there, just a little bit more?
Their drafts got better. Their drafts got better. This one, like last game, they had a little bit, just still a little bit lacking. This game, pretty damn good overall. I think they got their IM timings and ran with them pretty well. Their Lina was amazing. Like, he was finding pickoffs on side lanes. He was keeping up in farm. I think it did just come down to, like, overall team skill. But, like, I would say this was a massive step up.
Yeah, the best draft that they've had so far. And it's kind of difficult as well when you think about it. They just lost 3 games in a row in a pretty bad manner, right? Like
Yeah.
they were all around 20-minute mark, 30-minute mark, and then even though you have a good draft, your confidence is probably already really shaky. So maybe in the next couple of games, if they do continue drafting the same way they did in this last match, and if they just clean it up a little bit, we might see some upsets.
Was there anything that came out from eHome that I don't want to use the word shocked again, but you didn't really see it coming in ways that they played, or even certain matchups or how they played in lanes?
I think just for me, it's knowing that eHome's a very good Rubik team. I think that's my kind of takeaway.
Oh, okay.
because like in regards to like matchups and stuff, like their drafts, they often are very concrete in regards to their lanes are robust. They play themselves. And like in Dota, when you say a lane plays itself, it's because the combo is good. They have ways to play in a weak lane and a strong lane. So I think eHome just gives themselves such a good foundation to play on that there's never really surprises for them. It's more who's going to turn up on the day, and I think salad is kind of the big takeaway for me that I've not really seen much. I eat salads, but I don't see the salad that often.
True.
And,
he has a beetroot salad.
I have a beetroot salad outside, but like I haven't really seen much salad personally, and it's like it's exciting to see that this one player is kind of making so many plays, be it the Tusk, be it the Rubik, and I hope to see him continue elevating his play and hopefully win against some of the stronger teams, still find those rotations, still find those plays. I think salad. That's my
Sheep.
answer.
What's a better nickname, Catyu or Salad?
I prefer salad.
I prefer cat feces.
Cat feces?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good one as well.
That was his best, I think.
Has interesting nicknames, that guy.
Yeah,
He does,
I mean,
yeah.
he definitely does. The series done and dusted 2-0 for eHome means it's time for an interview. We're going to have Knight, their mid laner, joining us here. We had to ask some questions. Knight, congratulations on another win for you guys. I want to know from your point of view, what do you think is eHome's biggest strength right now?
就是他先恭喜你，就是获得了这个 BO3这2局的一个胜利。然后他想问你一下，你觉得现在一红最强的一点是什么？就是你自己的最强的长处是什么？
我们还是我？
你们这个队伍？
我觉得我们打的会比较团结一点吧，就是我们打起来人都挺齐的，就会比较齐心一点，干一件事情。
Okay. Knight says, I think the biggest strength of us is play united, and when we have the team fight, we have always have a larger number of heroes to engage in team fights. That's how we win this game.
Awesome.
Okay.
You want to go first?
Yeah.
Oh,
please,
go.
thank you.
Yeah, go for it.
I think everyone has been pretty impressed with your drafts. I was wondering how much time you guys dedicate to drafting and also who drafts.
就是大家都觉得你们的 BP 做得非常的好，他想知道的是，就是你们花了多少时间在这个商量赛前的这样一个 BP 的一个上面。
BP 的话，就是赛前的话，我们会自己先讨论大概半小时吧，就是提前想好就是对面玩什么，我们准备打他们的时候选什么。然后 BP 的话，基本就是这1-2个月训练一起总结出来的，就大家一起讨论。
That says before every match we discussed about the drafts about like a half an hour, and we figure out what they played and what heroes we used to counter them. And for the heroes we played, it's out of the outcome of our like half a month screams, we figure out the best heroes we used to play in these matches.
Okay, congrats on the win. Did you guys have a coach? I believe on our like research and stuff, I don't think you have one registered, but do you have a coach for eHome?
他想知道你们到底有没有一个教练啊？因为好像注册的时候你们是注册了教练，但是好像你们没有教练。
我们没有教练，我们都是自己商量的，就是会有人给意见，但是基本上是我们训练完之后，就是稍微会跟我们稍微说2句，但是 BP 还是我们自己来的。
就是有一个第6个人跟你们说2句是吧？
就是指点一下然后基本上都是我们自己选的。
We don't have a coach, but we have like the 6 men who will like command us something, but mostly it's 5 players who figure out the drafts.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, interesting. 6 man, but he's not a coach. Okay.
Like an analyst, maybe.
Yeah, an analyst or something. Congrats on the win. My question is, who do you consider your biggest rivals in the region? What team is probably the scariest for you guys? If you're afraid of anyone, obviously.
就是他想知道，你觉得在中国区哪个队伍是你心目中最强的？谁是让你们感到最不可战胜或者最可怕的一个队伍？
应该是阿斯特吧。
I heard
He,
that.
yeah, he's the best. Yeah.
Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, well, thank you so much, Knight. Congratulations again. I look forward to seeing where eHome goes from here.
谢谢你，那谢谢你接受我们采访，也希望一红以后会打得更好。
好，谢谢。
Amazing. They don't have a coach, but they do have a sixth person there. So Knight really giving us some information. They do that 30 minutes beforehand as well, and a little bit from their scrims.
That's a short amount of time.
I thought you were gonna. I thought Lizard
I
was
was
gonna say
gonna
something.
like.
I thought you were gonna jump in there.
Imagine being that sixth person right now.
And they're
You know,
like, we don't really want you as a coach. We don't really want you as a player.
They're not really committing, you know. I don't really know what I want in life right now.
But it-
You
it
can
could
be there, but you know,
Oh,
I'm
like
not
a
there
manager or
yet.
something. You know, don't worry, man.
okay,
You
man.
Need some
know,
help, Lizard?
It's like maybe like a psychologist. You know, maybe.
Yeah.
Not, okay, so like in teams, at least in these teams, where they're not like
Yeah, I end up being
super
there
tier
as well.
one. Yeah, don't worry.
A psychologist,
So
and
good,
that's
yeah.
it.
You're like just a friend. So like, you know, it's like a manager or a coach. If there's not a coach, you know, there's someone there at least. I was worried it was just 5 players. I don't know, like the way
Yeah.
that it was looking on like the documents. It was like, is eHome just 5 players? That's it. That's very rare, but it's good to see that they have at least
Yeah.
someone outside the game that.
That's exactly
Can
what
do
I was
something,
going to
you
say.
know?
Is it's the fact that they have someone outside that is able to have like a little bit of an input that they respect and is able to see things that they might not be able to see when they've just come off the back of a game.
Just like a coach would do. You
They're literally going to be playing against like ROTK or a Zhao 8
Yeah.
team coming up in the
He's
season,
like, don't
right?
put me in that position, man. I don't want to be compared.
exactly. It's like you need someone else. Like obviously not to their caliber. They're like the goats of the region, right? But like they need someone to provide. So again, whew, I'm happy
Yeah.
they have someone.
Yeah.
Which again, cool. Good takeaway at least.
One more thing that I want to talk about for eHome is the fact that they talked about team fight, how united they are across the map as being their strength. Do you think that that is enough then to push them into that top 5, or is that something that's going to be later down the track when you verse other teams, something that can be pulled apart very easily?
I actually thought in that last game that it was like a little bit of a weakness to them as well. So it's like a double-edged sword. If they clean it up, then yes, I think it's like a very strong tool in their kit, and it already is. But like, for example, Zhao used like joining fights up to like 17 minutes over and over again to the point where he's not actually finishing his blink dagger, and it like got delayed by way too much in my opinion. And they were taking a lot of fights into like Tombstone early on, which they really didn't need to, and were losing heroes as a result. So stuff like that, I think, can be cleaned up, fixed, but that's like, yeah, you're going a little bit too hard on the 5-man. If they can just reel it back to like
It's
the right
really
amount.
easy to make a mistake if you're playing like that,
Yeah.
right? Like you overcommit, suddenly you find yourself a little bit far behind. I remember during TI, I don't know who I was talking to, but basically a carry player said, you just don't join fights ever. If you join a fight, even if you get kills, you're not gonna earn as much.
You'll be in
as-
like a weird place on the map or something.
You're in a
weird
weird
site,
place
yeah.
on a map. If you
they
farm the
win TI?
triangle,
That I
maybe,
don't care.
maybe they did. Maybe they did twice. Maybe not.
Maybe not, you know.
I
I don't think you're talking to Anna, that's for sure.
Yeah, I wasn't.
You wish it. All right. Let's have a look at standings because we've had 2 teams now playing their second series. So it obviously is going to push eHome up there to the top of their standings. And then it's still LGD, Aster Extreme, Aster Aries, IG Knights, and then Dawn Gaming, unfortunately, with that second series loss. And then, of course, straight into our schedule. So you guys know that there is a second series. That was only the end of our first series today. It is going to be our second series of IG versus Knights. There it is. IG versus Knights. It is going to be a hard start on 7 p.m. CST. That's going to be in about 20 minutes-ish.
Like a
We'll
little-
come
yeah.
back. Something roughly-ish then, maybe. Any closing remarks that you have about this series, Sheep? Because you won't be here for the next one.
That's true.
Or anything for the next series, quickly.
For the next, no, I don't want
You're
to.
Okay,
leaving?
all right.
No, I'm not. That's not my job.
Okay. All right.
This
well,
one was
this
good
series,
though. I
yeah.
enjoyed my time. The Sea Boys take another huge W.
Big dub.
Yeah, big dubs. Yep, that's it.
Oh, cool. Great. Thank
Thanks
you
for
for those
having me.
closing remarks. Yeah, have a good rest of your day. We are going to be back with our second series. Once again, it is IG versus Knights after this break. Welcome back. We are halfway through our day. We're heading into our second and final series. It is going to be Knights versus IG. And replacing Sheep right next to me is Kezu. I know you were just watching this series before. And I'm just going to ask you some general things about it. I don't know why, considering we're moving on to another series.
Sure.
But
pages. Oh no.
Oh yeah, Ehome. Yeah, that team. Do you think there's a lot that potentially some of the either IG or Knights could be learning from the way we've seen Ehome play?
I think that Ehome's type of drafting and playstyle is, pretty nice. I feel like they play pretty fast, considering, that it's the Chinese region. I think that is something that Knights could look at. Yesterday, I think also their drafts were kind of good, but in mid-game, I feel like at some point, it's like they take their foot off the pedal. Like they just lower the speed of the game and chill perhaps a little bit too much.
Okay. I don't know why I asked you about it, I'm not going to lie. So we're going to talk about IG. It is an interesting point that you bring up, though. We're going to talk about IG. We already talked about how many roster changes they had at the start of the broadcast today, T, but you're going to have to refresh everyone's memory on who is playing for IG now.
Of course. So IG is going to be Emo, the carry. He used to be the mid laner, but then he swiftly swapped his way to the carry role. Then we have Dust coming in for Pos 2, Irving on the off lane, Polison on the 4. I'm going a bit quick now. Let's pause. There we go. There's Polison. Look at him. Oh, he's got that cutthroat pose. And then, of course, QX on the 5.
The birthday boy.
With the birthday boy. So do they have a birthday buff? We don't know. We'll find out soon.
We will find out soon. Any other info that you want to add in onto that, Kezu?
Yes. Did you know that they have a coach, Mr. Tiga?
Tell me more.
They have Super. So this guy is, pretty good. He's been around for a long time as well.
Super, yeah.
How long is long time?
Because there are a few supers in the Chinese region.
Yeah.
This one has been around for This a while. one has been around, okay.
Should I check
How
which
long?
super it is? How many supers are
How
there?
long, T?
There's like 2. He's been around since like 2012,
Oh.
Back in the day.
Oh, wow.
Just a little bit.
Oh,
But that's like Dota 2, Then there's obviously probably some Dota 1 shenanigans as well, of course. So yeah, he's been around.
Experienced.
Yeah.
Coach was the only thing you wanted to add. All right,
Yes.
perfect. And because of that, we're going to move on to Knights. Who are they going to be coming up against? And yesterday, Lizard, Knights went to all 3 games. Unfortunately, ended up losing that series, though. But it was up against Asta. So how much confidence do you have for them? And do you think they should be taking into this series against IG?
Yeah, I think that they're definitely the favorites. Just watching the first 2 series that IG and Knights have had, Knights played versus the strongest team in the region by, well, don't take my word for it. Any player that you ask in the interview, if they are answering like who are the strongest rivals, it's usually Aster. So Knights took a game off of them. They could have even taken the series. It was extremely close, and I truly did like what I saw from them.
And also, it's like for Knights at least, the Knights brand, they took RNG's slot, and the players that they've grouped together, it's like 2 players played on like Team Fusion together, and then it's a free agent, and then it's a player from Shenzhen, and then it's like Nigma SEA. Like there's so many different players that like this team wasn't one like forged through the fires of Div 2 that's qualified. It's just like, we have a slot, you're pretty good lads, welcome to Division 1. So the fact that they took Aster after being a stack to the 3-game series, it's like incredibly promising for them. I think their current position at Norton 1 is not reflective of actually how good they are, and I think they have a pretty good ceiling to be a very good contender for like that 4th spot. It's like right now it's like Knights and Ehome, my 2 teams that are kind of battling for the 4th place right now.
Like Knights even looked very good like in the games. It's not like, they got some free games because they had like a super good draft or whatever. Like even gameplay wise, they had all the tools to win at least 2 of these 3 games. They were even ahead in one of them, made some mistakes. But anyway, moving forward, this team is good.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say quickly, the 3 games that they did play, you say how close it was. For those who didn't see it, Game 1 went to 40 minutes, Game 2 went to 55, and Game 3 went to 65 minutes. Like, that is genuinely how back and forth Knights and Asta were. And the fact that, brand new roster that you just pulled up, T, it's great for them. You also mentioned that they have a ceiling, like a very high ceiling that they can hit. What do they have to work or improve on to hit that ceiling, those expectations that you have for them?
I mean, it's unfortunately the answer is just time, right? You need to be able to play the games to experience those things, right? Against Asta, they played together for so long that when they're going into an hour-long game against Knights, against this void of refresher, it's like, okay, we know how to play it out. So honestly, I feel like for Knights, it's just play a couple more games. You had that 1-week break, and I think I'd be very surprised if this team weren't like the best contenders for top 4. I kind of feel like they are better than Ehome. in my kind of.
It feels like they have a
hierarchy.
better grasp on the meta at least.
Yeah.
Like while eHome they're playing their own thing, their own play style. I feel like Knights are playing what the tier 1 teams are playing. I'm not saying they aren't there yet, but they're kind of battling it out. The series versus Aster, it was literally you take Treant, now we take Treant. You take Rubik, now we take Rubik.
Now
right?
we ban Trent, but yeah.
Now we ban Treant. Yeah, it was more like that. And even the games that they lost, I felt that maybe they had a slight disadvantage in the draft, but it didn't really feel that way at least. And that's why they pushed the games so far.
Yeah.
Like Electricity for me has been an outstanding player as well. I would like to comment him on the Viper.
Yeah, like his Viper, I was gonna say too, it was really good in like 2 separate games. His item builds were good. The way he was moving around the map was very good. I would say perhaps moving forward, it's a very good point about time, right? The players are newly meshed together and stuff like this. What I would like to see them do perhaps is focus on, I think, the mid game. Something that I focused on earlier, where at some point they perhaps aren't fully able to identify yet how fast they should go, how much should we push our advantage.
Yeah.
But you know, over time and with more talks and games, it will get better.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, on the other side, Emo is just driving a crazy bus. Everyone is trying to stay inside.
That's exactly what I was about to bring up next, right? Because Knights really tested limits with Aster as what T put as this team of Div 2 players from sort of everywhere. Whereas IG, they do still have quite an experienced number of players, and they just looked so shaky up against eHome, who we just saw play and weren't, I guess, super clean against Dawn Gaming, who are sitting at the bottom.
Like from what I've seen in the past when it comes to IG, from the games that they've played and from the teammates that they had before, I really feel like they have this superstar problem perhaps with Emo. Like the amount of dives that happen in the game and the amount of those mistakes that happen. If you check the games really deeply, if you check who's leading the pack most of the time, it usually is him. At the same time, however, just to defend him a little bit. Sometimes it can really feel that way if everyone is not on your level. Like if the team is not on the same level, if someone is going too deep, like it might feel like a mistake, even though it wouldn't have been if everyone committed properly at the same second. Yeah.
Right.
Also, like captaining wise, right? Like when you think about the history of IG, right? You've had Kaka, you've had FY, you've had Fade. Like all of these players, at some point in their careers, you're like, wow, I want them on my team to like lead us to like just the domination of the region. And now in previous time, they kind of shifted away from that, where it's like picking up new talent. So again, no disrespect to current talent, it's just when you keep Emo as your only experienced guy and then you put him on carry and everyone is the more, maybe they've been around the scene for some time, but they haven't been like dominant captains. You're now kind of leaning on your carry to be potentially a more experienced shot caller, which in Dota that often happens like mid to late game, but early game when you're trying to like decide how to get to that point where you can group up, you need someone else to step up. And I think experience is IG's issue right now, and some player has to step up and just overperform right now, and I think that's maybe the biggest issue, just that one player to help them.
Yeah, like also I think a big problem, we don't currently know who is doing the shot calling for them and so on, but let's say Emo is doing the bigger part of it. There's only so much your carry can really do and tell you, because he's not always the one that is going to start the fight. Yep. Because I think Emo was playing very well in these games. Sure, maybe he led like 1 or 2 dives, but the main points where they kind of lost control of their game, it was more of their initiations were not great, or maybe a little too rushed from Dust on a bad rider.
It's like they're just excited, right? Okay, you're bringing up the Dust bad rider. I was like, is he going to say it? Is he gonna say it? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
No, it happens. It's a new team, but this can happen especially if someone maybe isn't too comfortable and your carry's like, yo, go. And it's not actually the bad rider making the decision, but someone for him. And then, you know, it can create this little bit of confusion and hesitation.
It's always like that in teams. If someone is forced to tell you what to do, that's already a mistake.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to initiating.
Yes.
We had that in the interview, right, with Extreme. When we spoke to Paparazzi and I asked him about JT's enthusiasm when he hit an RP, his instant response was we needed to calm him down and stop talking, because like you're hitting the spells, great, but we don't want to celebrate in the game. We'll celebrate after.
You have to do it again and again and again.
And that might be the issue of IG potentially, where it's like
do
because
you hate
they're
celebrations, Tiga? What's
going on
in the game? You know, like okay, all right. Let's let's role play for a second, right? We're trying to gank Kezu right now. Okay,
let's go.
I'm gonna go for Kezu, And then
What's,
I started
what's
giggling.
this hate for Kazu now?
I'll
Ah,
dodge
fair.
anyway.
You
He
know
won't
what?
hit
Okay,
me.
fine. You've ruined the roleplay. We'll do it after.
That's right. The
stream.
three of us, we're all gonna gank Lizard.
Okay,
Keep
yeah,
on the
see,
roleplay, so
I'm
we're
now
gonna
just
gank
going,
Lizard.
Let's
ha ha ha, woo, yay, woo. How are they going to communicate and actually CC you down before you use your big muscles buff and kill us all? Exactly. Like, we need to communicate. So I think that could be an IG thing. Again, I'm speculating here. They just get a bit excited that things are going well,
And then forget about the muscle buff.
and
Yeah.
the muscle buff comes in. But again,
Yeah,
birthday
yeah.
buff today could be pretty helpful.
We had some player comparisons coming up on our screen while we were role playing that scenario out. And when I looked at it, there are some questions about IG. Yeah, that shot calling that you guys talked about, but also emo. Is it this thing where if you are mid and you kind of can do some more solo things when you transition into carry, you forget about that a little bit? I don't know, right?
I would say it might just be that he's more experienced, and yes, him also having played that role before could maybe some other carriers wouldn't see it. He's like, okay, I've played the situation before as Bad Rider. I know that he should be going right now.
Yeah, and that he can do this and he can win this.
But maybe in that specific second, his teammate, he didn't see it. And then by the time that he has to call it out, it's going to be too late already, but then maybe you'll feel like, oh my god, Emo, you know, my big boy, he told me I have to do it, and now
it's
still
not
have to do
right,
it.
it's wrong,
Yeah.
it's your fault, not
Yeah. So this is just some things that you will like kind of flesh out over time, where it's like people need to see it themselves, and even if someone else says you should be doing X or Y, you should be okay with being like, maybe you are right, but now 1 second later, it's not good anymore. So I can't do it.
I mean, the best teams are the teams where all 5 players like think for themselves and
Yeah.
act, and then the calls are kind of just super high level. It's just like play this area, and that instantly translates to we have a ward, we position that. You know, like when you have teams that don't have that natural kind of star player aspect, you lean more on one voice, and that's where you have like the division of tier 1 teams to tier 2. Because in a tier 2 team, it's listen to the voice, make plays. In a tier 1, it's just make plays, and then if things are going bad, the voice will step up and kind of get the lads back into a new thing. So I think that's where you, again, it's a lot of speculation, but it's kind of how we're leaning towards how an IG plays compared to, let's say, like a PSG. PSG feels more just this kind of harmony of everyone just talking, and then eventually it's like, boom, the throne has fallen.
What sort of play style works well for teams that might be struggling a little bit more on the communication? You know, is it the aggressive? Sounds weird to say. Is it the more passive, playing the defense?
It's the snowbally push lineups almost always. Like
Okay.
we actually had this discussion before. It's your Dragon Knights. Wrong game. It's your Dragon Knights. It's your Death Prophets.
Yes.
You know, these kind of heroes, like these big ulti heroes from the mid lane or the off lane that force your team to kind of play together. Like if you have a Death Prophet and she's popping that ulti on the top lane tier 1 tower and you're not with her, like then you're helpless. Like you can't be helped. Dragon Knight, kind of similar idea. If he pops that dragon form, you want to be around him as team to push with. I think it's probably one of those simplest ideas to execute in the game.
On the flip side, you have drafting with confidence. That's where, like, we saw Doom, very good hero, but when you're drafting it so kind of whimsically, where you're just picking it, let's say Doom plus Rubik, and you just play out the game, teams already have the counters to it. So I think IG fell victim to this, even Knights fell victim to this, where it's like, Doom's good, but just opening it first phase, you need to have the heroes later down the line that have the lockdown to keep them in an area to utilize that Doom effectively. And I think both of these teams have shown that just going for Doom's sake doesn't really help you. And that's where like the series will help. Like I think for IG, if they pick Doom, they had kind of a clunkier lineup where next time they're going to have that one little bit of something to wrap it together. And maybe we see Doom, maybe we see both teams ignore Doom, it becomes a second phase hero, but there's going to be a lot of adaptations, I think, coming up from IG at least.
I think that's a like good point about the Doom and like moving forward, and this is why Dota and drafting is like such a beautiful thing. So you can't just take a Doom because, let's say they go Centaur, they're just gonna stampede away. So instead of picking heroes that don't do anything about it, you now need to complete your puzzle again. Because they pick Centaur, maybe you pick Ember mid. So you chain them when they stampede, and now suddenly your Doom can still do things. But if like you don't add on to like if you
layers
don't
of
build
control,
out your puzzle nicely and get all the pieces, Doom suddenly
You just
has
have
like no place.
pieces just sitting there.
Yeah, like you need to put them together. Now they do this. I'm like, okay, what do I need now? Okay, now I need to fix this issue so that my early pick Doom still has like purpose in the game.
Right.
And that's the fun thing. It's like you do that, you get these layers, and then the enemy team does a push strat. and it's like, I didn't even get my lineup online because they just taken all our map, and that's also what happened with IGV eHome. Like eHome, it's like they have Death Prophet, Wraith King, DK. It's like,
So
sure.
you two are saying that drafting is actually complicated.
Yeah,
For me,
and
it was
Yeah,
mostly,
easy.
do I have push?
Lycan or
I
Visage
have
or
stuns.
Beastmaster.
I need stun, push, and a
objective
carry.
Stun,
hit,
push,
yeah.
carry.
Roche,
No,
Roche
you're good.
taker.
Rush,
no, no.
maybe, that's
No,
it. No?
No need none of those.
You guys, what are these
What are these
layers?
puzzle
This is not a
pieces?
cake. Like, what are you talking about?
I'm just making stuff up.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, we'd mentioned Doom could potentially be highly contested outside
Please
of,
no.
let's say, Lina, Tree, Tusk. Are there any other heroes sort of signature to these two teams that could be contested as well?
I think the Enigma comes to mind, at least for IG. Irvine's been playing it a lot in his pubs. I think he's got 10 plus games in pubs. Win rate's not too hot, but again, he's still going for Greaves because it's very popular. If that's not really needed for the game, you can just go for the Blink BKB option. But I think teams are respecting it so far. So that'll be my one thing for this series. Are they going to let the Enigma through? We haven't really seen teams first phasing it
Yeah, it's
or
been banned a
banning
lot.
it. It's been banned maybe, let's say, half the game.
I was going to say, on
Like,
the first day, it definitely
Yeah.
was.
yeah, and like today we haven't really seen it banned at all. So it's like it's a hero that's there out of respect, but not there because it's meta, like insane meta. So I think that's going to be my main hero for the day. Like, does it go through? If it does go through, what's the type of playstyle? Because we just haven't seen it.
Okay. What about Brood? We saw that one being randomly thrown in for first phase bans
Yeah, we've
throughout a
seen-
couple of series.
We've seen her banned out a couple of times. I think it's one of those heroes that you scream against, you get hit by a Brood once or twice, and I just don't want to play against it.
Yes.
It's like, let's play normal Dota. I don't want to play Brood Dota.
Like there's usually like these couple of teams that play it, or you scrim against them, or you have one or two players that are like, okay, I play against 3-3, I need to take care of. It's too many heroes, but just as an example, you have to take care of Brood, Beast, stuff like this.
Yeah.
But in terms of these two teams, I think both their +4s play Rubik. It's also a hero that I think in most of these games has looked pretty good. It's been a counter to the Tiny. It's looked decent against like Dooms, Death Prophets, all this stuff. So I think this hero is perhaps a little bit on the rise. I don't know if these teams play Kato, but that's another hero that has a kind of
Definitely
showed
been picked up.
important. Yeah, and
Undefeated
especially
so
with
far. Yeah.
like Embers on the mid lane,
Yeah.
then you have the Kotl. I think we have seen Kotl from one of these two. Maybe Knights, Kotl plus Rubik
Do
or
not
something
fear,
like
for
that.
I shall check. It was
No,
Asta,
yeah.
Asta, PSP,
LGD.
LGD.
Oh,
Yeah, I was
But-
going to say
okay.
Asta picked it playing
Close
Knights.
enough.
Knights lost to it, so it was technically.
It
So
was there.
maybe they
It
will
was
pick
there.
it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now they know the importance of it.
Close
We
enough.
are still running into some lobby issues. We talked about heroes. We talked about the
Charades,
teams.
Kazu, let's go.
Off we go.
Not me.
Thanks, boss. Come on.
Are you actually? Okay, all right. I
Alright,
wasn't
here
going
we
to
go.
do it. Okay.
Alright, no, I'd say maybe do it here though, because the lighting is a lot better here.
Oh, you can do
Yeah,
it.
but he has
Are
less
you going to move?
space.
Do you need movement?
Do you need movement?
Okay, all right.
there we
Then
go.
do it
Alright,
here.
we
do it
step back and then we can actually see what he's doing.
here. No,
Yeah,
but
no.
I'll repeat it. He said he's going to do an easy one. Okay.
Wait,
Sniper.
Okay, to be fair, that felt very bow-like.
Yeah, it did look like a
it
wind
was-
ranger.
Oh
for a
no,
bit,
he's like
yeah.
holding it with two hands.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I didn't hear the.
This is his bow.
Okay.
See, he pulled it back.
That's a bow. Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay, he's
one
doing
more,
one more.
Give us a hard one now. Yeah.
I have to say, Sheep did Bounty Hunter one time, and that was really difficult.
Okay.
Is that just Earthshaker?
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah,
Good enough.
okay, thanks.
Oh, it was really difficult. All right. Oh,
might
wait,
have-
we do have a draft. Yeah! Oh my gosh! Great work. Thank
It
you,
was me.
Casey. We didn't even have to throw to a break.
All me.
Thanks, mate.
We might have draft. I just got told me, we might have draft. We're gonna wait.
Hold
Do I
on.
have a draft?
Hey, Twitch chat.
No more
So-
charades, thanks.
No, I'll load up Twitch chat now.
We can
I'll
play
be ready.
Hangman quickly while we wait.
Yeah, you do that. I'm just gonna read Twitch chat.
I'll just hold up my tablet. I don't have a word right now. Okay, I got a word. You ready?
Go on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was hoping it was just two options and it was just the letter G, then we're done. You're really thinking. What if you spell it wrong?
Okay, no,
Sorry.
draft is ready. Right.
Yes!
Yeah, I was gonna say, what if I spell it wrong? That's why I had to double check it. Right, draft. Hangman will have to wait for another time. We do have our draft. The Lena, Viper having a little bit of a respect band there. Tree and Enigma. You guys almost nailed all the bands.
It's crazy, like sometimes like that when it comes to drafts. Like that Viper in the first game was picked for a reason. Then it did really well for Knights. Then they picked the hero again, even though it wasn't really the best Viper game. And
But
now
it was
it's getting
first phased and it did well.
yeah, and now it's being banned against them. I'm not sure that they're a team that would pick Viper no matter what. But
Yeah,
Do you want to hedge those bets?
sure.
it's a little crazy. I think it makes more sense maybe if they know, okay, we might pick a couple heroes that Viper is really good against, so we're just going to take it out now, so we don't have to worry about it later. Because yeah, it's a very unusual first phase ban, but you know, some team-specific stuff. I guess it's not out of the norm.
A little bit out of the norm, Beastmaster, we're seeing him picked up in first phase. What are you laughing at, Lizard?
No, I'm just loving the Beastmaster's face mask for some reason. I don't know. Great hero.
Okay,
Has been
great
banned
hero.
out before, by
It
the way.
has been banned out. I was going to say, it's been banned out in the past, and now they've put that emphasis for it to be first phase.
Yeah, it's our first showing of Beastmaster in Chinese DPC. That's pretty cool. It's kind of been a hero that's been a little bit lost, I guess, in the previous couple of weeks at least. Like the build, it's still Helmet Dominator, Overlord, walk around the map, might buy a Blink, might buy a BKB. Like it's a very scripted hero, and that's where as soon as a hero gets to that level, and if the concept isn't just OP, then people normally veer away from it because it's too predictable. But for IG at least, picking it on 8 here, closing it out with 3 bans, it just secures your game, because if Tusk is mid, Beastmaster's offlane, the amount of pressure that applies through invasion of the jungle, playing across the river, it can prevent like a skirmishing opening of this him around a Tiny from ever getting online, because you're reacting rather than being proactive playing on smokes.
What about if it's a Beast Tusk in the same lane, a Tusk being 4? Probably won't really see that. You don't think it's worth it?
I mean, you can play anything in the offlane because your 4 just grabs the wave. So because Tusk can just buy boots, like it could be an option for sure, but they're first pick, so they're going to have to draft with confidence. And I wouldn't be surprised if they kept their 4 mid bit more flexible in these 2 picks, just to give themselves some breathing room.
And meanwhile, Knights, they just move the Tiny most likely towards that mid lane. They grab themselves a Crystal Maiden that's generally decent versus Beastmaster. And also is a hero that has been picked quite a lot recently by a lot of teams in the qualifiers. She's just your cookie cutter position 5.
Yeah, like the CM5 is just a pretty standard response. You're good against the beast in the lane. You have Frostbite, you have the Nova. I think one thing you need to be careful.
That's a cookie cutter.
good.
Okay.
Of course, I was about to say there.
You
but I
knew
picked
that's
Techies,
coming,
yeah,
of course. Well, the thing with beasts is that there's like multiple avenues, kind of what you need to do against the hero. It's like you want heroes that block areas later on. You either do this with like these Naga Sirens, which you're gonna see banned a lot.
You're
like
amazing, Kazu. You can talk about Beast when there's a Techies right next to him.
Oh, I don't care about the mind man.
He's ignoring it.
I'm going to just add quickly. I love IG's second phase,
Yeah.
not because of techies, but because of Disruptor. I think Knights could have easily put in a Tidehunter.
They
close
might
out-
still.
But like the Disruptor's a slight deterrent, no? With
A
like
little bit,
static,
yeah.
It's like it's a slight deterrent. But I still think Knights could easily go Tidehunter and go for a very robust lineup, which is play behind him with Pipe. You brush off IG's very quirky style of damage, and then you just play a very standard game after. But yeah, IG, they're going Beast and Tusk will be active, and we'll have supports that running around the entire time.
Also, they picked it for Mirana, right? Like overall, the Disruptor
Sure.
into Mirana is a really good pickup.
It's a very good matchup. So they decide to go a slightly different route. Just to end the point real quick about Beast, Tide is one of the offlaners from like, you know, outside of the carry role, you can do it with offlanes. Heroes that can defend your towers, give you like this nice team fight that just stand there is very good. But they kind of decided, okay, if we have a CM with like some casual carry, that's good enough for us, this works, so that's just, they just feel this is a good Spectre game, and they're not wrong. This is an incredible Spectre game.
The lane's very good as well, right?
Yeah.
Because you have the CM, that helps deal with the wave push. You have dagger spam from Spectre, synergized with the aura of CM. Like, it feels good. So now you don't have this concern of, okay, our safe lane will lose, Beastmaster will have good time, we need time for Spectre to come. Like, Spectre should find some farm, so fight should be able to present itself for Knights at least. But again, like, I'm looking at IG's heroes, and it's just awkward heroes, you know? Like, if Tusk...
Techies? Awkward?
I was going to
Yeah,
say,
like-
why the techies? What is techies offering that you couldn't find at least some part in another hero that might also do something else for their line?
I feel like this comes down to some players' comfort zone.
I think so
Completely
too. I could not
Yeah.
answer this question.
Yeah,
No.
okay.
It's just if a team is picking techies, it's mostly just one player wanting to see the world burn, and that's it. Like we've seen it in like Eastern European regions. There, Zayak was playing it quite a lot. There's a couple of players in Europe as well that loves playing techies. The hero is decentish right now. I would even say, but
In this lineup?
I think it's not that bad of a lineup. Like it brings out a lot of burst damage, a lot of control techies right now. You have Tusk to play with in that mid game.
I don't
think it can work.
I don't want to scare you guys, but the 4-player for IG Polisson, he's played 3 techies games in his pro career. 1 in 2020, 1 in 2021, 1 in 2022.
It's a mid techies.
I mean, that's the game for the year.
So he's playing his 1 game for the year right now. He won't play it again after, but no, it's...
It's all one and done.
I say that with more the fact that like he's clearly not a techie spammer like
Right,
like
you
a
guys
Zayas
say
and stuff. Yeah.
it's a comfort, and now you're like, well, actually hasn't really played it that much, so is it really a comfort?
And I'm hoping
Mystic.
IG's got some... I'm hoping IG's got some like beautiful
Tidehunter,
idea with it.
techies.
Yeah.
What is the last puzzle piece though, Kezu, that you feel IG need to bring some of these?
I think
Awkward heroes
IG
together.
kind of wants some tempo carry because that's your Tusk wants to play fast, your Beast wants to play fast. I think there's okay. Morph, I guess, is like perhaps a pseudo type hero. He can play to the tempo if the lanes and stuff go well. I still feel like some last pick Tidehunter is still very good for them.
Spectre, like morphing to Spectre doesn't feel great, but I feel that they picked Morphling mostly. I'm pretty certain they picked it because of comfort zone. Like if you look
Instant
at
pick as
Emo
well.
and if you look at what he
That's
has
the
played
time.
before, like what cores, what carries he likes to play, and if you check the prior games, what's banned against them, it's usually the Morphling. Like Emo really shines on this hero, so I think that's basically the reason why they picked it.
Paulison is playing his one techies game for the year.
Well, he's getting it out early, so
yeah,
you
just
know,
get in, get out in January and then wait.
He's like, now I can have a nice 11 months in peace, no more techies.
But yeah, drafting wise though, I think Knights have just got they've read IG's opening because again, Beastmaster, it's a very face-up style of draft. It's like the Beastmaster, we're going to push in some capacity or take your jungle. Knights, they respond with the CM, they got the Tide. As long as they don't get overwhelmed with the awkward pressure of Tusk Techies Beastmaster, then I think their draft will scale beautifully. Spectre into Morph late game, you Haunt, you Manta, maybe even like Skadi or Diffusal style of play, you're going to be able to annoy the Emo. So yeah, I think I prefer Knights lineup, but I'm down for IG coming into this series with just surprise. Like no one expected techies, right? So I respect that from IG a lot.
I didn't expect techies, but I'm expecting Knights to win. Like I'm going. I really like their
unexpected
draft
one.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say Knights draft is also. I would prefer to play their draft if I had to, play in this game. But there might be something to this Morph Spectre matchup that I don't know, because he's very good on Morph, very experienced, and he decided to pick it into it.
Yeah.
So maybe there's something with the axe and stealing the stats that's cool. I'm not sure. So if I'm wrong about that, then that's how IG
I was
can
going to say,
win.
you're going to have to pay attention, and when we do come back for the post-game, you're going to have to tell me if you finally understood what they were going for. But we're jumping into game one. Your casters are Fogged and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Nat. And indeed, we're going to have to figure out exactly what's going to happen. A whole lot of questions. And I think the really interesting thing to me about these two teams is you've kind of got this like weird dynamic. IG, they lost a couple of days ago in eHome. They're trying to like reassert themselves. This is a team that needs a win here.
Yeah, and I guess they're trying to go for some pretty aggressive route, like going for this techies, which we haven't seen really anybody playing it too much. Let's see if it's going to work. I'm with the panel as well, too. I just think Knights is covering their bases. It's an easier to play lineup. Scales nicely, but let's see if we're going to get surprised from this Beastmaster techies and the Tusk. I like that T ended there with the panel saying, like, as long as they don't get overwhelmed by the pressure of like a Beastmaster having a good lane, maybe Tusk and techies kind of snowballing, then I think Knights should have pretty strong success coming into the mid and later game.
Okay, and that's something that's also going to be interesting to watch. You think back to those games of IG versus eHome 2 days ago, and when those matches happened, Dust really struggled. There were a couple of different times where we were like, Emo, he was previously the mid player, now put into position 1, wondering what Emo would have done in that situation. Regardless, there was a ward that was scouted out there by the side of IG, so that one might get taken away. But Dust, certainly a whole lot to prove. And maybe going to have a bit of a battle here as they head on down to the low ground, get the D-Ward instead that direction. And looks like IG will get the bounty run.
Yeah, looks like just a normal 2 for 2. Let's see how this bottom lane goes to. Disruptor, Morphling versus the Tide. Looks like it might just be a lane where the Tide just has free time on flyby, so. And also, the thing about this is it might open up some rotation opportunities depending on how flyby gets to start, to just let Felix move, right? And then he can actually set up for securing runes a little bit easier. So that's the other thing I would say for Knights is they have an easier way of contesting. What we've seen is these 4 or 6 minute runes that are constantly getting double checked from supports. So they have a lot easier like forms of aggression, right? The CM, the Mirana, Tiny, they're just easy ways that they can set up kills early. A little harder for IG, I would say, until they get a bit more levels.
And you talked there, when we were watching the draft, you were talking about the dynamic of Tusk versus Tiny. And you were mentioning you can sometimes get a little bit more aggro, but occasionally get out CS'd by the Tiny.
Yeah, you can really play around the armor advantage. That's the biggest thing for Tusk. You have 5 armor, Tiny sitting at, 0 unless he's under tower. So if you can get him trapped with some creeps, you can get some decent trades. But maybe Tiny will have a couple more last hits advantage. Should be pretty much similar, though. So they should both be kind of free farming.
And again, the lane that we don't see all that often, Paulison going to be playing on this techies and spamming out the mines over and over again in the laning stage. XCJ obviously queued up top here just in case the Beastmaster wanted to go for boars, instead going for those axes builds. So going to be a lot of spam up top.
They have good. They're already prepared for that spam, though. It looks like they did start out. He has a stick right away. They have 4 tangos on the CM, so should be able to keep the Spectre pretty healthy up here. We'll see once the levels start coming in, though. I'm just really curious with this Techies pick, because I was telling you when the draft was going, usually it's like you see something that the silence is like, holy moly, this blast off is gonna be incredible, like versus some Morphling or something, but you don't really see too much when they had the draft going. They saw Mirana, CM, and Tiny.
CJ there actually didn't get attached on the sticky mine, but still ended up taking the damage from it. Kind of frustrating area control stuff, and again, towards mid, 10-2 so
really
far
well.
versus 7-3. So yeah, Dust making up for what we saw in the last week. Definitely having a good time here.
Yeah, he's actually doing an excellent job of like constantly harassing. Look at it, he's just like being able to just hit and trade with alacrity with some creeps on him. So well played from Dust. See how the bottom's going. Emo gets aggressive.
Yeah, needs to play around, switches over into some strength form, but he should be perfectly fine here. 9-2 versus 9-0. Or rather, can they get any more? Emo does not have much regen.
They have none. Like Disruptor has 0 as well. He's just gonna have to play around flag bearer creeps and just morphing down with the stick charges for some time, and that means
oh my god, that's first blood. Felix Chauba manages to clean that one up. So down bottom, I mean, at least he's gonna get to bring some regen back.
Yeah, I honestly maybe not even that bad of a death because of that. Because otherwise Emo is not gonna be able to walk up in CS almost at all.
Dust keeps the pressure onto Alacrity here. Good chunk of damage.
Now we're seeing the moves though. We're seeing the Mirana. Felix, he's starting to realize, Tide's starting to have a pretty free time. Maybe he's going to be able to go for some rotations. But he's jungling, actually. He just arrows a creep more and then makes his way back over.
The absolute classic.
Yep. I mean, it's a good move. It's an economy move. I really like when you see these Miranas do that. Especially when you have CM aura. Just utilize that mana. Oh, he gets he finds the courier.
Dude, a freebie. Oh, that's got to be so frustrating.
Oh, my God. And they see the other one. They're pinging it. That's the one with the regen. That's the tango in the south. Sorry, I'm distracting.
Don't send it back. This is what happens. It happens. Okay. As XCJ goes down, Paulison able to blast off right on top of him.
Nicely done.
Yeah, they're really beating away down here, and not the easiest time in the world. He still hasn't transferred over that regen off the courier yet.
Yeah, it's just sitting there actually. He's not in the area anyway, so he's actually going to check the runes. They'll double check it.
For a minute, Paulison gets a bottle charge from Dust. The glimpse away. Do still have blast off ready if they wanted to go, but won't make it happen.
So far, pretty nice though for Dust. Yeah, I kind of figured this would happen with the Tide in this matchup. Like, there's nothing really they can do to force him out. So he's gonna have absolute freedom down here by himself. And now it's just gonna open up the map for Felix to constantly make rotations. And they have great kill threat with the 2 supports, CM and then Mirana up top.
Good silence, good damage. Paulison still sitting pretty here. And also has a full stick charge, so if you want to do, you can just keep the spam going onto Ego this entire time. We'll tank through the dagger, but with both of these heroes just constantly throwing their spells out, Knights are pretty under threat up there.
Yeah, actually a bit surprising that Ego is going for the Falcon Blade. I mean, it's a normal build, the Falcon Blade, but I thought maybe in this lane he just gets like a casual ring so that he can sustain versus the double spam, but not the case this time.
Arrow a little bit off the mark there, couldn't connect onto Dust. Pairing together with Alacrity.
He's doing really well mid, yeah. 30-4 on Dust.
In the meantime, getting closer to that 6-minute mark, they're actually going to pull back Felix Chauba here and tries to go for the leap away. Second leap, third leap, all of them throwing out the arrow. Now the toss under the tower. Oh god, the caster curse is very strong.
Indeed.
It's not quite strong enough. But got baited a little bit there by that Mirana. That was really nice.
That's just such an over-aggressive snowball play. You know he has all 3 leap charges. He hasn't used them, so have to be very careful.
And Dust still sitting very low. They glimpse back again, and maybe they can go onto Alacrity, but the toss back up onto the high ground. Nobody to really punish there. One tower shot, Dust down low. Ooh. And it does end up becoming a trade. All heroes coming mid.
Before the power rune, too. It's like 6 minutes now. It's going to hit. Both of the mids are dead. So who's going to get the rune? It'll be bottom. It's a haste. Nice rotations from the 2 supports from Knights. They actually end up getting the better trade there.
And while that's going on as well, we saw the stacks going in the jungle. So 1 point up in those boars, I think, and just queuing up for him to go and take those away, probably with the axes later.
Yeah, I like that a lot. We saw 33 was kind of the master, of course, on the Beastmaster doing this during the TI route, always getting his own stacks. all over the map. Very nice. Both offlaners just having absolute freedom.
And to be honest with you, like, Spectre is still also having a really good game.
He is.
Emo's been struggling. Obviously, Anchor Smash really annoying to deal with for a Morphling, particularly when there's just like no threat that he can really punish Flyby here at all.
Yeah, and Ego, honestly, now it's like, I kind of take back the thing about Ring of Health because the supports start moving out of the lane, so now it's like the Falcon Blade and everything just looks way better. He's having the perfect start of the game for a Spectre.
The Helm of the Dominator already completed now for that Beastmaster.
All right. They're going to have to start, I would say I would like them to accelerate the game once they start having this type of start on the Beast, start moving the supports up there to start pressuring the Spectre out of the lane.
See if they can make that move.
They're going to look to go for the bottom play first because they really want to push Flyby out. They're just thinking he has too good of a game.
And this is nice. A nice way to control onto him. Waveform in, couple more hits. The silence is out along with that damage. Flyby down low, living
Anchor
for forever.
smash.
This Anchor Smash. I mean, he's still alive, but eventually goes down. Goes to show why that can be a pretty good pick.
Yeah, and he skipped, if you looked at his skill build, he didn't have Ravage, so he had 2 points in Kraken, which is blocking all that additional damage with the Anchor Smash reduction. Mid.
Avalanche dodged. Throws out Sticky Bomb. Dust going to connect onto Alacrity. Tosses.
Big
the server is breaking. It will bring down the Disruptor Pulse and tries to get away. And a little hideaway. Maybe he actually can get out of there.
3 seconds on the stun. He's a little speedy because Taser
does have Stick and Fairy Fire, so he's fine to go. CJ going to get dropped. So 4-4.
Okay.
Kind of a brawly little start in this one.
Yeah. Moves in are ended up working out for IG. They're not pressuring the Spectre though, right? Ego is just continuing to have a full free game. Ego is starting to catch up though. Or sorry, Emo. Oh my God, yeah, we have.
It's gonna be a problem.
Oh God, I'm so sorry, Scriff. This is gonna. Ego and Emo, baby, got 1 letter difference. All right, Emo's also caught up though, really nicely down bottom because they did make that move. So, all in all, IG. I think both teams are actually pretty happy with the situation. I think IG may be slightly happier because they have that really good start on the Tusk.
They're just steady jumping onto Ego, like constantly throwing those blast offs. And it's not doing all that much damage, to be honest. He's still farmed incredibly amount so far.
And they're actually seeing this play happen. They see Dust with the ward, so now they're bringing Alacrity and XCJ.
Ooh, this would be a nice little pick-off here. Ooh, didn't quite catch eyes onto him, I don't think. Now, they can also TP in more if they need to. Diving back behind. Avalanche ready, and yeah, that TP's coming in. Felix Chauba there. They find one, snowball into both. Arrow to follow, connects onto Dust. Paulison is going to get chased, but they get fogged. There you over there as the chase comes down and they kill off XCJ. Dust in some trouble here too. And eventually, the gank that went top falls apart completely.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a costly one too. It's like even the Tide can TP eventually too, so it's a pretty over-aggressive dive that IG tries to go for. And yeah, Dust, after we do say, you know, the cast a curse, and see he's having all that good start. Does have these 2 deaths right afterwards.
Flyby left completely alone. Cut waves between the towers, let the creeps do some damage there, or will they'll actually get pulled over to the side by Emo.
Both trying to maximize. We see this so often, right? Bottom rune. Alacrity gets a bit unlucky. Nice one too for Dust. DD rune. This could open up opportunities to maybe even kill some of these tankier heroes like the Spectre or the Tide. Flyby still very difficult. They're gonna have to bring it. Honestly, they might have to bring 4 heroes and they might not even kill him. So maybe not worth it to try to go for this Tide ever again.
Right, and I guess the other thing that's sort of nice about the fact that, you know, they were sending so many heroes top for IG is that it's let the Morph lane really, like you said, do that efficient farming over on that hard camp too. So he is now top of the net worth right there besides that Spectre. So this is going to be the matchup to watch. I mean, I would imagine at some point we get an Aghanim Scepter out of Morph or something along those lines. It's been the option that he goes for a lot of times against these Agi heroes, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm not too sure for a Spectre. But I think the biggest thing is more so for Knights. I think they're going to wait until they have like the tiny blink to ever set up for the Morph, because I think it's just really difficult unless they catch like a Ravage from point blank with an arrow follow-up. It's pretty tough to kill Emo. They have no silences, which is usually kind of like the biggest element you want versus a Morphling. But I guess, yeah, they can do the Ravage chain stun kind of combo thing if they see an angle.
Well, again, many heroes back towards mid. They, I believe, still have that DD rune ready to go if things get a little bit spicy.
Yep, I think he's got his Falcon Blade coming soon too. Yep.
And Disruptor, a little off the mark there. Do they kill him here? They drop down the Disruptor Static Storm. They have a Sentry Ward down, but leap away again.
Okay.
No way out of that one. XCJ just drops the ulti though. Dust and Disruptor both gonna fall here. They drop multiple ultis.
Oh, what a play.
Oh, wow. Dude, Felix Chauba invading people into bad situations.
What a heads-up play, though. For XCJ's just like, there's no stuns. Let's go, baby. Finally can get my freezing field off. Finds a perfect angle for it.
Yeah, I guess that, well, there's still a couple of them, but just none of the heroes there.
Yeah. He had read that the other ones were used already. They used the Glimpse. They used the Snowball and Punch.
Very nice.
And that's going to set up the timing for the Blink Dagger. So Alacrity, he's got to have it pretty early, 12 minutes with Treads. And now Flyby. He's like, all right, you know what, Beastmaster? Good luck pushing my tower. Now I'm going to park myself up top. So he's going to pretty much prevent any push or tower pressure coming out from IG now. And let's see how Knights looks to set up their next move. IG just playing efficiency game. Nice farm.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing that's interesting is that they're still definitely keeping their farm up. It always feels weird to see a Beastmaster with the tower still alive at 12 minutes.
Yeah.
But it's not like they're falling behind. He's still staying relevant.
Absolutely. It's just, yeah, they're not going to be able to. If he's parked up here on Flyby, it's very difficult for them to ever go for this push. And Ego, he's actually almost getting the bottom tower.
Glimpse available? If they can quite catch eyes on XCJ. But it looks like they want to go for bigger fish. Spectre was just hitting that tower down bottom. Ego recognizes that there could be danger coming his direction with no haunt nearby.
Good read, yeah. He backs up, waits for the 3 supports to come, well, 2 supports and the Tiny to come in. And yeah, that's the blink on Tiny, so see who they catch. Emo's got to be quick.
Ooh, smoke breaks. Moving in, finds one. He gets the strength form off. And it might not be enough still. The hits are there, but Emo, he just walks away. Strength form gets him out. And Knights, they're not able to connect.
Definitely dead if he doesn't get it off, but quick fingers. He's all right. They look like they want more, though. They're still going to try.
Okay, can't strength form. Alacrity also gets hit. They're thinking about going in here. The blast off. A lot of damage onto Alacrity. The CM ulti is going to destroy them, though. Ego ready to the side. He's punching away, trying to kill off Emo. Flyby is nearby. With the gush, they clean up. So 3 for 1.
These freezing fields, my God. It's a perfect situation. Gets them all around him. Good Rego. Alacrity, he does pay with his life, but he does get a beautiful Rego. Now they'll get the tower, too. Nice moves from Knights.
Felix Chauba still sitting with double leap ready.
Finishing off the mech soon. Denies Invisirune from Dust as well up top while all this is happening. And they still have Ravage, so even for these next fights, Flyby could look to show up. And they can still look to battle.
Both of the mids hurting a little bit in this one. It's much more about these side lanes that have been enabled, it feels like.
These offlaners who are just massive, right?
Yeah.
Irving, I believe he has the Overlord done coming out on the Courier. Now he will be able to get tower since they see the Tidehunter, they see Flyby mid.
But the counterplay.
Yep.
Knights move on in, start to pressure this mid-tier 1 tower. Just bring numbers, and I don't think you want to TP into that Ravage.
No. They're going to, I mean, this is a much better trade for them, getting that mid tower compared to their safe lane. Gonna open up the map. They already have deep aggressive wards too.
Pipe almost completed.
Paulson
gets hit by that dagger and Alacrity. Thinking about jumping. It's a pretty easy one once they get that vision. He loses vision now, though.
3 seconds on blink. He was waiting. Let's see if he wants to go crazy.
Oh, he's making a little hidey hole here. Don't jump into the rat's nest.
Yeah, he's like, I'm making a trap, guys.
He's dropping a bunch of them.
Whoop.
Hits one. Hits another.
Nice.
Jump in. The silence. A lot of damage. Alacrity. Don't go into the nest. It's where they like to hang out.
He got, I mean, all the mines, everything connects. Nicely done from Paulson. And now that's 15 minutes, and he now has his shard done. So couldn't have asked for a better situation than for the techies.
Interesting.
If he chooses to buy. I mean, his courier's dead, so he's going to probably wait for that. But yeah, he's got the shard done. And that's kind of one of the big things you do wait for the techies is when they get that shard timing. He's one of those 15-minute heroes.
So tell me a little bit about what we're going to see here, because that's the first time that I've seen techies look like really good in this game. Not that he's looked bad, but a point where I was like, all right, no other hero really does that.
Well, I mean, with shard, it's going to unlock like how much he can get, like how much distance, and the stun is always really strong. So the control versus the tiny is going to be good. They have so much magic. They have a lot of magical that's going to come out, of course, too, when he does get that magic resistance reduction on him.
Well, Looks like that's going to be their avenue to either make some tower defense happen or even just area control in general. Now, Irving up on the high ground, spots Felix, does not want to roar the Tidehunter.
No. Who has a pipe as well. Oh my.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Definitely not. Both offlaners continuing to be at the top of the board.
Up top.
Alacrity gets him.
Oh my god. Quick jump. And Felix appreciating what he's seen.
I think Emo will never sit at full, pretty much full again.
Nice.
800 HP.
That's a tough one.
It's a risky one to do when there's a Blink Tiny in the game.
Well, 8 to 11. Those kills very much appreciated.
This kill matters so much, honestly. That kind of like opens up, because it seems like it's been really even, but now you're going to see Spectre kind of pull ahead of that Morphling quite a lot. There's not going to be too much pressure that IG can do for the next couple seconds.
Going in for this Manta and then into Scotty.
Yep.
Does have some kill potential there against the Morph. Particularly if you get into something like a Shiva's Guard later, maybe for the Tidehunter or something. Could be really good.
Yeah, I think this is a kind of standard build when you're playing versus Morph as Spectre. Either this or you do the Manta Diffusal, right? Something that's just like a counteractor versus his heal mechanic.
18 minutes in now. The next set of neutral items coming up for both of these teams. And the question is, when do we see the Roshan get taken? It feels like they both have the potential if there isn't like somebody nearby that's ready for a fight, but they need to win a fight first. Hard to just walk into the pit.
They're both going to have, it's both going to be able to kill pretty quickly. The Desolate's only level 1, but Manta's done, so that will make it really fast. IG, of course, have the faster Roche at the moment, but they're actually going for the Helm Creep.
It's a big one. Dust doesn't really like that much. Disruptor ulti down, still living through this with the pipe, keeping him alive, and Ego just ready to run. But a miss on the Silence Paulison didn't connect onto the Tide. They find one kill. Can they find more? Irving, he's been pulled in with that snowball. Alacrity tossed back onto Dust. The CM ulti did a good chunk of damage, and everybody's still alive except for that CM Tidehunter getting lower and lower on flyby. Eventually, Emo takes him down. Ego has to back out. Snowball in from Dust. He had the DD the whole time. Ava toss. Isn't enough damage though. Alacrity can't quite get it. Everybody's so low. They didn't get the Disruptor. They didn't get any of them.
Huge.
Oh my god.
Huge from IG, just like resetting and positioning himself with the heal, with the helm. I mean, they kind of baited them with the helm. I actually like the jump from Polison. I think that was intentional, like jumping over the Tide to catch the back line to get a little bit of a stun and silence. But overall, I think, yeah, Dust did some really nice plays with the snowball.
Man. Oh. Don't know what they're saying. He's like, dude, you see that snowball?
Let me get a translate quick.
Let's take another look at this one. Absolutely. It was one of those things where you always talk about the power of the, Disruptor against the Tidehunter. And it looked like maybe after that Ravage got off, being able to live through it, it would have been enough, but just didn't end up working.
Big snowball, right? You saw there. It got 2 of them to dodge the Ravage, Irving. Maybe they could have followed up and gotten actually a burst, but IG, nice team fight.
So thinking about the next couple of minutes of this, with ultis on cooldown, do they feel confident going in? It looks like they're going to start heading that direction into the pit right now.
Yeah, they know Ravage and Haunt, those are the longer cooldowns, so IG should be on the hunt.
Oh, looking for a glimpse. And they won't go for it. Yeah, back away now.
Yep. But they'll get this Roche. It's going to be pretty impossible for Knights to actually contest inside of there.
So good at clearing through those waves on Polison. Still only 1,000 gold separating the two teams with 12 kills apiece.
It's very close. Smoke up, but they can't contest it. Ravage up in 40, same thing for Haunt.
A bit late. They're still sticking around here. Maybe hoping that somebody splits off from the pack.
They're starting to ping up the supports, knowing that they need to go for those squishies rather than trying to jump the really tanky front lines. Because all 3 cores of IG are quite tanky. So have to find an angle to get back there. And they have the Haunt, of course, in 20 seconds, so he can't always find those squishy supports for them to jump. And Flyby does have Blink this time around, so could be a different scenario.
Dust. They decide to jump to him. Arrow connects. Polison to interrupt. It's not enough to keep him alive, and in fact, he might just go down. CM ulti over in the trees. Flyby still living through that one.
Polison's alive too.
They get Disruptor ulti. It connects. Not really enough for the kill, but Tiny Avatar Ravage combo! Flyby wasn't having any of that. Jump in from Felix Chauba, finds another. BKB comes far too late, but that's Aegis down.
big play from Knights. I mean, they force so much reaction. They get like one opening where they stack, and boom, both the Tide and Tiny jump as soon as the cooldowns come up too. Like Ravage and Haunt had just come back. Great aggressive play from Knights.
Really well done.
They just like, congrats on your age. It's gone.
Well, that's one of those moments, too, where you feel like this team is, all right, we just lost this big objective, and for IG, they maybe felt like they were a little bit safer, and that moment of, you know, resting on their laurels, and suddenly they get caught out like that, really heads-up play by Knights to take advantage of that.
Yeah, they got to be a little bit more aware that these cooldowns of like when the battle is going to be coming. They can't really be in that position there at the Tusk, like him showing himself on the tower there. Just gives the opportunity for the jump.
So a 4,000 gold lead now for Knights. Again, thinking back to the story of both of these teams, for IG, it's one of the squads that you definitely expect to have some good success for the org. And, you know, they struggled last week against eHome, now running into a few roadblocks here against Knights.
Yeah.
I really would love to be able to come away with a victory here in this series.
Yeah, it's been pretty close, but now we're starting to see that big separation between the carries, right? Look at that Spectre's net worth. Once he gets the Scotty, then the Morphs game just becomes 10 times more difficult. He's just going to be able to stick on him. And the supports, too. Like, they're screwed when the Haunt comes in, whoever who jumps on.
And with that in mind, they're going to head right now up towards top. No Aegis, doesn't really matter. And with this Ravage on cooldown, they feel like they can make something happen here, but can they get the kill? Disruptor ulti onto the Tide. Do they have the damage? Snowball in, still trying to bling by Flyby. He manages to go down there. They also kill off Paulison. So a little bit of a wraparound coming from Alacrity. It's a punish on his Southeast Asian brother.
He's stuck here, Alacrity. He's getting controlled by Dust.
And now the turn, Avalanche on Avalanche. Emo tries to bring him down, but the glimpse back is there. And they're going to find and kill Alacrity too. XCJ has to run away.
And they bring it back. Emo gets a couple kills and a tower last hit.
Very well done.
Great use of just taking advantage of those cooldowns being there, right? Ravage coming back in 5 seconds, Spectre ult in 15. They moved very aggressively and didn't even use the Roar. Irving still has it, so they could actually perhaps look for another pickoff before the Tiny does respawn. Maybe a little difficult, but...
Gotta get this done before that Scotty comes out.
Yep.
And at least for now, we'll see if IG continue to want to play aggressive or if they're going to take a little bit more of a backseat after getting that tier 2 tower up top and claiming the outpost.
Name of the game might be just avoid trying to fight around this Tide Hunter. Try to fight away from him because of that Ravage and everything being up. Knights definitely going to be looking perhaps for a fight pretty soon, but right now they need to fix the lanes first. Top being pushed in.
And as we saw there also, the Tendrils of the Deep ready to go for the follow-up. So if they do manage to get a really good Ravage, the second set of stuns is going to be even stronger than it was before. BKB done, though, for Morph.
All right, he's got some protection, but it came out almost at the same time. Ego, he's about 200 gold away from his Scotty, so he will be able to stick on him anyway. Still very close game, 15-16. We feel like we've been having a lot of these where it's just very neck and neck. Either team can win at almost any moment.
Yeah, it's just good recognition, it feels like, of the teams of when they're strong and then when to avoid fights.
Yeah.
And then actually getting into the engagements when it's going to come down to who's playing better. And so far, it's been very even. So where will they go now? Aether Lens for Irving, actually. So longer range on those rollers.
All right.
You can also cast that Hawk further away, right?
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, right now, Knights is just kind of like waiting by. They have the item finished up on Ego. They're just like waiting for any type of opportunity. If they see someone split up, they can definitely look for any fight here with everything. And IG, they are starting to reclaim that gold lead. I mean, it's very marginal, but they're starting to play a little bit more of that economy game. Catch Emo back up.
I will say, when Spectre gets to, like, Manta Scotty, that always just feels so nice to be able to, like, you know, spam out waves with the Manta, jump on top of, like, one of these supports. If Disruptors may be a little bit too far away, you can go in and blow them up. But I guess that is the other thing that you have to be a little worried about. If you reality in onto somebody, you don't time it right, there's a chance you could just get pushed out of the fight by the glimpse.
Yeah, he has, like, he can jump into another one, but yeah, he has to be a little bit cautious of how he does play around it. But yeah, it's like, I mean, the Scotty opens up everything, right? Versus the BKBs, versus the supports, etc. Versus the Morphling, of course.
That inventory for Felix Chauba. Greaves, Plate Mail, Wand.
Love it. Greaves is still so valuable. They're probably one of the better items in this patch. And that is one of the separations in this game. If you look, there is, of course, no Greaves on the side of IG. So it's going to be a pretty big deal.
Well, that tier 2 tower is going to get taken, and now Outpost, but IG getting close to knocking on the front door. Again,
Yes, and Ego.
have to be careful about these glimpses here with that ward down. If they make a move back and defend this poorly, somebody might not be able to come back to the fight.
Oh, they might be able to get the glimpse here. The tower.
Yeah.
They're actually not going to even go for it. They're just like dipping away immediately. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, it's like the Tide TP's back. They do some like weird fight to get glimpse. They have to fight 4v5. Could be really dangerous. They cover it though. They do find that ward.
Yeah, Disruptor is one of those heroes that, you know, one misplay and suddenly, particularly when it's like these map positioning ones, it can just go so south so quick.
I think IG is trying to predict a move that's coming out from Knights here. They're actually smoking down to meet their carry, maybe expecting that Knights was going to do the same thing. So I think maybe they're preemptively going for this. And now we see Knights, they're moving bot, but the outpost gets taken, so they know now that IG's down there.
Yeah, just a little early on that move by IG, not able to catch the gank squad coming. And in fact, if they're not careful...
Oh my god, they have that ward still. It's on Emo.
They see him. This is... Oh, Disruptor there to break it, but they get him just in time. They drop the Ravage. Connects actually onto Dust. It managed to hit him. They've got Tendrils. Dust is gone. That was just barely on the edge there, and now Emo, he's got to run. If he's not careful, the follow-up could come swiftly.
Oh, man. Emo actually gets the BKB off because it's an avalanche first, right? So he's able to click it from the initial first instance. So he would have actually been okay. Dust jumps in to try to help his buddy and ends up getting killed for it, even though Emo would have actually just been fine.
Well, you can see there a very costly rotation into a kill. And Knights.
Oh, it's an instant Roche.
Dude, what? Although
they don't know.
Yeah, only a Beastmaster team is going to be able to spot that one.
Yeah. Oh, I saw the timer and it was just like, I was like, oh man, absolute instant spawn pretty much. Yeah, big win there. Ego now level 19, almost 20. He's got a basher, so even easier ways to stick on these BKB targets.
Now, the interesting thing, though, is that with Ravage used and Haunt, this actually opens things up for IG quite a bit with the instant Roche.
Straight to Roche. That's what they have to do. But I do think Knights can even still look to fight around this without their Haunt and Ravage. It's going to be difficult, but...
Olesen, Tendrils, connects onto the techies. Got to be careful. This fight's not easy. Emo in, taking it down low. The arrow going to get blocked. Abatos dead on Paulison. They brought it down to so low.
Ooh. Paulison in a very aggressive position there.
This is really scary. Are they going to feel confident going into this one? Again, great vision is going to be in the area because of that Beastmaster. They killed the Hawk before, but now they have it. Roche down to really low. The jump in from Dust already got him. Disruptor ulti down on top of the Spectre. Can they get Roche in time? No. Spectre's going to die. IG are going to get this. Paulson with
Felix
the
gets
stun. Oh, Felix! Choppa! He gets it.
How he gets out?
That is insane.
He got the shard and the Aegis, and he survives.
What in the hell?
I mean, okay, he's kind of salvaged his thing there. A great jump from IG, though. Full commitment onto the Spectre. No way to bail him out of it, but Felix saves the day.
They just thought that they won the fight, and they were like, all right, we'll go back and get it afterwards. Oh, my God.
I can't believe he gets in, out, and gets all of it. 30 seconds, though. No Spectre. Emo will be able to knock on the door.
Big jump in.
Bye-bye.
8 seconds until Roche. It's not going to come quickly enough. He gets the Tendrils of the Deep. 4, 3, 2. Waiting for that Ravage. It's back up in a second. Does he drop
gets it up?
Yes! Can they bring him down afterwards, though? Emo is still so strong. It doesn't look like it's quite going to be enough. They don't have the damage.
IG needs to run.
Spectre gone. Arrow, it connects onto the techies. Now, Haunt should be back up again soon. They need to get out of here. Paulison controlled and going to get killed.
At least they only lose Paulison there. They do back out quickly. The Haunt's going to come in, though. Who's he going to go for? Does he get a bash? He does.
Oh, finds Irving. So with the ultis back up again at just the right moment. I mean, they've got Aegis on Mirana now. Not the best thing in the world, but...
It's more about just denying it away from a Morph, right? So now this next fight could be dangerous.
How he did this.
Look at the angle. Watch this.
And, I guess that he just jumped in and got it. Hold. There was 3 heroes in there with him.
I can't believe he just gets both. You don't really see them get both.
No.
That's. I thought he actually got lasted as well. I was gonna be like, what the hell? But no. And now, yeah, denying the Aegis away from Morphling. Now, sure, you used Ravage and Haunt, but you have this blanket because you don't have to. You're not playing versus Aegis where you can actually be okay with either waiting or you can even still just take the fights. It seems like for Knights even without those cooldowns.
Well, just like that, the game will continue. With it being this even and got these like late game strong cores. Is there one side that you're favoring more as this goes later and later? It feels like it's a little up in the air for me.
A little up in the air. I kind of like Knights more, I would say, just because the damage reduction is so damn strong versus Morphling. Like Tidehunter, if he's able to always stick on top of Morph, a lot of the damage is just going to be gone. And IG is very reliant on Morph, while I feel like Knights, let's say we get the really late stages, Tiny's going to start scaling, which he already is. Alacrity has a crit. So I think they'll be able to have like 2 of these very strong scaling cores, while I feel like for IGs, they just really have the Morph who's going to get that super scaling.
Right, and then like Disruptor right now isn't really getting the gold that he needs to get towards that Aghanim Scepter. He had to go for this Force Staff first. Although it does have Philly, so we'll see.
It could happen. I mean, that is also, that's a good point. Maybe that could also just be something that does break things, but...
It has to, I mean, again, then it's down to initiation and all that other stuff. So we'll see. I'm curious. And then the other thing, of course, that we just saw there is Morphling picking up the Shadow Blade. So eyes on the Silver Edge coming in.
He's got it done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's got the whole thing. So another thing that they can definitely do versus both that Tide and the Spectre maybe could catch them off guard with that break. Then they can actually full focus, right? If they do see an opportunity onto Tide, they can just throw everything onto him with the break.
End of the day, it's going to come down to how they play, where they find those openings. And Knights, they retake the outpost, hold their own up on the top side of the map.
Ooh, this Hawk. It's right on top of them.
Everybody. That's an Aegis carrier, though.
That is very true. Flyby, they kind of get the Silver Edge hit onto him.
And they jump all in, trying to bring him down, but Ego finds the backline, wanted to get one. They've already killed the Tidehunter with that Silver Edge. And
now the roar.
Ego, okay, now the chase forward. Does he have another round of it? Felix Chauba tries to stop it. Manta, jump away, Avatos from Alacrity, and XCJ doing the damage. Not quite enough with that ulti.
Snowball.
Ego, he's actually Snowball himself now? No, he goes down. They get that kill. Felix Chauba trying to get Irving. Dust down low too with both carries dead. Alacrity can go for another jump, but he is getting that Blink Dagger broken. Oh, just barely out of range. So 2 for 2, both carries and off lanes dying.
He got the snowball onto Emo, but then I think when he came out, he didn't get the attribute shift off immediately and does get focused onto that Morphling. A decent attempt for the save. Pretty close fight overall, but yeah, I think Knights is probably pretty happy. And you're seeing the Dust.
Avalanche?
He is so aggressive.
Oh, he didn't spot Alacrity. Gets punished.
Okay. There you go. But now Paulson.
Does he go down? Dodges away. Think about going in. It's only him and Disruptor alive. I think he can chase this guy.
He sure can. Alacrity's got Blink.
He's very quick, but not going to be quick enough. The little techies, man, will... I mean, the disarm is lasting forever, actually. So Paulson living. Can they kill him off? Diving, trying to get out of there. The Glimpse pushes it back. Arrow finally connects, but they're like, you're not worth it.
All right. I mean, nice play, though. Aeon Disc plus the taser and everything lets him get away. But you're definitely seeing like the difference of, at least for me, I'm seeing the Tiny, right? How much Alacrity is able to do. They're having to put a lot of attention to either kill the Tide or the Spectre, and then Alacrity is able to thrive. And now he's got his own Silver Edge done, too. A lot of damage going to be coming out for him. And now there is still Ravage, right? So Flyby, he did end up getting burst because of that Silver Edge break. They have to keep doing it, making sure that for the next fight he doesn't get that Ravage off.
And Silver Edge done for that Tiny. Yeah, if the Ravage can get off and you have Tiny hitting away, you've got Spectre in there, things could start to look pretty good for him.
Ego, he, of course, is still going to get broken, but this is going to make it harder for them to focus fire him too. Butterfly, no natural way to pierce through that. Morphling does not like to build MKB by any means, so that's going to be problematic for them to focus him also now.
And 3,500 HP on the Spectre too.
Yeah.
Just really tanky.
Boom! Okay, smoke gets spotted. Mine does blow up.
Spam, ping.
This ward is right on top of them, though. They see the morph.
This haunt. Emo, do they have vision? He breaks it. Sentry ward down, but the BKB, it's already there. Wait, is he dead? Is he in trouble?
He
tries to get away.
Nice dagger play.
And that keeps him alive, just barely.
But
Instead,
his team,
they're going to go Irving. Finds him. And they go onto the wrong hero with the dive bomb. Can barely get out of there.
All right, nobody dies.
Disruptor and dodge away from the damage.
That was a nice play, honestly, from Emo, just turning into the Spectre quickly and daggering. I think if he doesn't dagger to tree lines, he probably just gets chased down and dies to the Scotty slow and everything. So, heads up. You can see how scared IG is right now, though. And Alacrity, he's on the hunt.
Underneath the ward, though. They're baiting this one. Gets the strength form off. Alacrity's in pretty far. Has the BKB for the runaway. Lotus Orb onto him. Dust there for the punch. Flyby has Ravage, but doesn't want to jump in. And in fact, they're going to find the Mirana here. So they get the kill onto her. A couple quick ones.
Maybe a little too aggressive there from Alacrity. Nice sentry placement.
Back and forth we go.
I think, what are they going to look to do with this here? They got 20 seconds until Roche spawns. Maybe want to get some aggressive wards down so you can spot in this dire jungle. Olsen just walks right up. I like it. I like the confidence.
No fears. He's got an Aeon disc. Surely he's fine. The rest of the team was backing him up.
Let's see, 10 seconds. We'll find out about that Roche.
Spectre still has a lot of room to grow in this game, too.
Does.
Abyssal next queued up, and then can still replace the Falcon Blade. Have a camera there. And as you said, 2 minutes on that Roche. We'll see where they end up going. And if we have another one of those battles of the high grounds that we often see in these moments.
Yeah, the swapping back and forth. Radiant on Dire, Dire on Radiant, high ground. There is this ward that's still been placed from Knights in that triangle, so this could actually be a huge one for the upcoming Roche. Don't think that's going to get taken out. I'm surprised we haven't seen a gem actually purchased from either side. I've been clicking around like a maniac to see if anyone does, but nope. We have silver edges all over the place. We have the Moonlight Shadow, so a bit and the Hawks, right? So I'm a bit surprised that we didn't see one get picked up.
Right now, you can also see that a couple of other of these timings that might be something to watch for. Was that Disruptor actually queuing up the Aghanims?
He is.
See if it was. So yeah, he's still a ways away from it.
He bought a Glimmer Cape as well after the Force, so he's delaying it a bit, but looks like he might actually be able to get it eventually, which could just be a total game changer always.
Yeah. Force Staff, there's a Lotus Orb completed. We saw that one earlier.
About to be an Aghanims on Ego, so frequency of being able to fight on Knights will accelerate when he has Ags.
The hold up here, they do eventually find that ward that you were talking about.
Okay, they did. Okay, that's really good for them. I mean, that could be some game-changing ward where they just have full vision. They get a wraparound. So
they do sell the Falcon Blade, Shadow Step ready. You mentioned that. More often fighting can use that also just to reposition in the midst of a fight if things get a little bit spicy for them. But top net worth in the game right now is the Spectre, and Scotty is completed for Morph.
Almost 25 on Spectre. How's Morph? 23. Okay, so a little bit behind.
Yeah, these next couple of minutes, this is where it starts to get pretty crazy.
Yeah, neck and neck though. It's been how much? Like the gold lead has not changed past like a 2K gold lead. I think 4K was the highest we had, but yeah, pretty remarkable stuff. How close this is.
Still favoring Knights slightly right now. It looks like 65%, but it's going to be Refresher Shard from Roche.
Oh, yeah, that's a pretty big one this game when there's a Tide Hunter and everything. So
walking underneath some Hawks right here. Flyby scouts that one. Tries to reclaim the vision here. There's also a couple of Techies mines that are just randomly strewn around.
Trying to get this wrap.
These late game Techies mines could be really good for scouting these smoke movements. They don't have any in this area, but there are a couple of different Hawks here. Right on top of it, ready to kill it if it spots. And there's the jump Ravage. It's only onto one, and the snowball save immediately there. Can they get him out, though? Irving pops the BKB. Dust runs away. They try and kill off the Disruptor, but he lives through it. Static Storm now down, so no follow-up at all from any of these heroes, but Irving's still in trouble. Emo hoping to get this kill. Can they bring down Ego? He will fall. So he's gone for 100 seconds, no buyback, and Emo might be able to just clean up, but no! Alacrity, the jump in,
Holy moly!
He's a triple kill! Chase is there, Dust in trouble, he falls. QI, does he go down too? It doesn't quite look like it. XCJ instead is gonna fall.
It's an expensive one for IG to win this fight, though. No, maybe not even like that much of a win, but it's expensive. They have to buy back on Dust and Irving in order to take this to get the kill onto the Spectre.
A dieback for him, and Irving wanting to chase Flyby, but can't quite get him there. just out of range.
Great focus fire again onto the Spectre. They got him just trapped and everything just wailing on him. Here we see that snowball kind of makes the Ravage completely useless. But then we're going to see if they get to finally get Emo. Alacrity, he's getting forgotten. You know, they're having to focus so much onto the Spectre that, watch Alacrity, that whole fight, he's just hitting and hitting and hitting.
He did so much damage in that one. Yeah, it's a thing that they need to be careful about.
Yeah, I finally got the fight recap. It was taking a long time to come up. 8,500 damage from Tiny. The next highest damage in the fight was 4K from the Techies, actually.
That's crazy. And the other thing is that, I mean, we talked about Spectre having a lot of room to grow. I feel like Tiny does too. If he can win in a couple of these fights, he can start, I mean, the Aghanim Scepter eventually, all the rest of it.
Yeah.
But the buybacks used, as you said, very expensive.
They're chasing forward without their Morph and Tusk. This is pretty crazy.
Mirana trying to get away. Greaves jumps, gets out, and now Flyby wanting to kill.
This is a very over-aggressive play, it feels like, from IG without their 2 cores.
Didn't get to the low ground, and the arrow's there. Shadow step in, Ego gets the kill. And yeah, IG, they just decide to run in with everybody.
Without the 2 damage dealers, that's really surprising that they go for this type of play when they see them respawning. And now Roche, it's back. Maybe IG felt desperate there, but that was...
They delayed it long enough that Dusk can be back up. They can buy back if they want, but I think they're just giving this up.
It's not. They're not going to make it in time.
Yeah.
It's gone. It's gone. Uh-oh. A big over-aggressive play.
Wow, 40k damage throughout the course of this game for the Tiny.
Yep.
It's interesting, too, because it's so many of these that, like, turn into, you know, 3 heroes hit by an avalanche or something like that. You don't. It starts stacking up really quickly.
Yeah, there's just it really is like the small damage, like damage mitigation that's coming out from Tide, and them having just put so much onto hitting Spectre. He's just like you said, wailing away the entire team fight, just standing his ground.
Well, this is potentially a GG push if they can pull it together in the right way for Knights. That last fight was huge for them, and Ravage going to be back up again with the refresher in a little while. They decide to jump high ground with it. And even a BKB done.
Now he's got the counter for the Disruptor. Now he's going to be able to actually commit. Until, well, QIQX is 400 gold from Aghanims himself, too, so maybe that could be...
Sell some items.
Kind of back and forth there.
He's got to sell some items. Just make it happen, Disruptor. Whatever you need to do.
It's so hard to play these type of games as Disruptor. Even as like, techies, it's just, you know, the haunt. When you get to these points versus Spectre, it's so devastating. That's why you had to go Glimmer. That's why you had to go Force to try to somehow protect himself.
And it's been impressive him being able to survive through these jumps because Ego has been focusing him.
He is. Ego's even been carrying Dust too. That's I was checking. He actually hasn't swapped in the Dust and used it a couple of times, but he has been carrying it. The thought is there from Ego.
He knows it's good to get.
He knows.
Yeah, but the Disruptor ulti now ready with the Aghanim Scepter completed.
Okay, let's see. They have to get a big hit with it.
The other thing is this late into the game, have they been keeping track of QIQX's items? Have they been keeping their eyes on him? As that is one of those items that if you win one fight at this point as IG, the whole game swings back the other way completely. It can all turn around.
Yeah, unless they do have buybacks, though. Ego does have one, so he can actually, and he has agency, so it's going to be a hard one for them to win, but if they do try to get that, they can definitely bring it back onto their side. Didn't even notice that CM has a BKB, by the way, and the shard, so also a problem, honestly, in these fights now. It's like, do you want to expend a punch or a roar onto this CM, who's going to be moving around and just freezing fielding and casting spells freely?
True. Well, it's an issue.
Yeah.
But with this next move out, they actually pass the refresher shard over to Ego, so the buyback play can be there to get back into the fight if they do end up losing him.
Cool. You know what, they pass off the cheese to the Tide? Okay. IG just trapped in their base, now starting to get further and further behind in the economy.
And waiting now to see if they can spot somebody. You look at this sort of semicircle of Hawks that are waiting for somebody of Knights to head off the other direction, but they're looking for a pick-off. They're looking for a kill.
Yeah, they kind of know, it feels like, that they are maybe trapped in the base, maybe one person farming outside. 20 seconds until Haunt's back up.
See the Hawk, kill the Hawk. Now, IG know that they're up on this high ground.
Still no gem purchased, huh? Still clicking around, no gem. Cool. I think it was one of the few games where I'm not seeing gem pick. I saw like a couple of the ones the other days too. They're picking it up early. As I said, okay, CM gets it.
There it is.
I was gonna say definitely getting a little annoyed from these Hawks constantly scouting. So.
And it can make all the difference.
Absolutely.
Flyby also coming up an Arcane Blink next.
Oh, I mean, that'll catch them. That'll be able
really
to
cool.
catch them with the Ravage, the animation just non-existent, and just the duration of these Ravages, of course. It's almost 25, too, so we'll probably have that Ravage stun talent on top also if he gets Arcane Blink, so it'll be, yeah, 5-second AoE stun or something like that. Game getting harder and harder for IG.
Yeah, although, again, you're seeing that Knights is taking this Aegis to really consolidate their wealth.
Yeah.
About a minute left on it now, and I don't know if they're going to feel comfortable going high ground without it. They might just run up at this point with Ego. But again, it's not easy to just go up high ground against this IG lineup.
Unless you play it with the buyback play, right? You just like, you suicide yourself, your team follows up, you buyback jump in, and that's how you kind of go for that ending, which... He's got 7,300 gold on the Spectre now, so he can even buy his item and probably have the buyback as well soon. Very soon. Very close, actually, yeah. He's 200 gold until having buyback in KB. So.
Arrow. If they spot somebody, a Haunt jump could be really good. And actually, Spectre buying the BKB too. So yeah, they must have spotted the Disruptor with it.
And he's got the buyback. 50 gold until he has it, so he'll be able to BKB commit. And just keeping the lanes all shoved in. Bottom, he saw was kind of pushing in, makes his way down there, shoves it. It's always easy for the Spectre lineups and Ember Spirits and whatnot to react to these type of split pushes.
Also has the Ascetics cap on.
He's had that for quite a bit of time, yeah, just versus the Roar probably just wanting to get that status and not get focus fired as hard.
Super interesting. I feel like I rarely see that item used.
Very good item.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're going to smoke gank now as 5 with lane somewhat dealt with, trying to find somebody. Went for the Haunt illusion damage. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, he went. When you have the Ags, you see a lot of people tend to want that. Yeah, so they saw Ego. They saw him split pushing bottom, right? And then they're imagining that he's going to go clean up the triangle area, but he actually does not. Plays it smart on Ego. Hides himself now in the jungle. They know that they're hunting. This ward, it actually spots them. Uh-oh.
Danger.
They might get caught.
Yeah, Knights, they're running.
Haunts
Immediately head through all that area. The BKB used, and, well, now the ward dropped down, though. Look at that ward. Did they get it off in time? No. Avalanche interrupts, so no Disruptor ulti. Waveform through. The BKB's already there from Evo. It's just to try and run away. They're hoping and desperately wanting to escape, but there is no escape from this. A triple kill for Ego, and that should probably be a pretty strong push up to this high ground. As they're going through backdoor, they do not care even one little bit about it.
Alacrity buys Deso on the Tiny. He's like, we're ending it.
They're just trying. They're ending right on in.
He sold it.
Double buybacks.
He thought about it for a second to go for the end. Triple buyback.
Disruptor actually rolls into his. That's really important. So this actually might not be the end right here. If they can hold off, there's a chance that they can make a fight happen. But this Disruptor ulti, no BKB on the Spectre right now. Although no, we did use the Refresher Shard, so they do have it back up, but no Haunt.
Still got the mini Haunt. He's got the Shadow Step. I don't think they have the damage to really focus fire this. And if they do, Tiny will thrive. Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
He saw it coming.
He knew immediately there. Dust in trouble, rooted for a very long time. Ego under control. Dust trying to run. Where's the Disruptor ulti? They don't quite have enough damage. They drop it finally now onto that Spectre, just tickling him, doing absolutely nothing. As the stun is there onto 2, but they turn their sights onto Emo. And the Morphling just has to waveform away as Knights triumphantly gonna head back, take down these tier 4 towers. They're gonna close out game number 1 with a victory. Really impressive performance.
Yeah, really. Overall game very close for the majority of it, but then you could quickly see that Knights pulling away with their multiple carries. It kind of comes down to, right? Tiny picking up that route. They're gonna try to hold with one more fight.
Alacrity, he's starting to get taken down by Emo, but the bash is there. The Ava, the toss, and eventually will go down. Emo, no chances. GG is called. Paulson, maybe gonna look for one more snipe, but that's gonna be about it.
Fun game though. Overall, really cool, aggressive plays coming out. Definitely you start to see that the Tusk starts to really fall behind, and the Tiny just starts to scale immensely. I really like that when I haven't seen this now a lot of these times. These dual cores from these Chinese teams. We saw yesterday the Sniper and Morphling when he was
Yeah.
into like the Doom and stuff, and you could really see they're doing it for a reason. The greed is good, and it's been working out a lot of times here.
Totally. Yeah, I was really impressed. I think the other thing that I want to watch for is it feels like there's been more and more of an emphasis on like securing that vision.
Yeah.
Getting it down. I thought the Beastmaster was gonna like be the big hit that they needed it to, but in the end it kind of just fell off a little bit. And I guess there was a couple of those big fights. Was it when Felix Xiaoba stole the Aegis for you that kind of was one of the turning points?
Definitely. It did feel like that. That was probably the moment where IG's like, if they get that Aegis, maybe they can actually close the game in the next 5 to 10 minutes, which feels like they kind of have to with their lineup because
Right.
they know they're going to get outscaled. But yeah, amazing plays coming out, and I'm always looking forward to seeing Felix Xiaoba calling out people who aren't connecting to the lobby and also playing really well and catching the Aegis. So woo!
Amazing stuff. All right, we're gonna head on back to the panel now. Let them break down the action.
Thank you so much, Fogged and Lyrical. We are going to be breaking this one down because there were a lot of maybes, there were a lot of what ifs, a lot of turns of the tables. But Knights coming out on top. It was a really strong showing from IG on that Morphling Kezu. Do you have a better picture now, a clearer image of why they went for it?
Maybe no. I would say maybe I give them a little bit of credit.
Okay.
I think the BKB.
I thought you were going to say none at all.
Like this BKB Silver Edge was somewhat okay. Like it gave them a bit of a way to come back in the game to break both the Tide and the Spectre. But I feel like the one thing I didn't know was whether or not he would go some Aghanims build, which he didn't.
Yeah.
So I feel like I didn't learn much. I still don't think it was the correct pick, but I could see why perhaps they went for it.
Yeah, it still feels like it was more comfort than the right pick for the game, because if you're making this excuse of BKB Silver Edge on Morphling, then why not pick a hero that actually benefits even more from those, right?
I would agree.
Why not get a different carry? And you're picking Morphling into a Spectre, she's building that Skadi naturally. Like, you're going to have problems.
Yeah, I will say though, for IG at least, this is one of the better games that they've played, just because like they have a very fluid lineup, right? They picked this Morphling. Sure, it won't be the best hero later in the game, but in the mid game, they were able to utilize the Tusk, the Beast, the Techies, the Morphling all together just to take out longer fights. Like you'll see here as well. I think this was one of the best highlights for it. The fight gets a little bit just dragged out. Knights, they don't have the Ravage anymore, and it's just you're able to extend it, and that's why the Morphling went for the BKB doing other things. But yeah, unfortunately, yeah, it didn't go IG's way, but the fact that they were able to play with confidence with the heroes that they had, they were able to put themselves in positions of maybe winning. That's the first time we've seen them do that in the DPC, and yeah, unfortunately that highlight wasn't the best one of showing them dragging out
so
fights.
they played 3 games. This is the first one that they could have won, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, they could
Position
have.
of maybe winning.
Okay, Felix Xiaoba literally jumped in, stole Aegis Shard when
Chad.
IG should have had an Aegis, and if they had that Aegis and they go top tier 3, they're going to be taking a Rax there. They're not going to be conceding the fight. They're not going to be running away. There was like Ravage and Horn is on cooldown or just about to be out. Like there is no way IG should have been in a losing position if they got that Roshan. So Felix Xiaoba on his Rubik the other day, on his Miranda today, like he is playing so well and consistent. Yes.
What else is consistent for Knights throughout this game, Kezu?
I think they made very consistently good plays on the map. I think especially in like this early game, the way that they held this area from the Beastmaster, like we were talking about, you have your Tide Hunter there or the CM that helps early. They did an early smoke to also do that because, sure, we did see the Beastmaster at the top of the net worth, which is not too unusual, but the fact that he's top net worth has a hard time taking the top tier 1 tower, then also can take the mid tower. A lot of this, like really breaks Beastmaster lineups, and I think that is honestly what they did the best in the early game. Then, of course, mid game, Felix again having some insanely Chad plays, and kind of bringing it like all the way back.
Yeah, they very little amount of hiccups coming from IG and from Knights throughout the game. Like they made a small mistake here and there, but I completely agree. They defeated the Beastmaster strat of pushing early on with the Tide Hunter pick. The Crystal Maiden was very helpful in the laning stage as well. They had the late game locked in my opinion, with the Spectre. Even though Morphling was picked into her, she still looked more solid. Yeah, there were some chances, like still. The Mirana snatch. Well, how about Techies though? How about Techies?
For his first game of the year and his 4th game in 4 years, honestly pretty good. I think he was, Polison struggled in the first maybe 15 minutes to really find entry into the game, but as soon as he picked up that shard, he just found moments. And I think the best thing for players that respect how to play the bigger fight. They're not getting into middle. Like he was blast offing in, new spell name, jumps in, and then he like disengages a little bit, and he'll play on the fringe. It's how like Rubik players play. He was doing the same on Techies. Like he gets in, disengage, wait, jump back in, disengage, and just
You can
he's
do
able
that
to
once you
read
get
the
the
fight.
shard, right? Like with the shard, you actually have a stun, so you're useful that way. Lyrical, and I believe Lacoste at the same time. Lyrical casting, Lacoste in the green room are saying this Kuro is garbage. It's not accomplishing anything, and then he gets a solo kill on that Tiny, trying to hunt him down the trees. So gets the shard, and suddenly there is some impact from him.
Okay, are there a lot of things for IG's play style that you would like to see them clean up? Because you said, T, this is the best they've ever really looked. There were a few questionable draft picks, but play style-wise...
It still feels that that underlying who's like the shot caller for me. And, like who's the guy really connecting everything together? I think this game, they had individual moments of brilliance, but there's still that one thing is like, where are we going to play? Why are we going to play here? Once they answer those questions, then the individual talents will start to shine through. But yeah, they're still... I'm looking for the captain, basically.
Yeah, I think you're correct on this. Like, if we see at some of these fights, I feel like one or two of the perhaps early game fights that happen in the bot area, there's not that much purpose to those fights. So, you know, try to have the team play in like the correct area. Maybe someone like step up, okay, I want to play the top area because I'm beast, I'm top net worth. After we take the top jungle, you know, we can go over to Roche, something like this. And then I think the one other thing that kind of stands out is that sometimes they're not fully connected, but people still feel like they really want to go in, perhaps a little bit too far. So I think if they can look at those two things, even just slightly or just mention it once, and then progress throughout the season with that, this team can look a lot stronger.
Yeah.
Dust off the overconfidence
Exactly.
a little bit. Yeah.
Well
It's
put.
something that they aren't going to be able to change right now between Game 1 and Game 2, but they do have another chance for a win up against Knights. As we are jumping to a break, we'll be back with that second chance. IG versus Knights. Our Game 2 draft is going to be coming up on screen very soon. Something that was very evident in game number 1 between these two teams is that they were kind of struggling to close this game out. It was very back and forth for both of them. Or is that something that you feel can be fixed and sort of addressed within the draft, Lizard?
Drafting for that definitely helps, but I don't think that's where the problem lies. If you guys remember Insania Alliance back in the day, no matter what you give them, like you give them 5 Lycans, they will struggle to finish off the game and push high ground, right? It all comes down to understanding exactly when you can take that small little risk of pushing high ground and not being punished every time there's a buyback, also utilizing ages and whatnot. So it's mostly about these teams having a bunch of new players just starting to play together, more so than just a drafting problem.
One thing that has changed up in this draft, Knights banning out the Beast Master, which means they get themselves a cheeky little tree.
I'm loving the respect from Knights. You know, like they just beat this Beastmaster, and they're like, you know what? It was too annoying. Even though it didn't take over the map, it's like just that constant threat. And it felt just, these are like TI bans now. This isn't the DPC that we're seeing in the last couple of days. It's now back to kind of TI meta. Enigma Beastmaster banned out, you pick tree, and often when you pick tree, that deters the Tusk pick. So now IG picking up the Tusk, but into a tree with the living armor. So I think Knights, it's like you ban out 2 heroes out of respect, you pick a tree, and now you're playing into some of the counters. It's pretty happy stuff from Knights so far.
Yeah, like so you said you love the fact that they ban Beastmaster. The one thing I don't love at all from IG is that they decide to ban Viper instead of Treant, and like you said, they still pick the Tusk. I think it's not the best setup. This is an opening we've already seen a couple of times. Kind of looks good. Your tree with your range carry, everyone's happy. Tree is happy. SF is happy.
And now we can talk about drafts really impacting pushing, because on one side you have Treant Protector taking objectives becomes pretty damn harder. Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Anything else on top of that? You know, Mirana, do you think that she is going to be a bit of an issue? Is this Tusk going to be on that 4 or that mid now?
I think it's perhaps most likely that Tusk is just going to go mid. I feel like they just played with this high magic damage. Now, maybe that's one of the small reasons why they still prefer this matchup, because Tusk, the tree is main about living armor and like physical. And I think in the early to early mid game, Tusk is still mainly a magic-based type
it's
hero.
4-4-0, right?
Exactly.
Like most of the time.
I think as well, if you put the Tusk into the off lane position, that lane just feels really weak against Tree. I think Tree into any melee off lane with some sniper SF style aggressive ranged hero, it feels like an impossible lane. You get too close to each seed, you get too far away, you get grasped. So yeah, I think for IG, sure, it looks semi-flexible with this opening, Tusk Mirana, but it's already very locked in. It's like Mirana is your 4 or 5, Tusk probably just your mid. There could be a scenario they put Tusk in 5 and put Mirana as your 4, but we rarely see Tusk get relegated that far down the pecking order because of how good it is on the mid lane, just farming up with Snowball and Shards.
Is there a way in which it does get to 5? I mean, look, we're just kind of speculating because we're waiting for some more bans and more picks to come out. But
probably not.
I was going to say, is there a carry that's super self-sufficient in lane that you could still have like a roaming Tusk?
Yeah, so I think I'm sure there's a world where you can make it happen. And
yeah,
you
can
win.
just tell me, be like, let's talk about something else.
No, it's more like
this Tusk.
that scenario is like you put Tusk 5 if you see, like if you pick like a sniper or a drow, right? And then you're able to just, any melee enables range, and then your Mirana compared with like a centaur or something. That's like a logical way to unlock both of these early picks to still play a normal game. It's just getting those heroes in the game when there's already a sniper ban, you're picking Shadowfiend, they'll probably ban out maybe a drow as well to play on range. So I just don't see the good heroes being available to enable that flexibility.
But there's always that flexibility with Mirana and Tusk, right? Like they can be 4 or 5, and if you're picking Mirana on the safe lane, or even Tusk, you can get heroes that are kind of self-sufficient. That was the question, right? And like we've seen some teams pick Faceless Void, in example. Like he's not really that great early on, but if you in specific games, like he can be untouched. Like if you don't have silences, if you don't have dooms or anything like that, he can be completely left alone and you can rotate around the map.
Love the Doom second phase ban. Again, we said first phase Doom, not
Doom.
too hot.
Yeah, probably not going to happen too much
exactly.
now.
But remembering that the hero still exists and the fact that it's so strong, because again, like Doom wasn't the reason why teams were losing, it was the things around Doom. So yeah, I love the fact that IG kept Doom in the back of their mind. But now for Knights, how often do you see the drafts where it's like 5 carry, lane done, off lane 4, boom, lane done. Like this is just, we have really reliable, sturdy, unkillable lanes. And IG, their heroes, they don't really possess kill threat in their lanes. So yeah, Knights just double down on tankiness, and I'm concerned IG can't really kill in any of their side lanes right now.
I think like right now for IG, they're definitely on the back foot in terms of the draft, but their second pick and their 2 strongest picks, they're coming now. It's their 4th pick and their 5th pick because they're always the ones responding to Knights from this position. So I think right now they really need to look at either breaking open these lanes because they have the counter picks for it. You see the Centaur. You can, try to have like some monkey-ish type hero in this type of lane to
Slark, monkey, something like that.
Exactly, like these types of heroes. Because right now, Knights' lineup looks honestly very strong. You have the Centaur with the Stampede. DP into SF is also, in my opinion, a little bit iffy. DP does not like heroes that deter you or stop you from running in. Whereas SF, all he does, he loves when people run into him. Triple raise, you can fear them away with your ult, you have high DPS physical. So TP pick, I think, is okay. Maybe not my favorite. But
I'm not so sold on the TP in this position as well.
On the TP?
Yeah, because I feel...
Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I'm like, I don't know if you're saying
TP.
DP.
Yeah,
You're
Terrorblade.
gonna have to lengthen it.
I
Terra
feel
B.
that, yeah,
Terra B.
it's kind of difficult to lane the DP into the SF as well, so you're losing a little bit of that flexibility. At the same time, when it comes to TB, Terrorblade,
Thank you.
It's just because the DP sounds similar. That's the only reason why.
The Knights draft is so open and so well-rounded right now that you can literally take this last pick and completely shut down the Terrorblade. In my opinion, that's something that's very possible for them. It can be a playmaker. I'm surprised that they banned out the Ember, but it can be something like that. The Ember is even... We've seen one hero that is not supposed to be an initiator, Zeus, which is an option for them.
Yeah, I feel like for Knights right now, like their lineup is very robust and tanky, but they do have damage issues. And that's why you see IG banning out Drow, because Drow can kill Terrorblade. I wouldn't be surprised if Zeus got banned out as well, just because Knights, like, they're going to get outpaced potentially. After lanes break, IG can move a little bit nicer around the map and actually pressure. Knights kind of just exist and defensively play. So that's where IG's kind of can lean into that a little bit. And the Zeus style of play would just give Knights like, yeah, whatever, we can play, just chill, just push out lanes, and eventually we're strong.
Yeah, I would like to add on the Zeus point. I think Zeus would be very good for Knights. I think like this type of mid-hero
Best
like
idea I ever made.
like more damage. There
There's
you
the
have
ban,
this, maybe Pangolier.
Yeah, Pangolier,
sure. I think it fits. Of course, they're not the same hero, but they fulfill a type of similar role. They're long range. They don't need to commit too much. Even if you roll, you're probably gonna be fine because you're magic immune, and it helps them like move around the map. So I think it's a good, solid ending to the draft.
Perhaps they get a little bit more control with the Pango, right? That's something that you get. With Zeus, you don't necessarily ever have that initiating capability. The playmaking isn't really that great, but with the Pangolier, there definitely is some.
Option for IG now is just put the Death Prophet mid, and then when Pango wants to make these plays, DP just takes tower. You go phase BKB, and you're strong enough to brush off Knights. If you don't want to do that, then you could go for like a puck potential option, where you just push out mid. There's no lockdown for Knights to really punish you at any point in the game.
Konkan option, maybe? No? They go with the Phoenix.
So
okay,
they're
so
doing
it's Tusk, mid.
Mid-Tusk.
Mid-Tusk, position 4 Mirana, I guess.
Yeah, it could also still just be like Tusk offlane with Phoenix and then mid. No, it's just mid-Tusk.
Mid-Tusk, yeah.
I was hoping for some hype stuff, but alright, fair enough. This is still pretty good, don't worry.
It's pretty awesome because they don't necessarily have ways of dealing with Yeg. Like once Ego gets a couple of extra items that give him attack speed, sure. But up to that point, this feels like a really good Phoenix game. Sunray as well, into all these bulky, sturdy boys that you call them, feels amazing.
Good enough that you want to say you side with IG? A lot of head shakes.
Do you want to start? Or?
I'll just finish my point. Like when you have a team with a carry superstar, if the carry superstar wants to win the game on his own, you pick him a Terrorblade. It's been like that forever. So if they're gonna win any games, I think this should be the one.
This is the big game.
This is the big game. Yeah.
But I don't think it's going to happen. I think Alacrity Pangolier will be too map opening, and IG, they have good heroes, but they don't really sync up nicely to play aggressively. They can never posture in the jungle and say, this is our territory. It's more like, does Terrorblade have meta? And that leaning, I think Knights is a little bit better, and that's
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think just to put it quickly, sure, they don't have many heroes who can kill the egg, but they can disengage all the time with Stampede.
Yeah.
I feel like they can choose their fights more nicely, even though they don't have the carry matchup. I would prefer to play the Knights draft.
There's always different ways of dealing with certain things, like you said, different way of dealing with the egg. So we're going to jump on in to game number 2 and over to Lyrical and Fogged.
Thank you so much, Nat, and the panel. Man, Fog, that was brutal to hear. Blizzard's like, if they're going to win any game, it's going to be this one. And everybody's like, yeah, they're not going to win this game. It's like, damn, can y'all chill for a second? Holy moly. So, yeah, not feeling it for IG right now and very much thinking that Knights has this in the bag. What do you think?
They do have a really good scaling draft, right? They do have the potential for like the super late game stuff with like an Ags Phoenix that pops TB, refreshes meta and stuff like that, let's say, like for some type of scaling. But again, I do like the way Knights synergizes overall together. They do have to have some concerns, of course, with that SF versus TB matchup. That's why they picked it. The TB always just popping a reflection and able to focus fire him. So let's see how much space Alacrity's going to be able to make as this Pangolier.
That is going to be the interesting moment, because you think about last game and how much we saw out of him as well. Playing on that Tiny, he did so much. Now, Pango, a very different type of hero. Part of the reason that I think Alacrity is able to get so much done was because of that very quick blink timing that you were talking about. This type of game, you're still making like rotations with Rolling Thunder and stuff like that. But do they have like the extra follow-up damage from the other heroes to make the kills happen? That's what I'm going to be watching for.
Yeah, this should be pretty fun. I feel like we're seeing a lot of these repetitive heroes, though, right? Where I think we're really starting to understand the full meta, at least in China. It's the DPs, the Tusks. Mirana's, of course, been super popular since TI, and then we have the Tree SFs, and you ban the range cores, so starting to really feel what teams are prioritizing.
And this Tusk mid, like, I don't know how to feel about it. I feel like every game it looks bad, and then sometimes it wins. Or oftentimes it wins. Or like, I don't know. It's just, I guess it's the change up in the mid role of being less about, you know, trying to be the carry out of it and just make things happen around the map instead.
Yeah, I think in most of these games, like for Dust, he does like these 1 or 2 like really glaring kind of misplays that really set him back, and then he has a hard time full recovering in the game. We've seen it a couple of times now with him, so see if this time he'll be able to fix it. He's been really good laning, though. That I will give him the credit on his Tusk. Zero seems to just do well versus almost anything.
Well, down bottom, you can already see the reflection on the flyby, but a chunk of damage going out onto Emo. Holy moly.
Gotta be
careful.
Yeah, there's a lot of burst between these two. Once they hit level 2, if he takes double edge, they can constantly pose kill threat onto Emo. QX has to harass nicely to kind of push them off of being able to.
I don't know if he showed that he had Hoof Stomp earlier or not, but I guess you would have known he was at least saving the point because the return was not hitting onto him. But yeah, I wonder if we even see Flyby go for that like old school double edge early build.
In this lane, I would really like to see him get the level 2. He gets that pointed because then they have kill threat onto either one of these heroes.
Well, we'll be looking for that one indeed. And up top, XCJ facing off against Paulson. Tree Phoenix sometimes fit really well together, but also can be an interesting dynamic when they're facing off against each other in the lane. And, well, there it is.
They find it. They get the level 2 first.
There it is.
Yeah, they've got crazy burst. And so many mangoes to work with, too, so they're going to be able to constantly pose this threat down here. I really like this lane. It's an old school, super popular one. It's usually the SD Centaur or the Rubik Centaur in a lot of situations. So it will be a slow start for Emo. Yeah. And on the other side, it will not be a slow start for Ego. Ego will have a good time. I'm going to emphasize the Ego and the Emo, just to be sure.
Like that.
Yeah, he should be able to have a pretty free time because he has this tree behind him. And he's actually going to get pulls off, too. XCJ is able to deny, I think, 1 or 2 creeps off that wave.
Oh, that's real nice.
Yeah, he gets in, and I get good wave positioning here for Ego.
Thank you for that one.
I got it.
You're killing it, man.
I'm going to mess it up otherwise.
You know, the thing that I think is going to be interesting is, like, down bottom there, you're talking about that. I feel like the main limiting factor is just going to be telekinesis cooldown. Because, like, this Rubik can get so much damage. You just think about magic damage against Terrorblade. It's so hard to play against. This is just level 2. Like, it's a scary one.
This is a lane that he could actually just get bullied out of if they don't stabilize it pretty quickly on with QIQX. Emo might just start having a really hard time actually staying down here really early.
Yeah, I think they're waiting for level 3 now. Just hunting. Ready for it.
Level 3, they have how many? 2 mangoes on Centaur, 2 mangoes on the Rubik. He's got the early boots, so he'll be able to... I mean, if they get like 1 or 2 kills and the Rubik's able to secure last, they get arcane boots, that'll be devastating. Sentry on sentry battle. Does get the reblock. Oh, wait, I see some couriers, perhaps. Let's see if this-
Yeah, this could get sniped out there. Ego is going to have to run away from that one. Doesn't get into too much trouble. Felix Chauba playing against the Mirana this time. And just a random stomp gets a good chunk of damage onto that courier. Not quite enough for the kill. But with a big creep wave coming in right now, Emo... I guess that they had to run away on Rubik, so this is a point where they're actually going to be okay, and they take a level in return now.
Yeah. He is going to just be able to continuously spam, though. The nice thing about Centaur, of course, in these recent days, you have so much HP regen, you actually can just constantly throw double edge, with, especially if you have a flag bearer in your wave.
Yeah, and already done with the Ring of Health, too.
Yeah, it's going to be a super early Vanguard, so
Dude,
should be able to...
This is so sad for Emo. He's just going to get bullied.
Flyby is going to be able to just exist down here, and they're going to have to... I mean, they'll probably have to do a similar thing where they rotate Tusk like they did with the Tide matchup. Now we're seeing mid is going to be able to fill up the bottle at the least. Since it was taken away, we did see the rotation from QIQX.
It's not often as, yeah, you see Dust actually go and trade some hits now against Alacrity, even with one in the area.
Okay.
But I feel like it's not often that you see a Metamorphosis popped and the Centaur just, like, doesn't care.
No, not at all.
He's, like, not tripping at all.
That is a... I don't think I've seen this set. Is that a newer one or in color on this set? Looks pretty interesting on the TB meta. But now meta's done. So now, again, back to the same thing where has to be very careful every time he steps up. And you're seeing the effect of this lane. Looking at CS 17-2. See his counterpart, Shadow Fiend 23-3, constantly sitting at full HP on Ego up in top.
Punish. And probably going to see a 6-minute rotation in towards mid from these supports to try and find, as obviously both of these heroes, tremendous kill potential depending upon what the rune is.
Dust looks like he's going to hit the 6 a little bit earlier than Alacrity.
Just trying to burn through those raindrops right now.
Constantly armored, so that's going to make it very difficult for Dust to actually take advantage and use his punch effectively versus this Pango. Early game, just constantly getting living armored will reduce that damage significantly.
CJ gets a half pull off. Ego underneath the tower. And gets some healing with that Leech Seed to boot.
Alacrity near 6. They see the Rubik rotation coming in. Felix trying to find an opportunity. So we see QIQX, he's making the move down, which means Emo's alone versus a Vanguard Centaur. So Flyby is going to be able to just continue to put that pressure on.
Dude, this guy's a monster. Yeah. And Paulison going to get caught now. Does have dive back up in 2 seconds. Alacrity trying to chase him down for the kill. Manages to get away. Just barely there.
CJ. He's looking for him.
Yeah, he should still be okay here. Gonna go and get that D ward in a moment.
He's getting pinged. They're starting to move the SF over, it looked like, but Irving does a good job of zoning him away.
Okay. Yeah, Spirit Siphon push back. Actually, underneath tower.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Misses the raise, and now Ego in trouble. The tower shots, though, the tree armor wasn't there. Not enough. They will dive underneath, though, and Felix Chauba picks up the kill.
Ooh, I think Ego maybe just didn't notice at first. Immediately, the DP was right on top of him getting it, and Irving, a great job chasing forward.
Alacrity. Isn't there a thing, too, with the Pango where if you're in shards, it, like, immediately cancels the roll or something?
I think they fixed it's the fissure in the shards. If you cast it as they're rolling, you can sometimes get it. Oh, good connection bottom.
And Dust.
Oh.
Okay. Saving the Walrus Punch there, just in case they needed it, but wanted to give the kill over.
I haven't seen in a while to see if they fixed both of them, but I know they fixed the fissure one, so I'm imagining they did fix the shard. Okay. It was if you catch him while he's rolling, as you get his immediately on top of him, it would just auto cancel. But I want to say that they fixed most, if not all of those.
So it's interesting. The couple of different times I've seen Dust play this Tusk, it's been rotations into kills, but he always leaves it for his side laner to get that kill.
Yeah. This one, it looked like he was trying to secure it, but he did get canceled a few times with the punch. But also this time, I really want to say he's not rushing Falcon Blade. He's actually rushing the Phase Boots. So probably wanted to be a little bit more active with his movements around.
Well, 7.5 minutes. Another rune to spawn soon. And as you said, those Phase Boots coming out. Alacrity need to deal with the wave pushing in. And Irving, I think, cleared through that entire stack of camps that was done up with a little bit of help from Paulison there.
Yeah, he's got his Arcane Boots not finished too, so we'll be able to harass down Ego. It's a big, I mean, that's such a big kill that Irving was able to get because of the free farm that the SF was getting, so stabilizes this early game for IG. But we do see what's happening here is SF's not getting bullied out of the lane. Flyby is able to kind of bully slash move Emo. Which Emo doesn't, I mean, Emo kind of doesn't mind this too much because he wants to jungle, but...
Paulson can't get him with the lift there from the Rubik. But that was a DD picked up now for the Pango.
Irving, he's sticking around a bit too long.
Yeah, and the roll comes in. The little death zone right here, right by the side of the wall there, and they find an easy pick off onto the Death Prophet.
Surprised how far he stayed up.
You know, it's just not really top of it there. Paulson might have gotten a courier snipe there. Does indeed get it.
Okay.
Does he get punished though? Couple raises, one more punch, hopes to escape, but won't happen.
Oh, I mean, Ego's happy about that. I'm sure the Knights is very happy with the last few moments of sequences.
Top tower is
And they are now keeping tabs on Emo. They did have that deep ward that was placed about 4 minutes ago from Felix, so constantly keeping tabs on TB if they want to look for an aggressive play. And Stampede is always at the ready, something that we will always have to keep tabs on. We'll be able to reset positioning a lot, and big thing we always have to say is be careful with Snowball Dust when you're playing versus Stampede. He snowballs over aggressive, and Stampede to pull him out of position could be devastating.
Yeah, at any point, those could really turn into a problem, particularly if they're all set up on Knights to make the counterplay happen.
Yeah.
But moving up top now, and immediately going to pop Exorcism. They have tree armor on it. The glyph is still available, so it's at least going to slow this down a bit. We'll see if they decide to bring more numbers to actually defend this tower or not. XCJ is just not taking any chances, staying far away from that one.
They're finishing off bottom tower first. Let's see if they do want to react. Flyby has TP, Felix does not.
Irving staying close, taking this tower down. And they'll throw one more tree armor, but without TPs now, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. So IG mirroring the movements, and Knights just comfortable giving that one up for now.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're still pretty happy with it because they're just getting the free farm on the SF. The Centaur is starting to just waltz into jungle and farm too. This is looking like a pretty solid early game right now here from Knights.
QIQX comes on in and messes with Flyby a bit. Going for 4-2-1 on the skill build right now for the Centaur.
The buffs on Hoof Stomp just have made it very valuable. And Retaliate overall is just, especially versus a hero like TB who, you know, has such high physical, such high armor. Retaliate doesn't do too much.
Yeah.
It's going to be a pretty early blink on Flyby. So they're going to have this way of constantly being able to put pressure on with that blink a lot earlier than you would see IG being able to. IG's is more around playing around their cooldowns and around the DP ult in particular in the early game. So I think Knights is going to have a pretty explosive moments when that blink on Centaur does come out. We'll see how IG deals with it.
Right, and we think about, you know, sometimes the way that Centaur stun has just not been that good for setting up fights and stuff. In this game, at least from IG, there aren't really that many great ways to, like, dodge it for these heroes. No. Like, sort of, Snowball's probably the best version of it. But, you know, everything else, like, you can kind of catch somebody with Leap or something.
Nice
oh,
play.
Well done, Flyby.
Nice play.
That's my catapult. Don't you dare.
That's the job of these 5 Miranas at this point. It's just stop these type of tower pressures. And, yeah, it's going to get significant damage on this. And, oh, he didn't get the stolen arrow. He tried.
Yeah, so Flyby, does he decide to stick around down here? Doesn't look like it. So he's going to let the catapult go down.
I think they're very, very happy with this early game, though. Because, yeah, it does feel like it's going to be really difficult for IG to make them first move. They're going to have to play very reactionary, it feels like, to the moves that come out. So we'll see. I'm also worried because they are pretty fragile when you look at their heroes, right? And there's a lot of burst damage that there is on this side of Knights. This top.
Irving
He's
goes
in
in.
no man's land.
Spirit Siphon onto 2. Ego. They turn on to him.
He Exo'd!
What?
What? Oh, no.
I don't even know.
Oh, my. That is devastating.
I don't even know. Walrus Punch, arrows out.
Oof. I mean, that's going to be really painful. Now they can't actually put emphasis onto mid to try to pressure. And yeah, that means Centaur Blink Dagger is going to be coming out, and they can actually set tempo really well on Knights. That was a big blunder there from Irving after having such a decent start, too. Playing way too far up also.
Well, the punishment's there, and combination of the timings. Pango Diffusal Blade with the Centaur Blink done. And now, Knights very comfortable to just start running around and making things happen if they want.
Yeah, it's time to battle. They have insane burst damage for these squishy heroes too now with the Diffusal and this Blink Centaur to get on top of them. He also is going to have his max double edge too. This is going to hurt.
I mean, this is one of those moments where IG just have to dodge. And if they can manage to dodge, try and stall out the game a little bit, things look good. But this is an absolute Merc squad coming together. They see Emo right up front and center, looking for the jump. The Stampede is there, and
Nice
the crew's coming in to save. Okay, a chance for a turn, but the roll, back and forth it goes. It's enough for the kill on the Terrorblade. That one hurts. Dust is already gone. They lose the Centaur, but Paulison, as he does manage to get the dive away, I mean, at least they got the Centaur.
At least
a good
they
snowball
did.
save.
Yeah, but they both lose 2 cores, and they're not able to take advantage of anything because now it's that Prophet's running toward mid, but still no Exo 50. And also, he's able to get away on QIX just much, but mid tower is gonna go down. The Knights with a really big hit with those timings of items.
Takes through that arrow right there, and Irving thought about running on in, but a little bit scary to make that move. IG, what's their answer now?
They can't make mistakes with their cooldowns in this with this type of lineup. With the DP, with the Phoenix and the TB, it's like the DP is the most important hero for the first like 30 minutes of the game. It feels like until TB is ever able to join in.
We're seeing those Rubik shards get thrown out too, stolen away.
Yeah, he has a lot of options for double nukes, as we call them, for the Rubiks. He has Tusk, Mirana, and that DP, of course, for those immediate ones.
And we're going to see if they, I mean, I guess, do you think about trying to take the mid tower with DP, or is it too scary to take a full-on fight with everything that Knights has at the moment?
I think it's way too scary. It's too squishy. Even with mech, 1200 HP with the mech thing, like they just have so many different forms of nukes. You will just die to this Pango and maybe just 2 heroes, honestly.
Right.
So much burst on the side of Knights right now.
Need to wait for that Blink Dagger to get done on Dust for them to actually have some team fight, little skirmishy things.
Yeah. No way to start fights right now on the side of IG until he does have that blink. Up top, Dust. He's got to be careful.
Ooh. All right. Get a little walk away. Swashbuckle also connecting there onto the Tusk. But yeah, 4,000 gold lead now. So farming out the top side of the map, all of the bottom being taken by Knights. Emo is going to clear through some of these ancient stacks, but he is, you know, still getting farmed. Just not where the rest of his team needs to be.
Yeah, he's getting farmed, but it's, you know, his items right now are just straight farming. It's when he's going to be able to join the fight is really, it feels like when he has a BKB. They have so much magical burst, so I'm really scared for Emo this game. If they're not able to just have this like tanky front line for him, they're going to pierce right through it. They're going to get on him and they're going to explode him. A nice ward up here.
Dude, 4 heroes see flyby and they just can't do anything about it.
Yeah, look at the living armor. I mean, he's got 20 armor with the Vanguard, so.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's way too much. And so they're just going to have to take their gank somewhere else.
Gold lead continues to grow.
Every minute that goes by, Paulison trying to stop this push from happening. Ego there finally gets hit. They get a lift. Dust. That's the Blink Dagger reveal. Shards are there. This is really good. Up on the high ground, the egg. They can't quite take it out in time. Looks Chauba gonna get caught, gonna get killed. Oh, that was a huge win for IG.
Felix trapped him. There was double shards, and the SF stuck in them both. He actually kind of griefs his carry. Oh no, definitely not what he wanted there. Great positioning there from Paulison with that egg though.
Alacrity now maybe in trouble too. The silence came through in time. Arrow out, and Alacrity, he's in trouble. IG, we didn't think they had a chance to fight, but the Blink Dagger from Tusk completely turned it around, and now Exo mid-tier 1 tower's gone.
Very nice. Finally able to find themselves a spot in this game with that move.
Can they get Roche?
Have Exo halfway. Meta's on cooldown. Don't think so. Not quite yet. They are looking for another pickoff, though. With this ward, they do see Flyby. Could potentially get him if they get the arrow and everything.
Yeah. Jumps in. Walrus punch. Arrow connects. And another one going their direction. I mean, we were talking like they didn't have a way to do anything over the last couple of minutes, but IG really have turned it up.
Yeah, that blink, right? It's pretty much everything there for them. And of course, you know, the SF getting trapped from his own teammates' shards, but that happens. It does happen.
For the best of us, absolutely.
Yep. So Emo does get some much-needed space. He's going to have his Manta almost finished up, and they have slowed down that lead. It was starting to just continue exponentially grow. It was up to 5K, now down to 1. Good use of their ults. Now they have Greaves as well on Irving. And on their way toward some maybe BKBs, which they are going to need at some point early.
Well, and it should be said, for as much as, we were talking about Dust and the struggles that he's had, this has looked like his best game by far.
Yeah,
I'm really impressed with what he's been doing.
Yeah, great rotation so far. Not suiciding himself. That's what ended up happening the last one. He just died a few too many times early game that he had no way of catching back up.
So, Manta done now for TB. Flyby, trying to get in towards that BKB. And that, of course, will be another one of those big windows where, you can at least deal with this. I mean, basically what we've been seeing is Walrus Punch into Arrow into Kill with Paulson there. This, trio's has been absolutely murdering people.
Yeah, they're going to have both BKBs very much almost at the same time. Ego's got his done. Centaur, as you said, getting pretty close to have it. So now trying to emphasize to finish off this tier 2 that they were pushing bottom. And IG, they're going to look for a trade.
Ooh, this is good.
20 seconds on Exo, though. TB meta is up.
They're going to have to pop that here, along with that Manta.
It's getting pinged.
Take this down.
Pinged immediately. Flyby's in the area.
This is really dangerous. With Stampede and the Stomp back up in a second, they're going to back away. Okay, they recognize the danger. The scan was there. Can they do anything else? I mean,
every second that goes by feels painful for IG here.
Scan again. Dire are going to use it just outside of range, but I mean, this is a great ward too that scouts all of them. Do Knights want to take this? I mean, they spotted that meta was used.
It's a little scary going into high ground versus Phoenix and Tusk. Tusk can shard off like half your team and then they can set up an egg. So they're being patient with it. Okay. Flyby is about to have BKB finished, so maybe they're making the call. Wait for that. Start pressuring lanes. Don't walk the fight into them. We're still really good on the economy game in this team, in this one.
Well, yeah. And meanwhile, Terrorblade can cut the wave mid with these illusions. Always really nice to be able to do that and get some pressure on. So they're getting 2 waves and then also farming out that jungle a little bit at least.
Yeah, good eye, honestly. That's a big move. That TB illusion kind of stops the pressure onto mid from the Knights. They got the courier though, so Dust, that will be Flyby's BKB that does get taken out. They're actually the ones going to start the roast themselves now.
That ward, I mean, it sees them all still, but the arrow, it's out. It catches him.
Okay.
They're going to go. Dust thought about it. Shards connecting. He's stuck in a little area there. Do they want to go for this? Flyby, he's still stuck in the pit. Alacrity, he jumps in. They say they have to go now. Arrow, another one goes out. Are they going to get it? Flyby, and he just gets it.
Yep. They didn't want to commit onto the BKB of the SF with the tree right there. I don't think they saw the tree either, XCJ. So if they full commit, they just get rooted there, and it will be pretty disastrous. Good move from Knights. Reading the map, being patient, waiting for meta to go down.
Really well done.
Yeah. Had a little bit of a blunder for a couple minutes, but now all things have been kind of salvaged.
QIQX trying to run away. Is going for a little bit of a different build this time. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
He's playing Mirana again.
Oh, and
he has the shard!
He has the shard on Rubik. He got him.
Oh, that is the first time somebody's killed anybody with that spell.
Ever. First time in Dota 2.
And it wasn't even Mirana.
It actually might have been the first time in like a DPC that somebody dies to the Mirana leap shard damage.
Oh,
nice.
God.
I like it.
That's sick. Very cool.
All the way up to a 4K lead very quickly. Now they're just swinging across the map, constantly pushing IG into their fear. Emo, he's spotted by the ward for a second here. Still no BKB.
Yeah, he's getting close though. The gold is there. Just about.
Dust shows himself bottom as well. He's getting pinged out. This is a dangerous position. He's gonna blink. Okay.
What's interesting is there's not really much for Knights to get down here on the bottom side of the map. They're just gonna take that outpost and then start heading mid, it looks like. But claiming the area, taking away farm from IG, making them feel uncomfortable. That's sort of the name of the game at the moment with this 4,000 gold lead they've been nursing.
Flyby's courier, 5 seconds, so his BKB will come out. And oh my goodness, I was not keeping tabs of Polison, but that's a Shiva's. So they were mentioning on panel how it could be a little problematic at times to kill this egg because it's really mostly just the SF to hit it. And now he's got a Shiva's, level 2 egg and Shiva's. This could be a game changer.
Dude, how do you get that? What the hell?
I honestly hadn't clicked on him, and I was clicking on all the other, like the Mirana and stuff like that. I hadn't clicked on him in a while. Quietly farming up a storm.
Having himself a very nice game.
Yep.
And queuing up the refresher for round 2 of it.
Okay.
But Knights, they take the mid-tier 1 tower, slightly more grow that lead. They are grouped together with the exception of DP mid on IG. And with her coming back, and again, it has the feel of like a time when you would maybe want to go out and smoke or something, but
they need Emo's BKB. He can't fight without it. He's got it done now. That's why even Dust was like sitting right next to him, just making sure Emo can finish it. So now maybe we will see IG look to go for that. Irving is close to his too, so maybe they want to wait for that too, but I do see Knights. They are pinging the Death Prophet, so probably saying, yo, this guy doesn't have the BKB yet. We can actually full focus him and then go for Emo.
How close is she? What, a couple hundred more gold away from finishing it off on the DP.
700 or so.
That will make a pretty huge difference. If they can wait that little bit for all these BKBs to be done, that timing is what they're hoping to take the most advantage of.
IG still does have the big thing about being cautious is how they use these ults, this Death Prophet Exorcism and the Phoenix ult, and even Meta, which we count as the ults for TB, because of the Stampede. I said it on the panel, I know they were talking about it, you could just disengage fully. If they do pop their ults in a ground position, they don't have the best ways of keeping people inside of it.
Now the problem that they're also going to have beyond just being able to run away and not be able to keep eyes on them with the ults is if they're going high ground right now before those BKBs are online, it kind of feels like Knights can just do whatever they want.
Yeah, and they're just continuing to grow their lead too. These 3 cores are all farming beautifully. Even the Rubik too is kind of keeping up with the Phoenix. Oopsie. Felix keeping up with the Phoenix.
Tower starts to get hit. Ego. They don't have a way to address this, really. Dodges away from those spirits.
They're trying to finish Irving's BKB. Look at him in mid lane. He's got it done now.
He's almost going to be able to be back there in time. Do they have any way to chase this, though? It doesn't really look like it.
No, I don't want to overcommit.
With 3 BKBs done, they take the bottom tower, and they manage to keep their high ground intact.
BKB's done it, but at the same time also Alacrity, Basher's done. So a little bit of counteracting versus those BKBs that Knights will have to deal with it. And just, yeah, they have full control of the map is the thing. So they're just continuing to grow this lead over and over again. IG, reluctant, don't really want to make the first move.
It does feel really tough for IG to make like any type of real move happen when Stampede is always there. I guess it's just gonna have to be like godlike shards or something coming out from the tusk.
Yeah, I mean, it's always scary because I was mentioning, you know, the Bastion on Pango, but it's of course always the tree root too, right? It's like they have 3 BKBs, but they make a weird initiation with her and they pop too many ults, they get rooted, Stampede disengage. Yeah, they have to be quite careful how they take these fights. While Knights, it feels like it's a lot easier. They don't have to worry about so many little things happening.
Done, and queuing up Shivas of their own actually for the Pango.
Okay, cool. Wants to be a little bit more physically tanky versus this Terror Blade. Good item choice.
And the entire last 10 minutes or so has been Knights directing traffic.
Yes.
Setting the tempo for where the game's going to go, and IG just has to respect the power that they have and not really come back and fight them on it.
Yeah, this feels like one of the slower ones that we've gotten in the past. 9 to 8, 26 minutes, but a very macro-based battle from both sides.
And they need to come up with an answer, because guess what, Knights?
Back to the base.
They're coming at you. Or are they? Yeah, they're gonna. Ego and a head up high ground. They have a catapult too. The rest of IG very much not here.
Glyph still CD, trying to get as much damage as they can. Force them back to base.
Arrow action. Maybe? No.
Not quite.
Get on back over here. What are you guys doing out on the map?
Force them back to base. Rinse, repeat. It's a similar concept that Knights has been doing for the last like 5-6 minutes or so. Just keep moving them around the map. IG, they're going to try to catch him.
And Flyby's there. Gonna go on out. Okay, he sees them taking the outpost. And get a courier kill.
Yep, he'll just walk in, grab the bounty rune right in front of all of them.
Dust queuing up the Deso next, and TB going for the Scotty. So a couple of items to try and, you know, allow them to get those instant pick-off type plays.
I feel like the Tusk is starting to fall further and further behind, though. Yeah. I feel like Pango is just, it's a similar thing as last time. Pango is actually scaling immensely, and Dust is just not. So it feels like it's going to be a game again where Emo versus the world.
Right. And the other thing is that, to be honest, like, the power of Ego in this game, he's got so much damage right now.
Yeah.
Daedalus completed.
And he's got great backup. BKB piercing disables, and even like so much minus armor, right? The lucky shot plus his aura. He's going to be able to shred most of these, except the TB. He's going to shred these heroes.
They jump onto him first. Snowball there, down to about a third HP. They get the save, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Flyby during the damage, and he's going to be able to get the kill. Ego there, pops the BKB. Phoenix ulti is down. Force Staff keeping him a little bit away. Alacrity comes into play intercept, but the BKB after the overgrowth means they can go in for another round of this, and now he's stuck. Alacrity in trouble, a couple more hits. He gets the bash, but Tusk right on top finds the kill.
There we go. Dust now, he heard us. Gets in a beautiful jump in. They get a nice initiation onto the Centaur, a little over-aggressive, and they find their footing. Was everything committed for them, though. Meta, Exo, and the Egg.
Kind of goes to show that, you know, this Centaur isn't necessarily safe if they can find him alone even for a moment. He's got a playmail item and a Vanguard, but just so much damage coming out.
They weren't all there with the numbers either, it looked like, on the side of Knights too, as we see. Looks like they were like, kind of like all over the place with how who wanted to go first, who wanted to reset.
Yeah, and here maybe could have been big if they stopped the Ego killing off that Supernova, but didn't end up happening.
Alacrity actually missed I didn't get to see that either. He missed the initial swashbuckle when he was trying to go in, and then he actually waltzes in and just gets caught from Dust. Really good play from the Tusk this time.
Well, a little bit of a chip into that lead that Knights was building up and showing that if those ultis are online, they can definitely fight with them. Take over the outpost.
Yeah, and they did.
Tier 2.
And they also got a gem out of that fight, as we see pointed out by a beautiful observer.
Oh, what a lovely guy he is. Yeah. Sanj coming up for the DP into the full halberd, actually.
Versus that SF, always going to be a good option. So let's see what Knights likes to do if they try to take advantage of these cooldowns. I imagine they'd like to, because they know that it's long CDs. It's at least 40 more seconds for some of them. 10 on the Egg.
And you know, we were talking about like what these types of games would mean for these teams, and for IG, and it's such a competitive region. You start your season 0-2. You're potentially thinking, oh God, are we going to get relegated or something? Particularly by Knights, a team that sort of has varying levels of comparison of where people want to put them. This game feels like, even this early on, it's a really important one to win to at least tie up the series if they can.
Yeah, just to get yourself in good grace, get yourself like good type of mentality, especially for IG. Especially if you're going to have Dust. I think it's his third Tusk game in a row or so, having a win finally to come out for it, so you feel confident about the hero.
Absolutely.
Roche is back up, and all the ults are at the ready now for IG. Let's see how Knights approaches this next time. See how that flyby plays in particular, see how aggressive he is. Wards right now, as we saw, of course, the gem was recovered. It was taken by IG. No vision for the side of Knights besides around this one cliff.
And they will just hang on to that area. They're not really going to want to leave it that much.
We have a pretty big talent now coming, of course, for Ego. Level 20 was hit, so plus 60 damage, of course. A beautiful plus 3 damage per soul. He's going to be hitting quite a lot harder.
God, he is just really the one. Top net worth in the game right now and has a good chunk of room to grow. I will say the other thing that's going to be nifty about this is now having that Ogre Seal Totem available for the Centaur to try and get him out of trouble if things get a little bit too spicy like before. But IG
on the hunt.
They're heading right through the area where the vision is. They drop down a ward of their own. Felix off to the side. Ego there. They get the punch to start. And again, initiate onto the Centaur. But look at that dive with the Shivas through them all. Felix Chauba taking a ton of damage. That Phoenix did so much.
That's the meta.
Can they get out?
Alacrity's in.
Needs to be careful. Gets the stun onto one. Alacrity, you don't want to be here, my dude. That's BKB use.
Yeah, that's a meta and a BKB. And they
Aegis
still have most of their abilities. But now,
do they want to just try and take this right now? They could pop Exo for it. Gets the DD. They're going to try and take it. Knights, they need to come in and contest.
Yep.
No roll, though. Not available. Used earlier. So really hard to fight this one.
No BKB on Emo, though. He has to be so careful.
Ego, dodge. Ego pops the ulti, connects onto one. Do they have enough damage to bring him down in time? They do! Tearblade gone, nothing doing.
God.
Dust is out of here. And look at them, the DP is just gonna get shredded. They find themselves 3 on the SF.
Wow, you see how hard he hit them all, especially that Tusk I think was lucky shotted. He went for Snowball.
Oh, he balled back!
Oh no, Dust!
Oh no, he's got to run.
Is he able to get away?
He's trying to get out of there, but they're keeping the damage. He's in trouble, and the Centaur there to stomp him out. Oh, the dieback hurts so bad.
I mean, that's game, honestly. That feels like it's just GG after that. That was a devastating one. They felt forced, right? Because they used the meta. They felt forced to try to go for this, but Knights are completely on point with it. They're like, no BKB on TB. Full focus him, and they actually, I think, catch the stun on the Tusk as he blinks snowballs as well, too. I think he got controlled. I don't know if it was the lift.
Hurts.
I think it might have been the lift drop down or something. I didn't get to see really quick here.
Oh, something stunned him right there, yeah.
Basher, I guess, from Pango, actually.
Dang. That, I mean, a mixture of unlucky and, you know, heads-up play by Knights to come and punish that.
Yeah. And now they're in just such a comfortable position. Full Butterfly also finished Satanic on the menu for SF. He's starting to get to these unbeatable grounds. And the Tusk, Dust, now below the Rubik, even on net worth.
Oh, don't show us that. I don't want to see that one. That's hurting. But again, one of the issues I think that we're going to end up seeing is just the power of some of these like safe lane ranged heroes, how hard they can hit. And you know, if you have a moment there where you can just beat away at the Terrorblade, it was a mixture of magic damage, obviously. Ego is just the one to beat. Moves on in, finds the DP, brings Irving down very low, gets out.
I also want to give a little bit of credit to XCJ. Just small things. It's not going to be like amazing overgrowth. He did have a good one there, but constantly having the double living armors up in team fights. I think that's something that's always good to highlight for tree players. Especially once they get like any cooldown reduction, you're constantly seeing two heroes just having plus 12 armor in the fights. It's pretty crazy and tough to deal with.
Well, 11-14, but the story of this game right now is the 18,000 gold lead. And IG needing to come up with answers. Dust doesn't quite get there. There's the connection. The roll through by Alacrity finds Dust, trying to run away. They interrupt. He's going to get caught. Paulison pops the egg after. CJ, Force Staff, keeping him alive. But now Meta and egg used for no gain.
And BKB, it's everything again. They just weren't able to get the targets to stay in the area there. Paulson just full panic, really gets hit by the Rolling Thunder mid-dive and just panics a little bit. Nice. Perfect. I mean, just excellent disengages every single time and just covering their cores nicely. We saw the Lotus Orb initially on Ego and then, yeah, just everybody playing it pretty perfectly.
So they have another 3 minutes here to go with this Aegis and might decide to go right down mid yet again.
Oh, yeah. Now, I mean, with meta and everything on cooldown, this is going to be so hard for IG to hold.
Absolutely slaying it right here. Emo says, all right, I got to go farm, guys. I'll be back in a bit. Don't mind me. Ego punching away. Does get clipped by the arrow. By clipped, I mean just hit in the face.
Oh, so looking at even for further things, Emo actually has gone Daedalus, and Ego already has Butterfly finished, so that's going to be a bit painful for him, too. Not going to be able to focus fire, if they even get any situations to try to versus the SF.
Yeah, I mean, that might just be it right here is Ego's taking down these racks. And I mean, Dust, Walrus Punch, it's like for what? They don't have Aghanims at this point on the Tusk to try and pull them back in. There's just not much that they can do, and split push is about the only option they've got.
Yeah, they're just going to have to watch their buildings get taken. They might just have to force the fight even though they know they're going to lose it. Let's see.
Walrus Punch, Snowball, bringing him low, but saved. Double Force Staff, keeping him alive. We'll get silence. The turn
Satanic
now onto Irving, in trouble. Satanic is there. They chase him on down. Yule Scepter lift up actually keeps the DP alive for a moment. Paulison, Shiva's guard, heads on through, trying to slow the siege, and Terrorblade back in. Dust gets another round, another volley, but the lift is there. Felix Chow making sure SF doesn't go down for nothing. That's BKB used from Ego yet again with Supernova down. Can they do anything here? BKB out, tries to force staff him away. SF ulti, they save it for now. And jump in, the stomp. They find themselves Irving, a couple more hits. A good run through of the swashbuckle. This flyby keeps running towards them. And Ego finally has to back out. Can they get anything here by IG? Relatively low on Knights and no BKBs available. Ooh. Arrow? Goodness gracious.
That was a close one. Emo popped the meta right at the end there, and they instantly back away. They're like, all right, just wait for it to be down. Whatever. very good discipline there from Knights over and over again. Seeing some really nice plays. As IG, you can see it's a desperate, it's like we need to fight because we're just going to lose the game there, but can't quite get anything beneficial.
26,000 damage done, a little bit more than that. No gold change. Not often you see that. But again, the meta that we're seeing right now of all this healing, sustain, and continued damage being dealt, but no finishing blow.
Yep. Now meta on cooldown, BKB 20 seconds. Knights back toward that high ground. SF BKB cooldown for 20, but they've been so good about bailing him out with these force stabs and lifts, so it seems like he's always fine.
And you talked about that double armor. It's really coming into play right here. Irving, that BKB wants to do what he can. SF still taking damage, but XCJ jumps in. They're going to pop the ulti, turn, immediately blow up Dust. Emo tries to get out of their reflection. Going to do another round of breaking the server. Can they do anything here at all? Again, it just doesn't really feel like IG have the control. They need the big stomp in. Ego with the double kill, barely getting out there as Marana. And Emo in trouble, gonna get stunned, gonna get brought down.
That's
GG called. Knights with the 2-0 over IG.
They are looking, I'm really liking this team. I didn't really think that they were gonna look this good coming into the DPC, but I'm liking their drafting style. I love the way that they're playing with like their defensive plays. These force stabs are so fast, and they know when to play aggressive. They know when to play defensive. Really impressed by this team.
Yeah, I feel like they're a pretty fun team to watch, and then also like willing to switch things up. I feel like Felix Chaba has like a lot of personality when he plays. I don't know. Also, he's just like typing stuff into the alt chat at the beginning of the game. It's cool.
Yeah.
IG, man, gonna need to come up with some answers pretty soon, because otherwise the season, I mean, they could be looking at relegation.
Yeah, I mean, Dust is starting to have some really difficult games where he's falling behind significantly over the other mid, right? Like Alacrity over and over again is proving himself to be this scaling core, even on Viper and all these other heroes. Dust, yeah, he's got to really pick it back up together for his team.
Okay, well, a tough one indeed. Knights take the victory 2-0 over this one. So it's 2 days of 2-0s after 2 days, or rather a day of 2 1s. A little bit of a shorter one here, but still a lot of great action. Send them back to the panel, let them break it all down, get that interview.
Yes, 2 series being at 2-0 there as we see Knights taking this second game. And we're just going to jump straight in and we're going to talk about IG struggles, why you guys felt that there just was never any potential, it felt, in this lineup, despite still getting a few kills and team fights here and there.
I mean, I guess I'll go with it. Unfortunately,
I'll say it.
I really hate after a game talking about a draft, because normally there's so many things in a game you can do to win.
Yeah.
But in this game, even when IG had moments of hope, the weakness of their draft was so apparent. If you egg, if you meta, as long as Knights, disengage, they can't take that secondary fight. They can't chase them to try and really localize an engagement. And the entire game, the only times IG looked good was the Knights jumped in, stampede aggressively. When that happens, suddenly IG is looking like a dominant force. And yeah, this Rubik, Felix Sharbar, honestly, OP, like legit. Like his lifts, always on point, always saving, never allowing IG a glimmer of hope. So yeah, I think just fundamentally draft and just kind of really hindered them a lot.
Like, I think the +4s, both of them in this game actually played very well. You had the Rubik, Felix on one side with all of his great lifts and force stabs. You also had some great ice shards later in the game with like 28 minutes mid where he saved his SF. And then also you had, I think in one of the bottom fights, they did really, like that was the one fight they could actually win, where they had this nice egg like deep below the cliff bottom, and that was like the one way they could come back in the game.
Mm-hmm. A lot of patience coming out for Knights then, not only in those team fights, but also watching this highlight reel, the high ground push, Lizard. They're just so patient throughout playing this whole entire game. Do you think that that's one of their strengths?
Yeah, I feel like the patience from them was on point when it comes to the way they took team fights, even dealing with the egg, right? Dealing with the Phoenix. I called it out during the drafting segment that they don't necessarily have best ways of killing the egg, but they could disengage, or they made it so that they're always on the high ground. So the SF isn't really that pressured. He can actually go all ham onto the egg, kill off the Phoenix on his own, fight a decent team fight afterwards. I had faith in Emo, I have to say. I believed in the TV. I believe that if you do have that one-star player, he might be able to carry it. I felt that the carry-to-carry matchup could have been fine, but...
What about the laning phase for TV then? You know, he had his Morana in his lane. Was that a recipe for success Was that something that IG needed?
It's the opposite.
Yeah.
It was the recipe for failure, unfortunately, because a Terrorblade is a hero that you need kind of a supporting or an enabling support to get you your early levels. So when the offlane pressure comes in, be it through carry rotation, the TB goes to jungle kind of giggling, like, look at me, I've already got like a Falcon Blade or components to Yasha Treads, plus levels to have the mirror image. Oh, sorry, the illusion, whatever. I can't really think of the name. But anyway.
Because you said mirror image. Naga is like one of the better heroes that you can lane with Potom because, as you said, TB kind of wants a support that helps him early on. Well, Mirana also kind of wants to lane with a hero that can like help you set up your arrow. That's why Naga is so good. You leave to the jungle later, you set it up with your net. So there's a lot of synergy there, which, you know, they didn't really have. As you said, the carry matchup is very good, SF versus TB, but there's way too many other problems.
Yeah. Sorry, I was distracted by something on a side screen.
It was cool though, to be fair. It was.
Very distracting. So that lane not going well for them. The TB, you had a lot of hopes for it, Lizard, and as Tika put, it was a recipe for disaster. On the other side, though, how did the safe lane start off for Knights?
Cool.
Oh, Lizard doesn't want to answer. He's like,
I know, I got it. Cool, calm, and collected. Again, in the draft, Knights, they picked up Centaur Rubik. They picked up Tree Shadow Fiend. These are robust lanes that play themselves. You secure the farm. The tree, all you have to do is bully. I think this Death Prophet, there was a couple times that she got some waves, but she was never able to really run down the lane in pressure. And we said it already, but I think these Death Prophets, these Dooms, they're heroes that you want to pick with flexibility and knowledge of what the counters are. And for example, in this game, IG, they 15 picked Death Prophet, giving away 2 more picks. They also picked Death Prophet knowing they're laning into a Tree Shadow Fiend, but they didn't pick some insane laning partner that's going to like unlock the Death Prophet's lane. They picked.
It's difficult, even no matter what you picked. It's difficult to unlock her into an SF, right? Like,
but they did it themselves. Their second pick, and they're somehow in a position where it feels like their first pick in how the lanes got set up. And that's where I think teams of second pick, you react beautifully with the final 2 picks, the 2 phases, but they didn't set themselves up. And I think it was just this Tusk Mirana opening. As soon as it's like, Dust has to play it. Wait a second, we don't have any flexibility. I think they just kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit.
So do you guys think it's 2 games now in a row? In first one, they picked Morphling into the Spectre, and second game all over the draft just didn't feel like it was countering anything.
Is it like they're stuck on an idea and they just keep running with it, or you think they're just struggling with drafting overall?
It's I would say perhaps a bit of both. I think the Morphling has like a lot to do with comfort, whereas this opening, you know, maybe sometimes you have this idea of, okay, this opening is cool because it's very flexible. You think that until you try it and you're like, oh, we think it's flexible, but once we play it out in a real game, it's like, wait a minute, it actually feels hard to put it here and it makes it awkward. So, you know, moving forward, maybe they had this idea. Same with the DP. The hero, I feel like it's being overpicked in this region right now. Like, it doesn't look as good for how many times people are picking it. At least that's, you know, kind of the idea I get when I watch this hero. And I would just like, you know, IG to set up the draft so it's easier for them. Don't just have one guy that can go in all your games.
Drafts are high pressure though. Like in these scenarios, it feels like when they have an opening, if you don't have a clear understanding what you're actually trying to do with flex, it can actually be a big hindrance in the draft, because when you're trying to talk about what are we picking on 15, what are we opening that second phase, you're still trying to understand what your opening Joe is meant to do. I think that could have been an issue for IG. It's like this Death Prophet pick, you're keeping things ambiguous, but you're not actually understanding your game plan because you're just picking additional heroes to kind of bamboozle or confuse your opponent. So again, I think IG's drafting and maybe a little bit of captaining or shot calling is still kind of their biggest hindrance, but they have demonstrated individual skill and ability to make big plays. It's just they need that kind of glue to bring them together. Exactly.
Yeah.
They're just not finding it yet. But on our screen, it's match MVP. It's going to be Felix on his Rubik. You guys said, I mean, everything when we look at those stats, the items, feels pretty stock standard, but more so how he's playing and how impactful he is with the Rubik in team fights throughout the game. Do you think he is one of the pos 4s a lot of people should be keeping an eye on in the China region?
Yeah, for sure. Even in the last seasons, he was performing really well, and I think it's a little bit about the Rubik too. Like the hero right now feels in a really solid place, so every player that does play it looks really great on him. Even if you think about Salad, like in the last series, like he played that Rubik looked insanely good. So is it maybe just the hero or is it the player as well?
Go with the player. I think you got to be.
Just go with the player.
You have to be careful though, because if he plays too good, then suddenly Tor 2, if Knights, maybe they don't do so well, and suddenly Felix, he's like this, like, ooh, maybe. So Yeah, again, very OP player so far. I think standout player in my opinion, at least from the games that we've seen.
Yeah, like especially also in game 1, he had that crazy like Marana steal, kind of like a criminal play. Then he has a lot of good pre-lift saves. So yeah, this guy is good. Better watch out.
We're keeping our eyes on Felix, but we're also going to be turning our eyes to our interview. It's going to be with Alacrity, someone that has been very stable in this roster. So, Alacrity, congratulations on the win. How are you feeling with Knights and your performance today, but also just how good you guys looked yesterday against Asta?
就是想问一下 Alacrity， 就是你们今天表现得很好，然后昨天打 Asta 的时候其实也表现得不错，然后你们现在的一个感觉是怎么样子的？
感觉比昨天好了呀，因为昨天可能太久没打比赛，会比较紧张吧，然后现在感觉比之前好多了。
Alacrity says, yesterday it's been a long time. We don't play any tournaments. It's the first match, so we've been kind of nervous and against the Aster, so we didn't behave well. And today we feel better and we play better.
I'm just interested. Congrats on the win. I'm just interested in the Viper picks. Like, do you think that this hero is strong in any given game, or is it a particular pick for a particular counter?
他想问一下，就是对于明基亚龙这个英雄来说，是他就本身就很强的，还是说你们选出来去针对某些环节的一些英雄？就是因为你昨天玩了2局毒龙嘛。
因为毒龙这个版本挺强的，而且也是一个线霸，所以就选了，就给对面压力，不知道选啥，我们也不知道选啥，就直接选个毒龙，让对面有压力。
Okay. Eric says Viper is a very strong hero in the lane, and if we pick the Viper, we pressure the enemy team to force them to pick something to against the Viper, and we don't even know who's good against the Viper, so we need to like pressure them first.
Thank you.
Okay, so congrats on the win. I have one question. I want to know, you look very strong right now, and there was somewhat of a long break. So I want to know who or what has helped you improve the most in like the last half-year time period.
就是说你已经休息了很长一段时间，然后但是你还是依然表现得很强势，所以是他想问一下你是谁，或者说你怎样去是能在半年没有打的情况下能表现得这么的好。
一方面也是沟通问题吧，就讲中文会比较舒服，就比较好发挥自己，就这样。
Luckily says it's better for him to speak Chinese to communicate it with his teammates, so that helps he behave better. It's a better communication, yeah, that has helped.
Thank you.
My question's a little bit more laid back. So I've been watching, of course, Knights games. You guys don't tip that much. In other regions, very aggressive tips. You're trying a psychological battle, but Knights don't. Is that like a team decision, or are we going to see you tip aggressively at any point?
就是他说，Knights 这个队伍打比赛的风格不是那么的有侵略性，这个是谁去决定这样的一个战略的？就是你们可能打的比较偏防守一点，是谁就是怎么说呢？就是谁制定的这个战术吧？
就大概是就玩得舒服就行了，没有什么特定的东西，就这样。
Yeah. No specific reasons. We just play in our like comfortable zone. So that's our style. Then that's it.
Nice. I like the respect. So you can send it. Thank you for the respect. You know, tips they're childish in other regions. So no, I like that China's got some more class with how they play. So good stuff.
就是他很喜欢这样的一个回答，然后就可能有这个提问有一点就是也有点玩笑的意思，然后也非常的respect 你。
好。
Awesome.
还有吗
？He's asking, is there any other question?
Nope, that is it. We're going to let you go, Alacrity. Congratulations on the win. Very well deserved today.
没有了，也是呀，非常恭喜你取得这个系列赛的胜利，谢谢 Alacrity。
好，谢谢，拜拜。
Bye. Well, there you go. Communication issue for Alacrity, and we just get to see him excel as the mid laner that he is, and the nice little respect when they're in the comfort zone. They don't worry about tipping there, Tigo.
No, honestly, it's nice because again, like, I cover a lot of Western Europe. Tips are integral. I feel like drafting is one aspect, playing is the other, and then tipping is like the sixth man. We've had teams who have literally like 6 players, but we also use tipping.
You have someone just tipping there.
Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of fun to see coming into like China at least. I think maybe less than 10 at least, or at least
if even.
Not so like, wow, that was a cool tip. It was more like, yeah, nice, good play. So it's honestly really refreshing and very relaxing.
I mean, I can respect the fact that they respect everyone else. You don't want to tip too much, but there's this little this fire missing. I need the spice and the drama. Like this guy, I don't like you. You
like emo pops meta, bang, throw a tip out. Nice meta, bro. We're disengaging. Like there's so many options, but again, that's because we're from Europe and we have that ingrained into us. But clearly, they don't think about it that way. And again, it's pretty cool.
European.
They just question mark.
All right.
True.
Yeah, true. I was gonna bring up the question mark thing. I was like, no. But yeah, maybe they were all about the all chatting instead of tipping. That closes out our day though, our final series there. So we're gonna have a look at, I think it was standings. I can't remember off the top of my head because I'm a really good host. I do believe it's standings though. We're gonna have a look at it because Knights went 3 games yesterday. They unfortunately didn't win when they were up against Asta, but they got their win today, which puts them in a nice position to be 5th now. 1 win, 1 loss, and eHome out there with their 2 wins. IG down there with their 2 losses. Same with Dawn Gaming. Everything else is kind of in the middle and still to be determined.
Yeah. Honestly, just seeing IG and the way that they have performed yesterday and today, I wouldn't be surprised if they're 7th or 8th.
Yep.
Together with Dawn.
Right now, you're gonna say 7th, 8th IG?
He's locking them in.
Locking them in?
I can't remember. I think I locked them on 6th or 5th already. And now
if I could counter lock, I'd join you there.
I demoted them a little bit, yeah.
You wanna? I was gonna say put a bet there, and I was gonna say you can eat a.
Sure, let's go.
Yeah,
I'm good. I take it back. I'm good. That is our standings, though, for the end of day 3. Day 4 is going to be coming up. We have our schedule. It is 3 best of 3, so it's a nice long day for some Chinese Dota. We're starting a little bit earlier. It's going to be at 1 p.m. CST time, starting off with IG versus Dawn. Both those 7th, 8th that you just said there, Lizard. And then it's going to be our second series of LGD up against Asta Ares. And then our 3rd series as well. So any series particularly that stood out for you guys?
Yeah, the first one. I want to see...
Is that what you were going to say?
That's the complete opposite. So I want to see the last one. But, Lizard, with the point he just made, he has to know whether these 2 will be locked in or who's going to go up. Is IG going to be 8th? I don't know. What do you think?
I need IG to crush Dawn. For me to have any...
yeah.
For me to have any
he wants
faith.
Yeah, he wants faith to be like, maybe it's Rusty, shaking up the nerves.
Yeah, but okay, guys, let's all agree. Today we've been very, not anti-Dawn, but we've been like very honest with Dawn. Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe this could be Dawn's time,
It could
be. Ares, they lose to PSG. Then Dawn beat that team IG.
Okay, I didn't think we were huffing that much copium. I thought we were just going to say like a Dawn win.
You're from another dimension at this point.
So far they're locked in as like the bottom 2, bottom 3, just based on kind of the ceiling of plays that they've made so far. But I want PSG. I'm that series kind of hype because they played against Dawn. They're now going to go up against a middle pack team. If they beat them in the same fashion, suddenly they are still in strong form like they were in previous tours. So I think that second series is like the biggest indicator for me.
So 1st series for you, 2nd series, and you were going to say 3rd series, weren't you?
Yeah, it is. I mean, Extreme Acer, probably the 2 teams that everyone put in like their top 2. It's going to be a good match. Also, just to see where these teams are at. And then I would kind of agree with LGD. It's going to be good to see them against, a middling type team, at least from now, just to see how well they fare with all the new players.
Well, that closes day 3. We had a little bit of a quick day with 2 O's all across the board. Tomorrow, though, is going to be that nice long day for you guys. We'll see you bright and early in the afternoon again at 1 p.m.